Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories just for you. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. Right. We'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after a short break. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Yasuke, a once enslaved African man who was bestowed with the noble title of samurai and rose into the inner circle of feudal Japan's most ruthless and powerful warlord. After traveling across continents and oceans in the service of Jesuit missionaries, Yasuke arrived among the misty warring islands of Japan. At over 6 feet tall with a dark complexion, Yasuke set foot into this homogeneous and insular world as something completely alien, a figure who seemed to have emerged from another realm entirely. This enigmatic visitor soon beheld towering castles rising from the hilltops, their colorful banners snapping in the wind. He witnessed armies clashing in battle, each warrior bound to an immutable code of courage, honor, and loyalty to his daimyo. This was feudal Japan in the late 1500s, a land fractured by shifting alliances and rival warlords. Yet alongside the seemingly endless violence was ceremony and grace, a world of order woven into the chaos. In this delicate balance of battle and beauty, Yasuke would somehow navigate its unfamiliar and unforgiving culture and customs, eventually securing his place in legend as Japan's first foreign-born samurai, and a powerful one at that. But in a world where jealousies ran deep, ambition burned hot, and even the most discerning warriors could fall victim to treachery, Yasuke's meteoric rise placed him in an increasingly perilous position, one from which few could hope to emerge unscathed. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll wander through the courts and military campaigns of a turbulent age. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey alongside Yasuke into the shifting tides of a realm divided. A boy stands on the banks of a wide river, its surface glinting with light as it winds toward the distant sea. Traders pass along the shore, their shouts rising above the calls of birds, while fishing boats drift lazily in the current under a blazing African sun. The world around him is alive with movement, every sound and gesture part of the day's unbroken rhythm. This boy may have been Yasuke. His birthplace is uncertain. Some historians suggest the coast of Mozambique, where Portuguese influence pressed ever deeper inland. Others believe he may have come from Nubian lands along the Nile, where kingdoms rose and fell with the currents of empire. What is known is that Yasuke was swept into the great upheavals of the 16th century, a time when the oceans themselves became vast routes for trade, faith, and human bondage. Perhaps he was taken during a raid, seized as spoils of conflict, or sold in desperation during a time of famine. Bound to others, he would have been marched to the coast, where European and Arab traders gathered their human cargo. The sea journey that followed was brutal. Storms roared against the hull, space below deck was suffocating, and the horizon seemed endless. Yet Yasuke survived, and in surviving, grew into the imposing figure later described in Japan. By the mid-1500s, Jesuit missionaries had spread across Asia. Yasuke became part of their entourage, perhaps at first a porter, later a guard. Some accounts hint that he traveled through India, maybe as far as Goa, where Portuguese forts overlooked crowded harbors, brimming with voices, colors, and smells from across the known world. Here Yasuke would have absorbed new languages, adapted to foreign customs, and honed the discipline that set him apart. Before long, Yasuke's path carried him further still, to Japan, a land divided by warlords, yet bound together by ritual and honor. As his vessel neared the coast, he would have seen steep green mountains plunging into the sea, villages of thatch clinging to the shore, and castles perched defiantly above the waves. In the spring of 1579, Yasuke entered Kyoto, the beating heart of Japan's political and cultural life. The city was crowded with narrow streets and bustling markets, temples rising above tiled roofs, and the steady rhythm of drums. Into this world of lacquered gates and carefully ordered ritual came a figure so unusual that the city itself seemed to pause. At over 6 feet tall, Yasuke towered above the throngs. His dark complexion stood out in a society where almost every face was pale, his stature magnified by years of travel and hardship. The Jesuits who accompanied him moved through the streets with measured dignity, but their African companion drew all eyes. Crowds pressed forward to catch sight of him, murmurs turning to shouts, until the crush of bodies caused walls to collapse and roofs to cave beneath the weight of those desperate for a view. To the people of Kyoto, Yasuke was a marvel. Japan in the late 16th century was not an isolated land, yet most had never seen anyone from beyond Asia. Here, suddenly, was living proof of a wider world. As for the Jesuits, they could not have foreseen the stir his arrival would cause. Word spread quickly from Kyoto's crowded streets to the ears of men in power. In a land consumed by rivalry, nothing unusual escaped notice for long. Japan at this time was fractured, a patchwork of provinces locked in ceaseless struggle. Warlords rose and fell, each grasping for greater territory. Kyoto itself was no safe haven, for armies had marched upon it many times, and ambition never slept. In this setting of tension and possibility, Yasuke's presence became more than a curiosity. It became a matter of intrigue. What must Yasuke have thought as he walked those streets, the air filled with incense from shrines, the cries of merchants hawking wares, the rustle of silk robes as nobles passed by? He had already crossed continents, seen empires stretch across oceans, and endured hardship at sea. Yet here he was, an object of astonishment, a man who seemed to embody the vast unknown beyond Japan's shores. Some of those who glimpsed him likely felt fear, others wonder, still others envy at the attention he drew. For Yasuke himself, the experience may have been both alien and strangely familiar. Crowds had gathered before to marvel at him in India and other ports along the way. But in Kyoto, the attention was magnified, for this was a society acutely aware of appearance, difference, and ritual. In that moment, Yasuke became a living emblem of novelty and strength. He had arrived not as a conqueror, nor as a pilgrim, but as something entirely new in the eyes of those who beheld him. Kyoto buzzed with speculation. Who was this man? From what distant land had he come? And above all, what place could he possibly hold in a country so bound by hierarchy and custom? Before long, word of Yasuke's arrival reached the ear of Oda Nobunaga, the most formidable warlord of his age. Nobunaga was already a figure of legend. Born the son of a minor daimyo, he had risen through sheer will, cunning, and relentless force. By the late 1570s, he stood poised to unify Japan, a fractured land long torn by civil war. He was known as ruthless, but also curious, a man who admired imported weapons, encouraged foreign trade, and welcomed ideas that unsettled more traditional lords. It was perhaps inevitable that he would wish to see Yasuke for himself. The Jesuits arranged the meeting. Within the halls of Nobunaga's Kyoto residence, courtiers and retainers gathered as Yasuke was brought before their master. The air was heavy with incense. Lacquered screens painted with golden landscapes glimmered in the lamplight, and all eyes fixed upon the foreigner. He stood taller than any warrior present, his dark skin striking against the pale robes of the Jesuit priests. Accounts from the time suggest Nobunaga tested him in subtle ways. He ordered Yasuke to strip his upper body and be scrubbed, perhaps to determine whether his color was natural or painted. When the truth was revealed, Nobunaga is said to have laughed with delight. He admired not only Yasuke's complexion, but also his stature, his calm presence, and his apparent strength. To a leader who valued loyalty and ability above strict convention, such qualities held far more weight than ancestry. Nobunaga conversed with the Jesuits, learning of Yasuke's travels across seas and continents. Though language barriers must have stood between them, Nobunaga saw in Yasuke something more than novelty. Here was a man forged by adversity, disciplined by long service, and capable of loyalty to those he served. In a society where honor and martial skill defined worth, these were qualities any warlord could respect. For Yasuke, the meeting was pivotal. He had endured years of displacement and uncertainty, moving through cultures not his own. Now, in the presence of Japan's most powerful warlord, he was no longer only a guard in Jesuit company. He had become an individual worthy of direct attention, summoned into the gaze of a man whose ambitions stretched across the islands. In the days that followed, Nobunaga kept Yasuke close. Observers wrote of his fascination, noting how the warlord spoke freely with him, tested his strength, and even gave him gifts. Nobunaga was not a man to waste time on idle diversions. His interest was genuine. For Yasuke, the moment marked the first step toward acceptance in a world that, on the surface, seemed closed to foreigners. This meeting set in motion a transformation. Yasuke had arrived in Japan as a companion to missionaries, admired and gawked at by crowds. Now he stood in the inner circle of one who would shape the nation's destiny. Within the guarded halls of Kyoto, amid the banners and armor of Nobunaga's retainers, Yasuke's journey took a turn that would carry him far beyond anything his earlier life could have foretold. In the months that followed, Yasuke's presence at Nobunaga's side became more than spectacle. He attended councils of war, dined within the castle walls, and moved with a freedom few outsiders had ever known. Nobunaga's curiosity had shifted into recognition, and soon into something rarer still, formal acknowledgement. Granting samurai status to a foreigner was unprecedented. The warrior class was tightly woven into Japan's fabric, each bound by duty to a lord, lineage tracing back through generations. Yet Nobunaga had never been a respecter of old rules. He had opened his courts to Portuguese firearms, studied foreign maps, and surrounded himself with men chosen for ability rather than noble birth. Yasuke fit this pattern perfectly. His strength was obvious, his bearing disciplined, and his loyalty proven in years of service with the Jesuits. Contemporary accounts describe how Nobunaga delighted in Yasuke's presence. He ordered a residence prepared for him, complete with servants, clothing, and provisions. He gave Yasuke fine robes suited to the court, and later armor and weapons befitting a warrior. These were not gestures of amusement. They signaled something far deeper, acceptance into the military household of Japan's most powerful warlord. Why did Nobunaga grant such extraordinary honor? Some suggest he saw Yasuke as a symbol of his own openness to the wider world. Just as the Portuguese matchlock had transformed warfare, Yasuke stood as proof of the unknown, brought into Nobunaga's circle and turned to advantage. Others believe Nobunaga was drawn to him as an individual. His composure, his readiness to serve, his sheer presence. In either case, it reflected Nobunaga's willingness to cross lines others dared not. Yasuke himself must have felt the weight of this transformation. Only months earlier, he had been regarded as a curiosity by the crowds of Kyoto. Now, he was bound to a daimyo of immense power, entrusted with weapons, honored with rank, and placed in the heart of Japan's struggles. To be given a katana, the very soul of a samurai, was to be admitted into a brotherhood defined by honor, courage, and service unto death. Within Nobunaga's court, Yasuke's acceptance caused astonishment. Retainers who had inherited their places by birth watched as a man from beyond the seas was welcomed beside them. Some may have bristled at the breach of order. Others marveled at the boldness of it. Nobunaga did not care. His household reflected his own will, not the customs of old. The decision also carried a practical edge. Nobunaga was embroiled in campaigns across Japan, and strength was always welcome. Yasuke's size and skill made him formidable in the field, but his presence also carried symbolic weight. To have a foreign-born warrior at his side demonstrated Nobunaga's reach, his cosmopolitan authority, his defiance of tradition. It was as if he declared that no boundary of class, of race, of origin could limit his vision. From this moment forward, Yasuke ceased to be merely a servant or bodyguard. He became samurai. He walked among men of rank, ate at their side, and bore the armor that marked him as part of their order. In a land where birth was destiny, his rise was nothing short of extraordinary. Life within Nobunaga's castles was a study in contrast. Behind high stone walls and timber gates, order prevailed, even as the provinces beyond seethed with unrest. For Yasuke, now a member of the household, daily life revealed a rhythm of ceremony, strategy, and preparation for war. The great fortress at Azuchi, built upon the shores of Lake Biwa, embodied Nobunaga's ambition. Rising tier upon tier, its walls painted in brilliant colors, it was both a military stronghold and a display of splendor. Courtiers moved through corridors of polished wood, monks debated matters of faith in lofty chambers, and soldiers drilled in the courtyards. Here Yasuke found himself immersed in the daily workings of one of the most powerful centers in Japan. His duties varied. At times he stood among Nobunaga's personal guards, a visible presence whose height and bearing marked him apart. At others, he joined feasts in great halls lit by lanterns, where lords from across the provinces gathered to pledge loyalty or seek favor. Musicians played flutes and drums, dancers moved with deliberate grace, and food was served in abundance. The Jesuits who visited Nobunaga's court recorded their astonishment. Louis Froys, a missionary chronicler, wrote of the African samurai with admiration, noting his strength and discipline. Foreign envoys, too, marveled at him, for his very presence reflected the scope of Nobunaga's rule. Within the warlord's circle, Yasuke became more than a warrior. He was a symbol of Nobunaga's openness to the wider world. Amid splendor, the reality of war was never far. Nobunaga held councils of strategy, maps spread before him, messengers bringing word of shifting alliances and rival armies. Yasuke would have seen the precision with which plans were laid, the stern discipline expected of every commander. He witnessed the energy of a man determined to break centuries of division and bring the nation under one hand. Castle life also exposed Yasuke to the codes of etiquette and ceremony that underpinned samurai society. Bowing at the correct angle, addressing lords with the proper words, observing rituals at shrines, each detail mattered. For a foreigner, mastering these customs was no small task, yet Yasuke adapted. His discipline, already proven through years of service, now served him in navigating the subtleties of a culture vastly different from his own. Nobunaga, though ruthless in battle, valued refinement. He collected art, hosted tea ceremonies, and engaged in discussions of poetry and philosophy. Yasuke, standing at the edge of such gatherings, absorbed a world in which elegance and violence coexisted. In the same halls where poems were recited, armor was polished for the next campaign. At Azuchi and other fortresses, Yasuke's presence was more than tolerated. It was celebrated. Nobunaga took pride in showing him to visiting dignitaries, not as an oddity, but as proof of his own authority and discernment. To have a foreign-born samurai by his side was to declare his power extended beyond the traditional order. For Yasuke, life in the castle must have carried both wonder and burden. He had traveled further than most men could imagine, and now he stood at the center of a court where splendor and strategy intertwined. The red glow of torches against painted walls, the sound of armor clattering in the courtyards, the faint scent of incense drifting through corridors. These became the texture of his days. Life at court was only one side of a samurai's duty. For Yasuke, the other side came with the clash of weapons, the smoke of burning villages, and the weight of armor carried into battle. Nobunaga was constantly on campaign, striking at rival warlords who contested his rise, and Yasuke marched with him into the fractured provinces of Japan. The armies of the 16th century were vast and disciplined, Long lines of Ashigaru foot soldiers carried spears, their armor simple but effective. Archers loosed arrows in volleys, while musketeers armed with Portuguese matchlocks unleashed thunder that echoed across the valleys. Among them rode samurai of higher rank, bearing polished armor and banners marked with the crests of their lords. Yasuke, dressed now in lacquered iron plates and carrying his own katana, became one among these warriors. Accounts do not detail every battle he fought, yet they speak of his presence in the field. To fight beside him would have been a reassurance. To face him, a daunting prospect. On horseback or on foot, Yasuke's strength and discipline were said to shine in the chaos of combat. Campaigns carried the army through rugged landscapes. They marched across river valleys where mist clung to the water, climbed mountain passes where roads twisted between pines, and advanced on castles perched high on ridges. Supplies followed in long trains: rice, arrows, powder for muskets, each step measured and calculated. Yasuke learned to live by the rhythm of the march, to endure fatigue, and to keep vigilance when campfires glowed against the night. War was relentless. Villages fell under siege, castles resisted with desperation, and alliances shifted with the tide of fortune. Nobunaga demanded discipline from all who served him, and Yasuke's loyalty did not waver. Whether standing guard before his lord or pressing forward in the melee, he proved himself again and again. Witnesses recorded their impressions. Records tell of the African samurai's strength and courage, astonished at his ability to adapt so swiftly to the codes and practices of Japan. For Nobunaga, Yasuke became more than a bodyguard. He was a warrior in his household, one whose presence lent weight to his reputation as a lord open to skill wherever it might be found. By the early 1580s, Nobunaga's star burned at its brightest. He had crushed rivals, expanded his dominion, and filled his castles with treasures that spoke of ambition beyond any daimyo before him. Yet power bred resentment. Beneath the order of his household, beneath the splendor of Azuchi and the triumphs of his campaigns, discontent stirred. Among Nobunaga's generals, one in particular nursed grievances. Akechi Mitsuhide had long served with loyalty, commanding armies and administering provinces. Yet Nobunaga's sharp tongue and harsh manner cut him deeply. Tales spread of insults delivered in public, humiliations inflicted even after victories. As the years passed, Mitsuhide felt his resentment grow as a quiet ember fanned into flame. Yasuke would have seen the tensions from within the household. He stood close as councils were held, as Nobunaga berated his commanders, as alliances were forged and broken. Perhaps he noticed the hardening of Mitsuhide's expression, the restrained silence that masked a deepening bitterness. The Jesuits, too, sensed unrest, though even they could not have foreseen what was to come. The summer of 1582 brought signs of change. Nobunaga prepared to march west against the powerful Mori clan. His armies stretched across the provinces. Mitsuhide was given command of forces to support the campaign. Outwardly, it was another demonstration of trust. Inwardly, it was the final spark for rebellion. The betrayal was swift. Instead of leading his troops to join the larger campaign, Mitsuhide turned them back toward Kyoto. his banners unfurled not in support of Nobunaga, but in defiance. "The enemy is at Honnoji," his soldiers cried, naming the temple where their lord rested. With that declaration, Japan's most feared warlord found himself suddenly encircled. Yasuke, stationed near his master, would have felt the shift like a blade drawn in the dark. The loyalty of years was about to be tested in a single night. Nobunaga, who had trusted his general, now faced betrayal from within his own household. The seeds of resentment had flowered into treachery, and the fate of an empire hung in the balance. On a humid June night in 1582, Nobunaga lodged at the temple of Honnoji in Kyoto. It was a rare moment of calm in his relentless campaigns, the warlord resting with only a small retinue. Yasuke was there, standing among the guards who kept watch over the wooden halls and lantern-lit courtyards. The city outside lay unaware that history was about to shift. At dawn, the first signs of danger appeared. Shouts rose in the streets, the distant thud of marching feet grew louder, and soon the banners of Akechi Mitsuhide's troops came into view. Thousands advanced on the temple, their spears and matchlocks bristling. Inside, confusion turned quickly to grim resolve. Nobunaga realized at once the depth of the betrayal. The temple was lightly fortified, his household caught unprepared. Yasuke and the guards scrambled to meet the assault, but the sheer scale of Mitsuhide's force left little hope. Arrows rained down, muskets cracked, and the temple walls shuddered as flames took hold. The wooden beams of Honnoji groaned as fire spread. Smoke filled the corridors, choking the air. Yasuke fought fiercely in the chaos, his armor glinting in the firelight as he tried to hold back the attackers. Yet even his strength could not stem the tide. Nobunaga, refusing the dishonor of capture, chose the path of seppuku, the ritual death of a samurai. Within those burning halls, one of Japan's greatest figures ended his life by his own hand. For Yasuke, the moment must have been shattering. The Lord who had lifted him from obscurity, who had granted him the honor of samurai, was gone in an instant. Around him the household fell, retainers cut down, the temple consumed. Still he fought, not for victory, but for loyalty, until the last hope of defense was gone. Mitsuhide's men pressed into the smoldering ruins, seizing those who survived. Yasuke was among them, captured but not killed. Perhaps they hesitated at his stature, or perhaps they saw little point in executing a foreigner. Unlike many of Nobunaga's household, he was spared, though stripped of his place and his arms. The fall of Honnoji marked the end of Nobunaga's meteoric rise and the beginning of chaos that would sweep Japan. For Yasuke, it was the breaking of the world he had known. The man who had trusted him, who had crossed the boundaries of tradition to welcome him as a samurai, lay dead amid the ashes. The household that had given him belonging was scattered. The temple smoldered long after dawn, blackened beams jutting against the sky, the air heavy with the smell of fire and death. Kyoto reeled from the shock. Nobunaga's enemies rejoiced, his allies scrambled, and the future of the nation shifted on its axis. Yasuke, the African warrior who had stood at the heart of it, now faced an uncertain fate. When the flames of Honnoji faded and Nobunaga lay dead, the victors turned their attention to those who had survived. Yasuke, battered and exhausted, was taken into custody by Mitsuhide's soldiers. For many of Nobunaga's retainers, capture meant death, executions carried out swiftly to erase loyalty to the fallen lord. Yet Yasuke's fate diverged from theirs. Some chronicles suggest that Mitsuhide dismissed him, remarking that the African warrior was a man of little consequence. Others claim he was delivered back into the hands of the Jesuits, his sword stripped away, but his life spared. Whatever the case, Yasuke did not meet the fate of so many others in Nobunaga's service. He disappeared from the battlefield of history almost as abruptly as he had entered it. What happened to him afterward is unknown. Some scholars believe he returned to the Jesuit mission, resuming the role of bodyguard and companion as he had before his rise to samurai. Perhaps he once again stood watch at the doors of churches, protecting the priests who debated faith in distant halls. Others wonder if he lingered in Kyoto, living quietly in obscurity, his brief blaze of renown fading into the background of a country in turmoil. There are even wilder suggestions that Yasuke traveled north, joining another lord in service, or that he attempted to return to the seas, seeking passage back through India and Africa. None of these stories are supported by firm evidence, but each reflects the allure of his mystery. A man who had stood at the right hand of Nobunaga could hardly vanish without leaving echoes. What is certain is that Mitsuhide's triumph was short-lived. Within weeks, he was defeated by Toyotomi Hideyoshi, another of Nobunaga's brilliant generals. The flames that consumed Honnoji ignited a struggle that would carry on until Japan was finally unified under Tokugawa Ieyasu. Yasuke, however, left no trace in this new order. His name is absent from records of the later campaigns, as though history closed its ledger upon him the moment Nobunaga fell. For listeners centuries later, this absence is part of his enduring fascination. A boy taken from Africa, carried across seas, elevated to the highest rank available to a foreigner in Japan, and then suddenly gone. Did he die in obscurity, remembered only by a handful of missionaries? Did he live long years unknown, perhaps still carrying the katana once entrusted to him, though never again wielded in battle? We cannot know. The threads of his life dissolve into speculation, leaving us only the fragments of Jesuit writings and Japanese chronicles. Yet sometimes the power of a story lies not in its certainty, but in its mystery. Yasuke's disappearance reminds us how easily a life can be lost to history, even those that once burned brightly in the courts of kings and warlords. From the ashes of Honnoji, Japan's destiny marched onward. For Yasuke, the path faded into silence. The African samurai, who had risen from bondage to stand beside one of history's most formidable warlords, left behind questions that still stir the imagination today. Beyond the written record, Yasuke endures as a symbol. For some, he represents the global exchanges of the 16th century, when oceans connected continents in ways both violent and transformative. For others, he is a figure of resilience, a man who endured loss and dislocation, yet carved a place for himself in one of the most closed and hierarchical societies in the world. His story whispers of possibility, that even in the harshest of circumstances, dignity and courage can find recognition. Legends have grown around him. In later centuries, plays and tales embroidered his life, casting him as a warrior of almost mythical power. Modern retellings have made him a hero in novels, films, and art. Each reinvention speaks less to what can be proven, and more to the enduring allure of a man whose life seems too improbable to be forgotten. The truth, stripped of embellishment, is enough. Yasuke was real. He stood at Nobunaga's side, was granted the weapons and rank of a samurai, and fought in the defining conflicts of his time. His disappearance from record does not erase the fact that for a brief, brilliant span, he lived a life that crossed the boundaries of continents and cultures, leaving a story still told centuries later. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Boudica, the Celtic warrior queen who openly defied a once invincible empire that dominated the length and breadth of the known world. Picture the misty hills of ancient Britannia. The air is alive with the scent of damp earth and wood smoke. Ancient megaliths flicker with bonfire light as the pounding of heavy drums rises above an ocean of black forest, thick with moss. Strange coins bearing the profile of a distant emperor begin to pass from hand to hand, and with them come taxes, penalties, and a faint shadow of unease that creeps from beyond the horizon. Here, we meet a formidable figure, tall and august with piercing eyes, a radiant sweep of auburn hair bound in elaborate braids, and grasping a long iron spear. This is Boudica, Queen of the Iceni, a proud people rooted for centuries in the windswept lowlands of modern-day Norfolk. Following the sudden death of her husband, the heavy hand of Rome fell upon her kingdom, stripping her of dignity and leaving her family scarred by their cruelty. Rome demanded her submission. Boudica answered them with destruction and ruin. Her rebellion was no reckless charge, but a calculated fury. With her army of woad-painted warriors, Boudica swept through settlement after settlement like a howling winter gale. The Romans, for their part, found themselves staggered and humiliated, seething with indignation at the audacity of their new subjects. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow the path of a warrior queen who stood unflinching before certain death. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's charge full tilt into the fray with Boudica, defiant Celtic warrior queen. The Britain of the 1st century was a land of mist, marsh, and deep green forests, where rivers cut through the earth like silver ribbons, and the sky seemed always in motion. Among its tribes, life carried on in ways older than memory. Round houses of timber and thatch clustered on low hills, smoke rising from hearth fires, while herds grazed in meadows fenced with woven branches. These were people bound to the land. They worshipped in groves of oak and yew, believing the spirits of gods and ancestors lingered in the roots and stones. Druids kept knowledge alive in song and memory, for no sacred law was written. The tribes were proud and varied, each with their own customs, sometimes allies, sometimes enemies. They raided one another as they had for centuries, but nothing in their past rivaled the power that had begun to press from the south. Rome's legions had first landed decades earlier under Julius Caesar, though that invasion had faltered. Later emperors returned with greater determination, until Britain, or most of it, was drawn into their vast dominion. Across the island, the marks of empire spread. Straight roads cut through woodland, coins stamped with imperial faces clinked in trade, and new towns rose with stone walls and tiled roofs. Roman order seemed unshakable, yet beneath it, resentment simmered. Among the tribes, some tolerated Rome for trade and protection. Others bristled at tribute, taxes, and the swagger of foreign officials. On the broad flatlands of what is now Norfolk, the Iceni stood on that fault line. Their chariots rattled over open fields, horses bright with bronze fittings, and warriors stepped out with skin stained with blue swirls of woad. It was into this world that a tall, striking woman came to prominence. She carried herself with dignity, her presence commanding, her gaze direct, and her bearing regal. She was queen beside her husband, Praesatagus, who ruled the Iceni through an arrangement with Rome. For a time, this arrangement seemed to work. Praesatagus retained his lands and was allowed to govern his people so long as he acknowledged Rome's supremacy and paid the expected tribute. The Iceni prospered in relative peace. Trade goods flowed from the continent in abundance. Yet even in those years, mistrust lingered. The tribes understood that Rome gave only with one hand, while taking far more with the other. Life in these years was filled with both beauty and tension. Children chased each other through reed beds, while elders told stories around fires. Markets bustled with the sounds of barter, yet in the distance, marching feet on Roman roads echoed like a warning. Soldiers in segmented armor passed through, their eagle standards gleaming, their discipline unbending. They were a reminder that sovereignty was tolerated, not guaranteed. As the seasons turned, the people of Britain could not have known that their land would soon tremble. Their hills and fields, their rivers and towns, all would be swept into a storm, born not in Rome, but among themselves. At the heart of it would stand the woman whose defiance would make her name endure for nearly 2,000 years. In the flat, windswept lowlands of eastern Britain lay the lands of the Iceni. Their fields stretched wide beneath a restless sky. Their rivers wound slowly to the sea. It was here that a queen came to stand tall, both in stature and in spirit, alongside her husband the king. Together, they shaped the destiny of their tribe, in an age when foreign power pressed harder each year. Those who looked upon her spoke of her presence before her words. She was strikingly tall, her frame commanding, her auburn hair flowing down in heavy waves and bound in intricate plaits. She was not a figure hidden in the background, but one who walked at the front of processions, her spear a symbol of authority as much as of war. The people saw in her both the dignity of lineage and the fierce pride of a leader unwilling to shrink beneath the gaze of Rome. Praesatagus himself was no fool. He recognized the strength of the empire to the south and understood that open defiance too early would spell destruction. Mindful of Rome's habits, he set his affairs to protect his line, naming the emperor alongside his daughters in his will. It was a careful hedge that would soon be swept aside. This peace, uneasy though it was, brought some prosperity. The Iceni shaped fine talks of gold and bronze. Trade flowed through markets where local produce mixed with Roman imports. Chariots rattled across the countryside, carrying warriors whose horses were adorned with shining harness. Yet behind these scenes of daily life lay a deeper tension. Rome was patient, but its patience was rarely endless. The empire did not tolerate independence for long, and its governors carried instructions to tighten control where opportunity arose. For the people, Rome was both an opportunity and a shadow. Its coins made trade easier, yet they carried the faces of distant emperors few would ever see. Its soldiers were formidable, their armor glinting in sun or rain, but their presence reminded every tribe that true power lay elsewhere. Even within Iceni lands, there was a sense that the treaty was only a pause in a longer game. The queen bore this tension with unyielding dignity. She was both wife and mother, matriarch and warrior. Her daughters played within the roundhouse compounds, their laughter mingling with the sounds of livestock, smithing hammers, and the steady rhythm of village life. Around them, elders tended fields, druids observed the cycles of the moon, and warriors prepared spears and shields. It was a world that felt enduring, but its foundations were less secure than many realized. Rome allowed some local kings and queens rule, so long as they obeyed, paid, and provided troops. Useful for a while, never permanent. Their system relied on submission, and when a monarch died, they often claimed the territory outright. Praesatagus surely understood this risk, yet he hoped to preserve his line by naming both the emperor and his daughters as heirs, balancing loyalty with family honor. His queen, with her stern gaze and strong voice, stood beside him in this choice, perhaps sensing even then that Rome's word was brittle. For now, the land was calm enough. The fires burned in roundhouses, the harvest was gathered, the roads were traveled by merchants and soldiers alike. Yet the balance was delicate. Each year, Rome's grip grew a little tighter, and as it did, the queen watched and waited. The death of the king marked the end of a fragile peace. For years he had balanced his people's independence with the demands of Rome, keeping their land secure through loyalty and tribute. In his will, he attempted one last act of diplomacy. Half of his kingdom, he declared, would pass to the emperor and half to his daughters, ensuring both Rome's favor and his family's future. It was a compromise born of caution, but compromise was not in the empire's nature. When news of his death reached the Roman authorities, they swept aside the will as though it held no weight. To them, there was no half measure, no shared inheritance. A regional king's passing meant that his land now belonged fully to Rome. The Iceni were not heirs, but subjects, and their wealth was to be seized. The response was swift and cruel. Officials arrived to claim property, stripping the nobles of their estates, repossessing treasures that had been guarded for generations. The queen herself was dragged before them, publicly flogged as though she were no more than a criminal. Her daughters suffered even worse. Enduring a violation meant not only to break their bodies, but to humiliate their people. The message was clear. The Iceni were to bow or be broken. Yet humiliation can spark something greater than fear. Among the tribe, anger burned hotter than any hearth fire. The elders remembered their dignity, the warriors their oaths, the women their lineage. The queen, scarred but unbowed, stood before them not as a victim, but as a rallying figure. Her suffering had become their own, and her defiance was theirs to share. Across the lowlands, rumors spread. Other tribes heard of Rome's treatment of a queen and her daughters. Old grievances stirred, long simmering resentment rising to the surface. The Trinovantes, a neighboring tribe in modern Essex, long weary of Roman settlers building temples to foreign gods on their land, listened closely. Farmers who had paid heavy taxes and warriors who had bent under the burden of tribute all began to wonder whether this was the moment to resist. The Iceni themselves prepared with grim determination. Spears were honed, shields repaired, horses trained for chariots. In the roundhouses, druids spoke of omens, women crying out that destruction was near, waters turning red, statues of Roman gods toppling. These signs were read as the will of the divine, proof that rebellion was not only justified, but sanctified. For the Romans, it was business as usual. Governors and financiers counted their profits. Veterans settled on seized land. Merchants carried on trade. Few suspected the storm gathering beyond the forests and marshes. They underestimated the strength of memory, the depth of pride, and the fury of a people whose honor had been so callously trampled. The Queen, once forced to endure the lash, now stood taller than ever in the eyes of her people. She had become more than a monarch. She was the living embodiment of their defiance. Where Rome had sought to humiliate, they had instead forged a symbol too powerful to ignore. The death of the king opened to them a new path. It was not the one he had envisioned, nor the peace he had tried to preserve. It was harsher, darker, but also inevitable. The empire had broken its promise, and in doing so had awoken a rebellion that would shake Britain to its core. In the wake of Rome's cruelty, the Iceni did not stand alone. Across the fields and forests, word traveled swiftly, carried on the lips of traders, travelers, and discontented farmers. Stories of the Queen's flogging and her daughter's humiliation struck chords of outrage in neighboring lands. The Trinovantes, already resentful of Roman settlers who had taken their fertile ground and raised a grand temple to the emperor at Camulodunum, were the first to respond. Their hatred had been simmering, and now it found its spark. Around the campfires, leaders spoke of old grievances, taxes that drained harvests, land confiscations that pushed families from their homes, and the endless arrogance of Roman officials who dismissed Celtic laws as if they were nothing. The Queen's defiance became a rallying cry, her suffering proof of Rome's contempt. In villages from the eastern coast to the wooded valleys, chiefs listened to envoys from the Iceni and weighed their choices. Some feared Rome's retribution, yet others saw a chance to reclaim freedom. Preparations began quietly, but with determination. Chariots were pulled from storage, their wooden frames strengthened, their wheels bound with iron. Spears were sharpened, shields repaired with new hides. Warriors readied themselves for battle. Women, too, joined the gatherings, carrying food, tending fires, and singing chants that bound the assembly with a sense of purpose older than empire. At the center of it all stood the Queen. She was not hidden behind walls or veils, but visible, her tall form commanding attention, her hair catching the light of fire and torch. She spoke to the assembled tribes of justice denied, of the gods who would not allow such insult to pass unanswered. Her words were measured yet fierce, her presence a living reminder of what Rome had done. The Druids lent their voices as well. They spoke of omens, statues of the goddess Victory turning from the Romans, the sea foaming red with strange tides, and voices heard in sacred groves predicting the fall of cities. These prophecies, whether born of faith or fear, deepened the conviction that the gods themselves favored rebellion. In this sense, the struggle was not only against legions, but against fate itself, and fate had shifted to their side. The Roman presence in Britain was formidable, yet their forces were stretched thin. Many soldiers were away campaigning in Wales, where the governor, Suetonius Paulinus, was focused on crushing Druid strongholds on the island of Mona. This left settlements in the east less defended, their garrisons small and complacent. It was an opportunity as fleeting as it was vital, and the tribes knew they must act before it slipped away. As alliances formed, an army began to take shape. Tens of thousands gathered. They came from fields and villages, from marsh and woodland, men and women alike carrying whatever weapons they could muster. The host swelled, a tide of humanity driven not by pay or command, but by fury, memory, and the desire for vengeance. In these moments of gathering, the land itself seemed to tremble with anticipation. Fires burned through the night, drums sounded across hills, and the breath of countless horses steamed in the cool air. For generations the tribes had lived with rivalry and division, yet now they were bound together by something greater than old disputes. Rome had overstepped, and in doing so had unified those who once stood apart. The first blow fell upon Camulodunum, the Roman colony known today as Colchester. Built upon the site of an old tribal capital, it had been reshaped in stone and tile, its streets laid out in orderly lines, its walls more symbolic than strong. At its heart rose the temple of Claudius, a gleaming monument to the emperor that to the tribes stood not as a shrine, but as a fortress of arrogance built with their labor and taxes. The settlers within the town were veterans of Roman campaigns, men who had been granted land as reward for their service. They lived with the assurance that their empire was eternal, and they treated the local Britons with disdain. Few believed the rumors of rebellion that spread through the countryside. Even as reports reached them of tribes gathering in vast numbers, the colonists imagined that the governor would soon return with legions to scatter the discontented. But when the host arrived, the iron-bound wheels rattled the field strips and hedge banks for miles. Iceni chariots rolled across the fields. Warriors daubed in blue swept through the outskirts, and the cries of the advancing horde rose above the smoke of burning farmsteads. The town, poorly defended, had no legion to protect it. Only a small garrison and the temple stood as resistance. The defenders fell back into the temple, barricading doors, rationing scant stores, and sending runners for help. The garrison had no engines and few missiles. For 2 days they held out, while flames consumed the streets outside, and the tribes dismantled what little fortification the colony had. On the 3rd day, the doors gave under fire-hardened rams. Ladders went up, the inner court was taken room by room, and the last defenders were cut down among toppled columns. The destruction of Camulodunum was complete. Houses and villas crumbled into ash, fields were stripped bare, and the colony that had been Rome's proud foothold in the east was swept from the map. Ancient accounts speak of the rage of the tribes, sparing little in their fury. For the Britons, this was justice, the punishment of oppressors who had mocked their ways, seized their land, and dishonored their queen. From the countryside, more tribes now joined the swelling rebellion. The victory at Camulodunum proved that Rome was not invincible, that the legions could be humbled, their towns burned. The news traveled fast, carried by survivors and witnesses, reaching London and beyond. Panic spread among settlers and officials, many of whom began to flee south in hopes of finding protection. For the Queen, this first triumph was both vengeance and beginning. She had shown her people that Rome could be defied, that humiliation could be answered with fire. Yet she knew too that Rome's response would come. Suetonius Paulinus still commanded legions in Britain, and when he returned from Wales, he would bring the discipline and cruelty for which Rome was feared. For now, though, the tide was with the tribes. Fires smouldered across Camulodunum's ruins, smoke drifting into the sky as a signal to all Britain. The temple was gone, the colony erased, and the uprising had taken its first city. As the warriors rested, sharpening their spears and tending to their wounded, their eyes turned southwards. There, along the Thames, lay Londinium, young, prosperous, and utterly unprepared. South along the Thames lay Londinium, a settlement still young, but thriving. Traders from across the empire filled its markets with goods from Gaul, Spain, and the Mediterranean. Its streets hummed with the movement of merchants, soldiers, and families who had come to build new lives under Roman protection. Unlike Camulodunum, it had no grand temple to an emperor, but it was the beating heart of commerce in Roman Britain. Its timber bridges spanned the river, and its warehouses overflowed with grain, hides, and imported luxuries. Yet behind this prosperity lay fragility. Londinium had no strong walls, no legion posted for its defense. When word arrived of the destruction at Colchester, fear spread quickly through its streets. Rumors of slaughter, temples torn down, and colonies erased unsettled even the most confident settlers. Some gathered possessions, preparing to flee. Others begged for protection from the governor. But Suetonius Paulinus was far to the west, marching his legions back from Wales. He paused briefly at Londinium, weighing the city's fate. The settlement was prosperous, but militarily worthless. He judged it indefensible with the forces at hand, and marched on, leaving its people to their fate. Into this vacuum swept the rebel host. From the north and east, warriors advanced in a surge of chariots, horses, and marching feet. Their numbers had grown with each victory, swelling into the tens of thousands. At their head rode the queen, her tall frame rising above the throng, auburn hair catching the sun, spear gleaming. To the tribes, Londinium was a symbol of Rome's wealth, and to see it fall would be to prove their uprising unstoppable. The attack came swiftly. Fires were set to the thatched roofs, flames leaping from one timber building to the next. Markets and storehouses collapsed in roaring heat, their contents lost to the blaze. Smoke poured into the sky, darkening the horizon as the city's people tried in vain to flee. For many, escape was impossible. The bridges clogged with desperate crowds, boats overturned in the river, and the streets became choking channels of fire and panic. Ancient writers described the devastation with awe and horror. To them, Londinium's destruction was a catastrophe, a wound to the empire itself. Yet to the tribes, it was justice, swift and cleansing. The warehouses that had stored their tribute were reduced to ash, the houses of Roman merchants leveled, their wealth scattered. For the first time, Rome's proud claim to permanence in Britain seemed fragile. When the flames at last subsided, Londinium was no more than smouldering timbers and blackened earth. Survivors crept southward, carrying tales of fire and ruin. To the Britons who had taken part, it was a triumph, proof that the gods favored their cause. But in the back of every mind lay the question of how long such fortune could last. For now, however, the Queen's revolt seemed unstoppable. Colchester lay in ruins, London burned, and the road ahead was open. Another Roman settlement, Verulamium, lay just beyond, and the tribes moved towards it with the same fire in their hearts. Each step forward carried them deeper into defiance, their victories mounting, their resolve hardening. The land of Britain shook with their passage, and the empire itself, far away across the sea, began to feel the tremors. Northwest of London lay Verulamium, the Roman town we now know as St. Albans. It was smaller than Londinium, but still prosperous, its streets lined with workshops, villas, and market stalls. For Rome, it was a place of order and profit, an outpost of civilization among what they considered wild tribes. For the rebels, it was the next mark on their path, another settlement raised upon land that had once been free. By the time the host approached, the smoke of London still lingered on the wind. Survivors who had fled spread word of fire and destruction, their stories thick with fear. Some at Verulamium tried to flee, while others stayed, trusting that Rome would not abandon them as it had London. Yet the legions were still far off, and the town lay exposed. The rebels advanced with the confidence of triumph. Their chariots thundered over fields, horses snorting in the cold morning air, wheels flashing with bronze. Warriors marched in swelling ranks, their voices raised in chants that echoed across the hills. At their center rode their queen, fearless and unflinching. To the Britons, she was no longer only a monarch, but the living emblem of their struggle. Verulamium's defenses could not withstand such numbers. Fires were set swiftly, flames leaping from roof to roof, turning the timber town into a furnace. Workshops collapsed, markets vanished in smoke, and the cries of the desperate rose with the roar of fire. Ancient writers tell us that tens of thousands perished, their accounts heavy with the horror of what unfolded. To the Romans, it was massacre. To the tribes, it was vengeance long denied. For the Britons, this third victory carried enormous weight. In less than a season, 3 major Roman centers had been destroyed. Camulodunum had fallen, Londinium burned, and now Verulamium lay in ashes. The uprising had grown beyond anything the empire expected. Britain's tribes, once divided by rivalries, were united by triumph. The land rang with the sound of drums, and the smoke of conquest carried far into the distance. Yet in the embers of victory, a shadow loomed. Each settlement destroyed brought the Romans closer to a reckoning. Suetonius Paulinus, governor of Britain, was no ordinary commander. Hardened by campaigns in Africa and Gaul, he was ruthless, patient, and disciplined. Even as the towns burned, he was gathering what remained of the legions, drawing soldiers back from scattered posts, concentrating his force for one decisive clash. Among the rebels, there was both exultation and uncertainty. Some believed Rome could never recover from such blows, that Britain might finally be free of the invader. Others sensed the danger ahead. As Verulamium's ruins smoldered, the tribes celebrated in the fields. Horses stamped and whinnied, drums pounded, and warriors raised spears to the sky. The queen stood among them, the firelight reflecting in her hair, her figure tall against the smoke. Her defiance had carried them this far, her people transformed by her endurance into an army that seemed to sweep all before it. But on the horizon, beyond the forests and the hills, the legions were marching. They would not come as scattered settlers or panicked garrisons. They would come as Rome itself, determined to restore their dominion. The great clash was drawing near. While smoke still rose from the ruins of Verulamium, the governor of Britain was preparing his answer. Suetonius Paulinus had been far away when the revolt began, driving his legions through the mountains of Wales to destroy the Druids on the island of Mona. It was a brutal campaign meant to break the spiritual heart of the tribes, but the rebellion forced his hand. He marched back east with grim purpose, gathering every soldier he could along the way. The rebellion had burned with terrifying speed, but Rome was patient. Suetonius understood that one defeat could mean the loss of the whole province, and so he refused to waste men in reckless defense. He had abandoned Londinium because it could not be held. He had allowed Verulamium to fall because he needed time. While the tribes exhausted themselves in fire and fury, he drew his legions together, forging them into a single, unbreakable spear. His forces were still small compared to the mass of rebels. Ancient accounts say perhaps 10,000 soldiers, hardened legionaries, auxiliaries, and cavalry, against a host that may have numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Yet, Suetonius knew that numbers alone did not win battles. Rome's discipline was its strength. Each soldier had drilled until the shield was an extension of the arm, the short sword as natural as breath. In open ground, properly positioned, a Roman legion was more than an army. It was a machine. The countryside between the Midlands and the coast filled with fear. Refugees stumbled south, carrying stories of slaughter. Farms were abandoned, markets left empty. Those loyal to Rome prayed for the legions to return, while others weighed whether to join the rebellion or wait for its outcome. The land seemed to hold its breath, poised between liberation and devastation. Meanwhile, the rebels exulted in their triumphs. They believed the empire broken, the governor powerless, the soldiers too few to resist them. Confidence swelled like a rising tide. The queen urged her warriors onward, her tall figure a beacon of defiance. Victory had come so swiftly that many believed it would continue without end. But in their triumph lay danger. Their forces were vast, but unwieldy. Families followed the host, carts filled with food and possessions, slowing their march. Suetonius planned for advantage, not spectacle. He meant to compress the rebel front, force a head-on clash, and deny his flanks the space where numbers tell. He gathered what troops he had, stripped the baggage, and directed his men to prevail by drill, the weight of their shields, and timing rather than sheer numbers. As the governor prepared, messengers rode to and fro. Orders were barked, camps dug, weapons sharpened. The soldiers knew the odds, yet their confidence in Roman training held steady. They had seen tribes before, in Gaul, Spain, and in Africa. They knew the chaos of great hosts and trusted that order would prevail. The stage was set for a confrontation that would decide not only the fate of a queen, but of the entire province. Suetonius formed his army on a constricted shelf of ground, hemmed by thick woodland, with a gentle rise ahead. The legions dressed their line in tight ranks, auxiliaries held the wings, and the cavalry waited out on the flanks. Javelins were stacked ready. The front cohort knelt behind a fence of shields, while the standards lifted in the breeze. Across the open approach, the rebel host spilled forward, their wagons massed in the rear. The rebels arrived in a mass that seemed endless. Ancient writers claimed more than 100,000, perhaps 200,000, though such numbers were surely exaggerated. Yet to the Romans, looking out from their narrow line, it must have felt as though the entire island had risen against them. Men, women, and children had followed the host, and the warriors, daubed in blue and armed with spears and axes, shouted curses at the legion. At the center, the queen directed the chariot teams with clipped signals, drawing the surge toward the Roman front. Before the clash, she addressed her people. Ancient sources tell of her fierce words, declaring that she fought not for wealth or power, but for justice, for freedom, for the honor of her family and all Britain. Her voice carried across the crowd, stirring their hearts with anger and resolve. The charge began as a roar. Chariots surged forward, horses pounding, wheels flashing in the sun. Warriors poured across the field, their cries rising like thunder. But as they neared, the Roman heavy javelins flew. Heavy javelins pierced shields and bodies, bringing down the first wave in a stumble of blood and dust. The legions advanced in step, shields locked, swords thrusting with measured force. The rebels pressed hard, but the narrow ground worked against them. Their vast numbers became a hindrance. Those at the rear could not reach the fight, while those at the front were crushed against Roman shields. The discipline of the legions did not falter. Each movement was drilled, each advance controlled. Slowly, inexorably, the rebels were driven back. Then the Roman cavalry swept out from the flanks, cutting into the mass of warriors. The carts and families in the rear became a deadly trap. Pressed from behind, the tribes had nowhere to retreat. Chaos turned to rout. The battlefield, a crush of bodies. The cries of the desperate swallowed by the sound of iron and hooves. By the day's end, the rebellion lay broken. Ancient sources speak of dreadful losses among the Britons. What is clear is that the uprising, so fierce and so close to success, had been shattered in a single encounter. The legion stood bloodied, but intact. Suetonius had gambled everything on this ground, and his decision had saved the province. For the queen, it was the end of her defiance in the field. Defeated, but not forgotten, she vanished from the record soon after, her fate wrapped in mystery. When the battle was lost, the great tide of rebellion ebbed as swiftly as it had risen. Survivors scattered into forests and marshes, carrying with them the memory of fire and fury. The queen herself slipped from the pages of certainty into the realm of legend. Some said she took poison, unwilling to be paraded in chains through the streets of Rome. Others believed illness claimed her after the strain of war. A few whispered that she escaped, vanishing into the wilds to live out her days unseen. Though her body was never found, her shadow endured. To the Romans, she was a savage leader whose defiance had nearly cost them a province. To her people, she was more than that: a mother, a queen, a symbol of a spirit that would not be subdued. The lands of the Iceni bore the scars of Rome's vengeance, yet her story passed from voice to voice, remembered in fireside tales and in the uneasy respect of her enemies. The scale of her revolt shook the empire. 3 towns had been reduced to blackened earth, tens of thousands of settlers and soldiers slain, and for a brief moment the Roman hold on Britain tottered on the edge of collapse. It was a reminder that even the mightiest empire could tremble when faced with the fury of those it thought broken. Centuries later, when Rome itself fell, her name still lingered. In time, she became a figure of national memory, her statue raised in London, her defiance retold in chronicles, poetry, and legend. She was remembered not only for what she destroyed, but for what she embodied, the refusal to bow, even when the odds were insurmountable. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of D.B. Cooper, the infamous and elusive skyjacker who vanished into the clouds from a jetliner over the Pacific Northwest with over $200,000 in cash. The story begins with a nondescript figure standing in a queue on the tarmac, waiting to board a flight to Seattle. His description is largely unremarkable. A man of average height, with a dark suit and carrying a briefcase, blending seamlessly with the other passengers. He ordered a drink and watched the rain slide across the window as the aircraft taxied toward takeoff. It had all the makings of an ordinary flight, or so it seemed, until Cooper calmly handed a note to a flight attendant detailing his demands. What soon followed was a carefully executed plan, unmatched in forethought or precision. Cooper demanded parachutes and a ransom. Upon landing, he released the passengers and instructed the pilots to take off again. The jet flew low and slow through choppy weather, with only radar and instruments to guide them. Before the night was over, D.B. Cooper would leap from the plane and be the first skyjacker in history to collect a ransom and remain at large. Who was this mysterious man? What became of him? And where did he gain the skills and experience needed to orchestrate such an operation? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll examine what's known and many of the more intriguing theories that continue to spark debate. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's leap into the unknown with D.B. Cooper as we explore one of the most enduring, unsolved mysteries in American history. It was the afternoon of the 24th of November, 1971, the day before Thanksgiving, when a man joined the queue to board Northwest Orient Flight 305 in Portland. The weather was damp and unsettled, rain streaking across the tarmac and collecting in shallow pools beneath the wing of the aircraft. Travelers shuffled forward, coats buttoned, bags clutched. Among them was a figure in a dark business suit with a black tie and a long overcoat, carrying only a briefcase. He was in his mid-40s, of average height, with neatly combed hair. Nothing about him drew attention. He purchased his ticket with cash at the counter, just $20 for the short hop to Seattle. Once aboard, he moved down the narrow aisle and settled into seat 18C, near the rear of the aircraft. He placed the briefcase beside him and ordered a bourbon and soda. The flight was only 30 minutes long, yet he appeared unhurried and oddly comfortable in the close space of the cabin. Witnesses later remembered his dark sunglasses, which he wore even inside. To those nearby, he seemed like a businessman heading home for the holiday, passing unnoticed among the other travelers. The crew prepared for takeoff. The engines roared, and the plane began its roll down the wet runway. As the wheels lifted from the ground and Portland fell away beneath them, the man reclined slightly and sipped his drink. For the flight attendants, it was another routine leg, a short shuttle that carried commuters and holiday travelers alike. Nothing about this passenger hinted at what was to come. Florence Schaffner, one of the flight attendants, passed through the aisle as she had done countless times before. The man in 18C handed her a folded note. She tucked it unopened into her pocket, assuming it was a telephone number, as many flight attendants received from traveling men. But a moment later, he leaned towards her and said in a calm voice that she should read it. She unfolded the paper and read the following: "Miss, I have a bomb in my briefcase and want you to sit by me." When asked discreetly what he meant, he opened his briefcase just enough for her to glimpse a bundle of red cylinders connected by wires. He then gave instructions. She was to deliver his demands to the cockpit. He wanted $200,000 in $20 bills, 4 parachutes, and a fuel truck waiting in Seattle. He spoke without panic or aggression, more like a man negotiating terms than making threats. In the cockpit, the captain and his crew received the message with a mix of disbelief and urgency. Protocol was clear. They informed air traffic control which in turn contacted the FBI. For the passengers seated toward the front, nothing seemed unusual. The flight continued smoothly through the grey skies of the Pacific Northwest. Drinks were served, magazines opened, briefcases set on knees. Only the crew knew that the course of events had shifted. Behind the calm exterior of the cabin, a hijacking was underway. The man remained composed, watching the attendants with a steady gaze. He adjusted his tie and waited as if he had all the time in the world. For those who observed him closely, it was this calmness that stood out most. He was not frantic, not boastful, and not cruel. He was methodical, prepared, and quietly assured of what would happen next. Florence steadied herself, then looked back to the man at the rear of the plane. He was almost businesslike, as if he had been preparing for this exchange for months. When she hesitated, he unlatched his briefcase. Inside was a neat bundle of red cylinders attached by wires to a central battery. It was shown only for a moment, but the sight was enough to confirm the threat. She closed the case and carried his instructions forward to the cockpit. The pilots received the note with controlled alarm. The captain, William Scott, had flown countless hours on this route, yet nothing in his training truly prepared him for this. He listened carefully as Schaffner repeated the hijacker's demands. The request was clear, specific, and surprisingly detailed. It was also practical. Unlike many hijackers of the era, he had not asked for millions or made wild political statements. He wanted money, a way out, and enough time to disappear. Through the radio, air traffic control relayed the demands to Seattle, and the FBI began to assemble the ransom. Banks were contacted, bills were gathered, serial numbers were recorded. Time was short, and yet the instructions were carried out efficiently. The aircraft continued north, as though nothing unusual had occurred, while a flurry of activity unfolded on the ground. Meanwhile, back in the cabin, the hijacker remained calm. He ordered another drink, smoked a Raleigh cigarette, and gave little away. The attendants described him as polite, even courteous, though firm in his instructions. He insisted that blinds be drawn on the windows to reduce visibility from outside. Passengers, seated forward and unaware of the drama, assumed only that weather or mechanical issues were slowing their journey. Florence Schaffner was soon replaced in her duties by Tina Mucklow, another flight attendant. She sat near the hijacker for most of the journey, relaying his instructions and answering his questions. The minutes stretched on as the aircraft drew closer to Seattle. Fuel burned steadily, gauges ticked forward, and dusk began to settle across the Pacific Northwest. Outside, the landscape darkened into a patchwork of rivers, forests, and small towns, their lights flickering against a lowering sky. In the cabin, however, time felt suspended. For the crew, the situation carried a strange duality. At the front of the plane, pilots held to their course, listening for updates from the ground, their minds focused on the next steps. At the rear, the hijacker sat with his briefcase at his side, his demeanor almost relaxed. Between them, the flight attendants moved carefully, serving drinks to unsuspecting passengers while keeping an eye on every small gesture from seat 18C. By the time Seattle came into view, both sides of this tense negotiation were already set in motion. The FBI had secured the ransom. The parachutes had been gathered, and the runway awaited with law enforcement standing by. As the jetliner neared Seattle, preparations on the ground gathered pace. At the FBI office, phones rang in short bursts, while agents coordinated with a downtown bank to pull together the ransom in used $20 bills. Clerks worked a swift assembly line, photographing and logging serial numbers, stacking notes into rubber-banded bricks that would fit easily into a duffel bag. At the same time, agents contacted a local skydiving school for parachutes. Packs were checked for completeness, bundled into canvas bags, and driven to SeaTac under escort. No speeches, no grandstanding, only the urgent routine of a plan taking shape. At the airport, operations staff cleared a remote stand well away from terminal windows. Fuel trucks and stair units were positioned on call rather than in view. Police and federal cars held in the shadows beyond the floodlights. Blue beacons capped, engines low. Controllers reserved a taxi route that would keep the aircraft out of public sight as soon as it landed. The aim was simple: reduce opportunities for panic, contain risk, and keep options open. In the cabin, attendants maintained a measured rhythm. They checked belts, straightened galley latches, and moved with the practiced economy of people who knew every inch of the aisle. Up front, most travelers remained absorbed in their own small worlds. A newspaper folded to the crossword, a magazine article halfway done, a window view traded for a few minutes of rest. SeaTac's damp evening settled over the field, vapor rising off the concrete, thin spray drifting beneath the lights. The airside radios carried clipped exchanges: runway, stand, handlers, tower. None of it carried beyond the cockpit door. The crew received a final set of instructions from the man at the rear. The pilots acknowledged and focused on the descent. Touchdown came just after 5:30. Reverse thrust swelled and faded. The aircraft slowed and turned clear of the active runway. Following tower guidance, it taxied away from the terminal, threading past hangars and service roads toward the chosen stand. From outside, it looked like any other evening arrival diverted for a technical check. From inside, it was a narrow corridor of decisions, each one feeding into the next. The money convoy rolled through a secure gate, while the parachutes arrived by a separate route. Airfield staff kept their distance, deferring to the agents now clustered at a control point near the perimeter road. The orders were to move deliberately, minimize contact, and keep everything off the main apron. No rush, no crowding at the stairs. Engines stayed running as the cabin pressure remained steady. The smell of warm fuel drifted faintly through the air ducts. The jet came to a final stop at the remote position. The captain and first officer ran their checklists, eyes flicking across instruments, each line a small reassurance in an evening that offered few. Beyond the windows, shapes moved at the edge of the floodlit circle, unresolved and patient. The next phase would take place out of public view. No announcements over the loudspeaker, no scenes on the main concourse. The aeroplane had been positioned, the lists completed, the deliveries timed. What happened next would be between the people on the steps and the people on board. The steps rose to the forward door and held there, the handrails gleaming under the floodlights. A ground handler climbed just high enough to pass over the canvas sack, then retreated. Agents, keeping their distance, watched for a signal from the cabin. Inside, the atmosphere tightened, but held. The bag came aboard. The door closed again. Passengers began to disembark in small groups. Attendants guided them down the stairs with practiced care. A hand at the elbow here, a word of reassurance there, and handed them over to waiting staff, who shepherded them to a bus. 36 in all, moving steadily from warm cabin air to the damp evening, most convinced this was a delay best forgotten. Their part in the story ended at the bottom step. With the seats now empty, attention narrowed to essentials. The sack was opened on a rear galley counter, the bricks of cash checked for number and condition, then transferred into a duffel. The parachute packs were set out and inspected. Harnesses, risers, pins. He kept one reserve by his side and cut neat strips from another to lash the money more securely. When preparations were complete, he set out the plan for departure. The aircraft would head south, refueling in Reno before continuing toward Mexico City. The flight would depart under reduced altitude and speed, with the rear air stairs available for use after takeoff. Lighting would be kept low, and the cabin managed to avoid drawing attention to the back of the aeroplane. The instructions were crisp and left little room for debate. The captain relayed the plan to Tower and Operations, who relayed it in turn to the agents at the perimeter. There were discussions nobody on board would hear, options weighed, contingencies drafted, but the choice was already made. With passengers off and tempers cool, a controlled departure was safer than a forced endgame on the stand. Fuel flowed, figures were signed off, a last check of doors and latches. The staircase was withdrawn and the forward door secured. The crew took their places. The cabin, now pared down to essentials, felt strangely spacious, as though the aeroplane had shed its daytime role and become something leaner, more purposeful. From the rear, he gave a small nod that meant only proceed. The engines wound to a steady hum. The aircraft eased off the blocks and began its slow turn back toward the taxiway. Through the flight deck windows, the runway lights drew a white path across the darkness. On the apron behind, the cluster of vehicles remained still. Their presence felt more than seen. There was no announcement for the non-existent cabin, no wave from the door, only the practical rhythm of a departure at the edge of the field. The plane paused at the hold, received its clearance, and rolled forward, gathering speed. Within moments, it lifted back into the Pacific Northwest night, leaving behind a stand washed in yellow light and a handful of people who had just watched the most unusual exchange of their careers. What happened next would be decided above the clouds, beyond the reach of floodlights and fences, where instruments and intention would carry the story on. From the cockpit, Captain William Scott could feel the unusual drag of the aircraft as it flew under the strict conditions Cooper had imposed. The landing gear stayed lowered, the flaps set at 15 degrees, and the altitude held at around 10,000 feet. The airspeed was kept just above stall level, far slower than usual for a passenger jet. The cabin itself remained depressurized, making the atmosphere inside feel heavier, as though the flight was already brushing against the edge of the wilderness below. In the cabin, the hijacker kept to himself. He ordered the flight attendant, Tina Mucklow, to sit away from him and draw the curtain. From then on, she would see only glimpses of his movements. He stayed calm, occasionally adjusting the duffel bag or the parachute packs. The flight pushed southward into worsening weather. Winds buffeted the aircraft, rain hammered against the metal skin, and turbulence caused the wings to shudder. To the pilots, conditions were challenging, but manageable. To the man preparing to leap from the rear stair, it was a formidable test. The temperature outside hovered just above freezing, with heavy cloud, no moonlight, and a rough patchwork of forest and river beneath. The ground was invisible. At 8:05 p.m., the cockpit intercom buzzed. Cooper had an instruction: lower the rear air stair. The pilots explained that doing so in flight would be dangerous, but he insisted. They complied as far as possible. Warning lights in the cockpit showed the stair had been unlocked, though the rushing air made it nearly impossible to extend fully while airborne. Cooper appeared unfazed. He gathered the bag of money, secured it with strips cut from one of the parachute cords, and fixed a parachute to his back. For a while, the crew heard nothing. Then, at 8:13 p.m., a sudden shift jolted the plane. The nose pitched upward sharply, forcing the pilots to correct. In the logbook, it was noted as a sudden change in the plane's balance. To those on board, it felt like weight and balance had changed abruptly. Someone had jumped from the back of the aircraft. The cockpit crew held their course, unsure whether he had jumped or remained crouched in the stairwell. They dared not leave their posts to check. The cabin behind them was dark, the roar of wind rushing through the open stair, making it impossible to hear anything clearly. For the next hour, they continued toward Reno, eyes on the instruments, minds replaying the strange sensation they had felt. When at last they landed just after 10 p.m., law enforcement surrounded the plane. Armed agents approached cautiously, searching the cabin with weapons raised. But there was no one at the rear. The stair hung heavy in the night air, buffeted by wind. The man who had boarded in Portland that afternoon had vanished. Somewhere in the vast, rain-soaked expanse below, between rivers, forests, and mountains, he had stepped into darkness. Whether he survived or not remained unknown. The plane soon touched down in Reno. What followed was one of the most extensive searches in the history of American law enforcement. The authorities began combing the wilderness of southwest Washington, focusing on a stretch of rugged terrain between aerial and woodland. It was an unforgiving landscape of thick pine forest, winding rivers, and steep ridges, all made treacherous by November rain and winter chill. Helicopters swept low over the trees, while ground teams pushed through brush and mud with dogs at their side. Paratroopers from nearby bases joined the effort, retracing the likely flight path and calculating descent zones. Maps were pinned with grids, and each day new areas were marked off, yet no parachute, no body, no equipment, and no bag of money were ever found. Investigators faced serious challenges. The exact jump point was uncertain. Turbulence, wind drift, and the limitations of radar made it nearly impossible to know precisely where Cooper had made his escape. The search zone covered miles of dense, inaccessible ground. Streams ran fast and high with rain, easily carrying away evidence, the possibility remained that he had landed far outside the area altogether. Attention then turned to what he had left behind on the aircraft. On seat 18C lay a black clip-on tie, its cheap fabric pinched with use. In later years, scientists analyzing it under powerful microscopes found traces of rare metals, titanium, stainless steel, and aluminium, particles associated with advanced manufacturing industries. This raised the possibility that Cooper had worked in or around aerospace facilities, giving him both the knowledge and confidence to attempt such a jump. The crew also recalled that he had smoked several Raleigh cigarettes during the flight. 8 butts were collected from the armrest ashtray, bagged as evidence, but in time they were misplaced, a costly loss. Had they been preserved, modern DNA techniques might have provided the strongest clue of all. Fingerprints lifted from the seat and from a few items were inconclusive, matching no one with certainty. The money itself became another thread in the story. Banks across the country were alerted to check incoming notes for the serial numbers documented by the FBI, but none of the bills appeared in normal commerce. It was as though the cash had vanished with the man. Then, in 1980, nearly a decade after the hijacking, a boy digging a fire pit along the Columbia River uncovered 3 bundles of bills buried in the sand. The notes, still bound with rubber bands, matched the ransom serial numbers exactly. In total, nearly $6,000 had resurfaced. The find raised more questions than it answered. Did Cooper bury the money himself, or had it washed downstream from some unknown resting place? Why only part of the ransom? The remainder was still missing. Despite thousands of hours spent searching forests, rivers, and financial records, the trail grew colder with each passing year. The evidence that remained was tantalizing, but incomplete. A tie covered in mysterious particles. A handful of bills discovered by chance. And memories held by a crew who could never forget that long, rain-soaked night. For many who have studied the case, the most persuasive idea is that the man survived his jump and disappeared into the world. This theory rests on one central point. He seemed too well prepared, too deliberate in his choices, to have intended anything else. From the beginning, the hijacking showed signs of careful planning. He chose a Boeing 727, one of the few commercial aircraft with rear air stairs that could be lowered in flight. He asked for several parachutes, ensuring the authorities would not dare provide him with a sabotaged pack. He knew to order the plane flown at a safe altitude for a parachute descent, and at a reduced speed that kept the jump feasible. These were not random details. They suggested either prior research or direct experience in aviation and parachuting. Supporters of the survival theory argue that he could have landed near one of the many roads or clearings below, removed his parachute, and simply walked away. The Pacific Northwest was a region he may have known well, and in 1971, its forests offered endless places to hide. If he had transport waiting, he could have vanished within hours. Over the years, several suspects were considered strong candidates under this theory. One was Kenneth Christiansen, a former paratrooper and employee of Northwest Orient. He matched some elements of the composite sketch, lived in the region, and had the skills to manage such a jump. His family later suggested he had once hinted at involvement. Another was Dwayne Webber, who allegedly confessed on his deathbed that he was Cooper. His widow recalled him talking in vague terms about leaving fingerprints on an aircraft and suffering an injury from a parachute jump. A third suspect was L.D. Cooper, who was identified by a niece who claimed family members had suspected him for years. Each of these men carried fragments of the story, but none could be tied directly to the evidence. Fingerprints were inconclusive, DNA from the tie too limited, and witness descriptions too variable. Still, the suspicion lingered. They fit the profile of a man with the nerve and knowledge to carry off such a plan. What adds weight to the survival theory is the mystery of the money. Other than the small cash discovered in 1980, none of the bills have ever appeared in circulation. If Cooper had died in the woods with the ransom on him, searchers might have found at least part of the bundle in later years. Yet no trace emerged, suggesting he may have hidden or laundered it carefully, or chosen never to spend it at all. There is also his behavior during the hijacking. Witnesses described him as calm, polite, and in control. He was not reckless or impulsive. He smoked, drank, and even offered to request meals for the crew. This demeanor implied someone confident in his plan. He did not act like a man preparing to die in a desperate gamble, but like one executing an escape. If he survived, then the greatest question remains: what became of him? Some imagine he slipped into a new life under a different name, the money stashed or spent carefully in small amounts. Others suggest he may have lived modestly, content with having pulled off such a feat. For those who believe this theory, the enduring appeal lies in its possibility. Somewhere in America, a man may have lived out his days with a secret no one could ever prove, having vanished from the rear stair of a jetliner into legend. The second major theory holds that Cooper never lived to tell his tale. According to this view, the night sky over Washington claimed him within minutes of leaving the aircraft. Investigators who favor this explanation point to the many hazards stacked against him: weather, clothing, equipment, and terrain. The jump was made in November, with a storm sweeping across the Pacific Northwest. Winds gusted at more than 30 knots, and rain fell steadily. Visibility was poor, and the ground below was a patchwork of rivers, steep hillsides, and dense pine forest. For an experienced parachutist with proper gear, it would have been a formidable test. For a man in a suit, loafers, and a trench coat, it bordered on suicidal. The parachutes he was given were not ideal. Among them was a reserve pack, intended only for training, sewn shut and not functional for actual use. Whether through ignorance or misjudgment, Cooper took it with him, strapping it on along with the main chute. He also chose to carry the heavy sack of money, bound with cut parachute cords. The additional weight made the jump more dangerous, the landing more uncertain. FBI agents argued that the odds were firmly against survival. The aircraft was flying through darkness at roughly 200 knots. He had no visible night vision equipment, no altimeter, and no clear landing zone. Without light or landmarks, he would have had little control over where he came down. If he landed in a river, the weight of the cash and the cold water could have ended him quickly. If he struck forest or rock at an awkward angle, the parachute might not have saved him. The lack of evidence in this view supports the theory of death. No bills appeared in circulation, no body was ever recovered, and no parachute was found intact. The discovery of $5,800 in decaying bills along the Columbia River in 1980 could fit the idea that the ransom was scattered during a fall, or perhaps it was washed downstream after a fatal landing. That the rest of the money vanished entirely only deepens the mystery, but to many investigators, it suggested that Cooper never lived to spend it. Over the years, this became the official leaning for investigators. They argued that while his plan showed some forethought, he lacked the equipment and conditions needed to succeed. He may have known how to exit a plane, but he had not chosen the night well. The case agent, Ralph Himmelsbach, often remarked that Cooper's survival was highly unlikely, calling the jump foolhardy at best. Yet the problem remains. If he died, why was nothing found? The search zones were combed repeatedly, but no trace of human remains, parachute fabric, or the bulk of the cash ever surfaced. For some, this undercuts the theory entirely. For others, the wilderness is simply too vast and too capable of swallowing evidence without trace. The appeal of this explanation is its simplicity. It requires no elaborate escape plan, no hidden life lived in secrecy. It presents the hijacking as a desperate gamble that ended in failure. The man's body claimed by rivers, mountains, or forest floor. Not long after the hijacking of Flight 305, another case emerged that seemed almost too similar to ignore. In April 1972, just 5 months after the man vanished from the skies over Washington, a Vietnam veteran named Richard Floyd McCoy Jr. commandeered a jetliner on its way to Los Angeles. His method mirrored Cooper's in striking detail. He demanded money, ordered parachutes, and escaped through the aircraft's rear stairway. For many observers, the resemblance raised an immediate question. Had Cooper struck again? McCoy was 30 years old, a decorated helicopter pilot with the Utah National Guard. He had combat experience, knew how to parachute, and was comfortable with aircraft. His crime followed a similar pattern. He secured a ransom of $500,000 in cash, forced the crew to fly at low altitude and speed, and leapt from the plane into the night. But unlike Cooper, McCoy did not vanish. Within 2 days, he was identified and arrested after leaving behind clear evidence, including fingerprints and handwriting that matched a note passed to the crew. Those who believe Cooper and McCoy were the same person point to the uncanny parallels. Both selected the Boeing 727 for its rear stair feature. Both requested parachutes and ransom money in smaller bills. Both instructed pilots to maintain a low, slow flight profile suitable for jumping. To some, McCoy seemed to be refining the method Cooper had pioneered. Even his physical appearance bore similarities to sketches drawn from eyewitnesses in 1971. Yet the FBI ultimately dismissed the idea. The differences between the two men were significant. Cooper was described as being in his mid-40s, calm, polite, and reserved. McCoy was much younger, outspoken, and impulsive. He was also a devout Mormon who neither smoked nor drank, in contrast to Cooper's steady consumption of bourbon and cigarettes. The composure shown on Flight 305 did not align with McCoy's behavior. There were technical distinctions as well. McCoy used a handgun during his hijacking, while Cooper relied on the threat of explosives. McCoy's escape was clumsier, his identity exposed quickly, and his arrest swift. In contrast, Cooper left behind only mysteries and no definitive trace. To FBI investigators, the contrast in style was too great to reconcile. Still, some remain convinced that McCoy could have been the original hijacker. They suggest that Cooper may have been younger than witnesses estimated, disguising himself with dark glasses and a carefully chosen outfit. They note McCoy's military background, his parachuting skills, and his daring nature. For these theorists, the differences in personality might reflect nothing more than two different nights, one successful, the other less so. The story of McCoy ended violently. After being sentenced to 45 years in prison, he escaped with several accomplices in 1974, only to be tracked down 3 months later. During the attempt to capture him, a gunfight broke out, and McCoy was killed. His death ensured that he could never face questions directly about the Cooper case. For some, that left an open door. For others, it closed the matter for good. Whether or not he was Cooper, McCoy proved that such an escape was possible, but the differences in manner, age, and detail remain obstacles too large for most investigators to ignore. The link between the two cases lingers mainly in the imagination. McCoy may have imitated Cooper, or perhaps not. In either case, McCoy's story highlighted how the Cooper hijacking reshaped air travel security and left investigators with questions they could never fully settle. More than half a century has passed since the night a man in a dark suit and sunglasses stepped from a Boeing 727 into storm and darkness. Yet his story endures, woven into American folklore as firmly as any tale of outlaws or explorers. The mystery of who he was and what became of him has resisted every attempt at resolution, leaving behind a legend that feels both improbable and irresistible. The hijacking changed aviation forever. Within months, new measures were introduced to prevent any repeat. Aircraft were fitted with a simple device known as the Cooper vane, a mechanical latch that stopped the rear stairway from being lowered in flight. Security at airports tightened, and the era of easy, low-cost skyjackings came to an abrupt end. Airlines and authorities alike recognized that the skies could never again be taken for granted. The case itself became the longest unsolved skyjacking in history. Thousands of suspects were investigated, from ex-military paratroopers to troubled loners with criminal pasts. Files swelled with interviews, tips, and speculation. Yet no one ever matched the fingerprints, the DNA, or the missing ransom. In 2016, after 45 years of inquiry, the FBI officially closed the case, conceding that the man they called Cooper may never be identified. Still, the fascination has only grown. Books, films, and documentaries revisit the details, each offering their own theory. Amateur sleuths pore over flight paths and weather records. Treasure hunters sift through riverbanks, hoping to find more bills scattered by time. Cooper has become part of popular culture, a symbol of defiance and mystery, his name invoked alongside figures who lived on the edge of the possible. What makes the legend so enduring is not only the daring of the act, but the absence of an ending. Did he die that night, swallowed by the wilderness? Or did he walk away, blending back into ordinary life with the satisfaction of having outwitted the FBI? The lack of closure gives the story its power, a riddle suspended between possibility and impossibility. For those who believe he lived, Cooper stands as a man who achieved the impossible, a clean getaway, vanishing with a small fortune. For those who believe he perished, he remains a reminder of human limits, a gambler undone by the very conditions he sought to exploit. Either way, his place in history is secure. Today, the name D.B. Cooper is known far beyond the aviation world. He represents an unsolved question, a moment when a man vanished between the worlds of the possible and the impossible. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the legendary Bermuda Triangle, that fabled stretch of ocean where myth and mystery have been woven together for centuries. In part one of our journey, we traced its foundations from Christopher Columbus and his account of strange lights flickering over the waters. Then to the hidden reefs of Bermuda that lured countless wooden vessels to their unfortunate end. We spoke of supposed ghost ships discovered sailing aimlessly with no one aboard, and endless mats of seaweed ensnaring its victims as if compelled by some unseen, sinister force. Tonight, we return to those same waters, not by galleon or caravel, but from the flight decks of the modern age. We'll step aboard an aircraft carrier to observe a squadron of American bombers vanish from radar in an instant. We'll wonder at the fate of a massive naval ship swallowed by the sea with hundreds of souls aboard. We'll hear of modern merchant ships slipping into fog banks, never to re-emerge. Throughout these tales of disappearance, truth and imagination coincide. Could it have been a rogue wave, or perhaps methane gases from the seabed? Or was it simply equipment failure, or a sudden storm? Other less credible theories include fables of long-lost cities, time slips, or visitors from beyond the stars, and we'll explore these too, but just for a bit of fun. In any case, what should we believe? And why does this corner of the Atlantic still hold our imagination so firmly? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow these mysteries across both sea and sky, from believable theories to pure conjecture. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey again into the enduring legend of the Bermuda Triangle. The USS Cyclops was a giant of her age. At more than 500 feet long and 65 feet across the beam, she loomed over smaller vessels wherever she sailed. Her twin funnels gave her an unmistakable profile, black smoke curling into the sky as her engines churned. Commissioned in 1910, she had spent years supplying coal to the American fleet, carrying her cargo steadily between bases and across oceans. When the United States entered the First World War, Cyclops became even more vital. Her holds filled with fuel for warships and with ores needed for armaments. By early 1918, the war in Europe raged on, though far from American shores. Cyclops had been serving in the South Atlantic, bringing manganese ore from Brazil to the United States, a key ingredient for hardening steel. Her decks were busy with sailors in navy blues, engines echoing deep in her hull, the rhythm of machinery pulsing day and night. She was not built for glamour or speed, but for strength. She was the Navy's dependable workhorse. When she docked in Rio de Janeiro that February, she was already heavy with manganese. From there, she began her homeward journey, stopping first at Barbados to take on coal and provisions. For a brief moment, the ship and her crew were anchored in sunlight, a welcome pause before the long passage north. Locals in Bridgetown saw her lying in the harbor, vast against the shore, her crew mingling on deck or stepping briefly onto land. She took in hundreds of tons of coal, stocked her galleys, and prepared for the next stage of her voyage. On the morning of the 4th of March, she set out once more, her prow turning northward. The sea lane between Barbados and Baltimore was well traveled. Other ships made the same journey every week, their routes recorded in logs and shipping news. Cyclops should have been no different. She was a collier under naval command, her course steady, her pace unremarkable. Yet after leaving port, no one saw her again. Days passed. Families in Maryland prepared for reunions, watching the calendar as the expected date of arrival drew near. At first, there was little concern. Ships could be delayed by weather or mechanical trouble, But as days turned into a week, with no telegrams, no sightings, unease began to spread. Soon it became clear that something had gone wrong. The Navy waited for a distress call that never came. Other ships scanned the horizon for smoke or drifting wreckage, but found nothing. The absence was total. Not a single splinter of wood, no lifeboat, no life jacket ever surfaced. Newspapers reported the loss with growing alarm. 309 people had been aboard, sailors, officers, and a scattering of civilians, and every one of them had disappeared along with the ship. In Baltimore, telegrams arrived at family homes, each message short and devastating. Cyclops missing, presumed lost. The Navy opened an inquiry, gathering statements from officers who had seen her last in Barbados, studying her cargo lists and charts. No conclusion could be drawn. The Atlantic had simply taken her, leaving no explanation. For the families, there was no closure, only the ache of absence. For the Navy, the loss stood as the greatest non-combat disaster in its history, a ship and crew swallowed without a trace. Over the years, the Cyclops became a name spoken with a shiver, her fate a story retold over and again as a steel giant that had simply slipped beneath the horizon, never to be seen again. The airfield at Fort Lauderdale buzzed with routine on December 5th, 1945. The war had ended just months before, and the United States Navy was shifting into peacetime training. Rows of Grumman Avenger bombers sat on the tarmac, their broad wings folded up like great seabirds. Painted in dark blue, each machine was powerful and dependable, designed for long-range patrols and torpedo runs. They had proven themselves in combat across the Pacific. Now, on this calm winter day, they were lined up for practice runs over the Atlantic. 5 of these aircraft would form the training mission known as Flight 19. At their head was Lieutenant Charles Taylor, a veteran pilot who had seen years of service in the war. Behind him were younger men, many fresh from training schools, eager but still learning. 14 crewmen prepared to board. They checked their gear, strapped on their life vests, and climbed into the cramped interiors of their planes. Ground crews moved between them, securing panels, fueling tanks, and making last adjustments to engines that roared to life one after another. The plan was straightforward. Flight 19 would take off, fly east over the ocean for a set distance, then turn north, and finally return westward to base. It was a standard triangular course, one designed to sharpen navigation and coordination. For those on the ground, the mission was unremarkable. Just another group of trainees practicing over the open sea. The Avengers lifted into the sky shortly after 2 in the afternoon, their engines thrumming over the coast before fading into the distance. At first, all seemed well. Radio messages came back confirming their course. The weather was mild, with scattered clouds and moderate seas below. Nothing suggested what was to come. Hours later, however, the first signs of trouble reached the base. Radio operators heard Lieutenant Taylor's voice reporting compass difficulties. Bearings did not make sense, positions seemed uncertain, and the formation had begun to drift off its planned route. Other messages followed, filled with confusion. Some suggested they were over the Florida Keys. Others thought they had gone too far east. The crew's training was being tested in ways they hadn't expected. As the afternoon wore on, radio contact grew more fragmented. Static cut across transmissions, voices strained with uncertainty. Controllers on the ground tried to guide the men home, offering bearings and reassurances. But the words seemed not to reach their mark. Flight 19 pressed on, low on fuel, lost somewhere between sea and sky. Darkness came swiftly in December. By nightfall, base commanders realized the planes were not returning. A search and rescue mission was launched immediately, with aircraft and ships fanning out over the waters east of Florida. Among them was a large Martin Mariner flying boat carrying 13 men. It too vanished after taking off. Around this time, a tanker reported seeing an explosion far off the bow. For days, hundreds of vessels and aircraft combed the waters. The search was among the largest ever mounted in peacetime, yet no wreckage of the Avengers was found. The search returned empty-handed. Only the waves rolled on, indifferent to the loss. 14 men from Flight 19 and 13 more from the rescue plane were gone. The official report described the incident as cause unknown. Families of the crew were left with telegrams of sympathy and the enduring ache of uncertainty. What began as a simple training flight had ended as one of the most baffling disappearances in naval aviation. In the years following the war, the skies over the Atlantic grew busier than ever. Civilian airliners, sleek and promising, carried passengers between Britain, Bermuda, and the Americas. These were the early days of long-haul commercial flying, when routes still felt adventurous and the ocean stretched beneath like an endless, restless plain. Crews were trained, engines inspected, and each flight carried with it the optimism of a new era. Yet the ocean, vast and inscrutable, was not always forgiving. On the 30th of January 1948, a British South American Airways plane known as Star Tiger prepared to leave the Azores for Bermuda. She was an Avro Tudor IV, a long-winged aircraft designed to carry dozens of passengers in relative comfort. That winter had been unusually harsh across the North Atlantic, and delays had disrupted her schedule. When she finally departed Santa Maria, she carried 25, including crew and passengers. The flight plan was direct. Star Tiger would fly low, below 2,000 feet, to avoid fierce headwinds. Her captain, David McMillan, was experienced and confident, supported by a skilled crew. As the hours passed, routine radio messages flowed back to air traffic control, confirming position and fuel. By dawn, the plane was nearing its destination. Then, the reports simply stopped. Radio traffic ceased without warning. Navigation beacons called into the void, and nothing answered. Bermuda prepared to welcome the flight, but watched in disbelief as the expected arrival time came and went without an aircraft in sight. Barely a year later, the story repeated itself. On the 17th of January 1949, another British South American Airways Tudor, this one named Star Ariel, lifted from Bermuda, bound for Kingston, Jamaica. She carried 7 crew and 13 passengers, including business people and holiday makers. Weather at departure was clear, visibility good, and spirits high. Shortly after takeoff, Captain John McPhee reported his position and course. His final transmission came minutes later, calm and routine. After that, silence. The loss of Star Ariel was perhaps even more confounding than that of her sister ship. Conditions had been near perfect, and the aircraft was in fine mechanical order. The search that followed was exhaustive. Dozens of planes and ships scoured the seas between Bermuda and Jamaica. They found no life rafts, no oil slicks, no floating debris. 20 souls were gone, just as the 25 before them had. In London, the disappearances drew grim attention. British South American Airways had now lost 2 of its aircraft in similar circumstances, on routes through the same region of ocean. Newspapers published photographs of the missing, their faces printed above headlines filled with unease. Families grieved without answers, and aviation authorities were left unable to explain what had occurred. These tragedies shook confidence in post-war aviation. The Tudor aircraft themselves were scrutinized, yet no clear fault was established. Crews had been capable, weather was not extreme, and the ocean beneath offered no clues. The Tudor fleet would eventually be withdrawn, but the mystery of those flights remained unsolved. For passengers stepping aboard planes in the years that followed, the names Star Tiger and Star Ariel lingered like faint shadows. They represented not only loss, but also the unnerving possibility that even in an age of radio, radar, and modern engines, aircraft could still vanish into the expanse between sky and sea. The mid-20th century brought an age of enormous ships. Freighters and tankers moved with heavy dignity across the trade routes of the Atlantic, carrying food, oil, and raw materials between continents. They were the arteries of global commerce, built strong to withstand weather and long months at sea. Their decks stretched for hundreds of feet. Their cargo holds vast caverns of steel. From the bridge, captains watched horizons for changes in wind and cloud, while crews tended engines and kept to the rhythm of watches. The Caribbean and Western Atlantic were especially busy. Tankers pushed north toward refineries on the American coast. Grain ships sailed from the Gulf of Mexico. Passenger liners threaded their way through the same waters, their decks crowded with holidaymakers. The routes were well established, mapped and charted since the days of wooden caravels, yet still the ocean remained unpredictable. The Marine Sulphur Queen was a ship fated never to return. She began her life as a T2 tanker in the Second World War, built to ferry fuel across oceans, before being rebuilt in the 1960s to carry her cargo throughout the Gulf. On the 4th of February, 1963, she departed Beaumont, Texas, with nearly 15,000 tons aboard and a crew of 39. Her course took her through the Florida Straits, bound for Norfolk, Virginia. At first, everything seemed routine. She was sighted off Key West, her engines steady, her bow pointed northeast. Weather was mild, and no messages of trouble were sent. Then, without warning, she was gone. When she failed to arrive in Norfolk, the Coast Guard launched a vast search. Aircraft scoured the waters, ships swept the currents, and hundreds of miles were combed for wreckage. All that was found were a few scattered life jackets and pieces of wood. Too little to tell a story. The Marine Sulphur Queen was gone, her crew with her, but hers was not the only absence. In December 1967, the cabin cruiser Witchcraft set out from Miami with 2 men aboard, intending only a short pleasure trip to admire the city lights from the sea. Less than a mile offshore, she radioed the Coast Guard, reporting she seemed to have struck something or taken damage. A patrol boat rushed to her location within minutes. When it arrived, the witchcraft had disappeared. No hull, no men, not even floating debris remained where she had been. Such incidents unnerved even seasoned mariners. Merchantmen were not fragile craft. They were built of steel, powered by strong engines, their crews trained in drills and safety routines. For them to vanish so suddenly, leaving behind no evidence, was a blow to confidence in the very systems of modern seafaring. Families waited for word that never came, ports prepared for arrivals that never appeared. The merchant marine kept sailing, of course. Trade did not stop, but among captains and crews, tales circulated of tankers and freighters that had slipped away into absence. By the 1950s, writers and journalists began to gather scattered tales of loss and present them as part of a single mystery. What had once been scattered incidents became linked in the public imagination, stories drawn together and woven into an ominous pattern. An article in the Miami Herald first suggested a connection. It was a short piece, more observation than theory, yet it struck a chord. The writer noted that ships and planes had vanished in the waters of the Triangle. Readers who knew the region began to recall their own stories of mishap or near disaster, and the idea of a zone of danger began to take form. The notion was fueled further in 1952, when a feature in Fate magazine laid out a series of disappearances with dramatic flair. The writer, George Sand, framed the events as part of a mystery not yet explained. His words reached an audience hungry for both post-war adventure and unexplained phenomena. By the time his article had circulated, the seeds of the Bermuda Triangle legend had been planted. Through the 1960s and 70s, books carried the idea far beyond Florida. Authors like Vincent Gaddis and Charles Berlitz published bestsellers filled with accounts of ships and planes lost without explanation. Maps with neat triangular borders appeared on dust jackets and in magazines, inviting readers to imagine a cursed zone of sea. Berlitz's book, The Bermuda Triangle, released in 1974, sold millions of copies worldwide. His book transformed the idea from maritime folklore into international fascination. These stories were written with drama and conviction. Accounts of Flight 19, the USS Cyclops, the Star Tiger, and many others were retold in ways that heightened their strangeness. Gaps in the record became evidence of mystery. Routine losses that might otherwise have been forgotten were bound together by a single phrase, the Bermuda Triangle. In headlines and paperbacks, a place that had been only ocean became something more, a region with a reputation. The media of the time thrived on such tales. Television documentaries followed, showing maps, animated reconstructions, and actors portraying the final moments aboard doomed vessels. Magazines with lurid covers sold at newsstands, promising new revelations about the Devil's Triangle. The legend became part of popular culture, mentioned in films, novels, and conversations wherever people spoke of the sea's dangers. For sailors and pilots, the name was more complicated. Many dismissed it as exaggeration, the product of writers who had never been to sea. Others admitted that the clustering of disasters was hard to ignore. But by now, the reputation had taken hold. To passengers stepping aboard a plane bound for Bermuda, the words Bermuda Triangle might stir an involuntary shiver. To children leafing through paperbacks, it became a mystery to share in hushed tones. For centuries, the ocean has held power to astonish, but those who lived by it knew that danger often came from natural forces rather than the supernatural. When the Bermuda Triangle became a household phrase, scientists and mariners looked first to the sea itself for explanations. One of the most persuasive ideas lay in the waves. The Atlantic is no tame body of water. Within the triangle, currents twist and clash, storms sweep in without warning, and walls of water can tower over 90 feet. Such a wave, striking broadside, could overwhelm even a tanker, leaving little behind but scattered debris. For sailors, the sea has never needed mystery to be deadly. The seabed beneath these waters adds another layer of risk. Along the continental shelf, the floor drops sharply into trenches thousands of feet deep. Wreckage that sinks here may never be found, swallowed in mud and pressure. Some scientists have even suggested that frozen methane hydrates within the seabed might suddenly release, sending up vast bubbles of gas that could reduce the buoyancy of water. A ship caught above might lose stability and founder before its crew could respond. While unproven, the idea reminds us that the seabed itself is restless, shifting, and unstable. Weather is another constant companion in these latitudes. The triangle sits where warm air from the tropics collides with cooler systems drifting down from the north. Thunderstorms can appear in minutes, lashing rain across decks and blinding pilots in cloud. Hurricanes, born in the equatorial Atlantic, often carve their first path through these very waters, tearing apart ships with winds and waves of colossal force. Even without a named storm, sudden squalls could catch a vessel off guard. The sea is treacherous, but the sky above it carries its own hazards. Pilots flying over the triangle knew that compasses could be unreliable here. The region is one of the few places on Earth where true north and magnetic north roughly align, a quirk that can confuse instruments and in earlier decades lead navigators off course. Clouds build quickly, masking the horizon. At night, without clear stars to guide by, disorientation comes easily. During the mid-20th century, when radio systems were less reliable and radar was still developing, such challenges could prove fatal. A pilot distracted by a flickering compass or struggling against unexpected headwinds might drift far from his intended path. Low fuel, poor visibility, and mechanical strain could combine until there was no chance of recovery. For aviators and seafarers, these were not abstract possibilities, but everyday realities. A mariner might recall a sudden squall that nearly capsized his vessel, or a pilot could describe turbulence so fierce it sent engines into strain. The fact that most survived did not erase the truth. The same conditions that merely tested one crew could overwhelm another. Seen this way, the triangle's reputation could be explained not by hidden forces, but by a concentration of natural perils. Strong currents, shifting weather, treacherous skies, each could tip a routine voyage into disaster. To those who sought reason, the wonder wasn't that ships and planes were lost here, but that so many passed through safely. Even as scientists pointed to storms, waves, and human error, the public imagination reached for explanations far more extraordinary. The Bermuda Triangle had, by the 1960s and 70s, become more than a place on a map. It was a stage on which some of the most extravagant ideas of the age were played out. One strand of speculation traced its roots back to Plato. In his dialogues, he described Atlantis, a civilization said to have perished beneath the waves in a single day and night of misfortune. Writers seized on the thought that the triangle might conceal its ruins. Perhaps, they suggested, some remnant of that lost city still pulsed with hidden energy, interfering with compasses and radios, pulling down ships and planes. Illustrations showed gleaming temples lying in the depths, beams of force rising from crystal towers. Readers were left to wonder if an ancient civilization had left behind technology beyond modern understanding. Others looked upward rather than downward. The age of space travel and science fiction was in full swing, and with it came the notion of visitors from beyond Earth. To those who embraced this vision, the missing ships and planes were not accidents at all, but abductions. Some imagined that crews had been taken aboard alien craft, their vessels dragged into the sky as specimens for study. Paperbacks depicted glowing discs hovering above aircraft, rays of light pulling them into darkness. A still more unusual suggestion was that the region contained rifts in time itself. Writers spoke of planes and ships slipping through invisible doors, never to return. Stories circulated of crews emerging in other eras, bewildered by surroundings centuries removed from their own. Though such tales belonged more to the realm of fantasy than evidence, they were repeated often enough to lodge in memory. These ideas gained traction, not only because they were dramatic, but because they matched the spirit of the era. The decades after the war were alive with curiosity about the unknown. Space exploration, the Cold War, and the rise of popular science fiction made audiences receptive to speculation that stretched far beyond the ordinary. The Bermuda Triangle provided the perfect canvas, vast, mysterious, and already associated with loss. Magazines sold quickly, with covers promising revelations about alien bases or ancient power sources. Television documentaries lingered on stories of time warps, dramatizing them with shadowy reconstructions. Even serious libraries found their shelves filled with colorful volumes describing the triangle as a gateway to other worlds. For those who preferred wonder to reason, the theories were irresistible. Yet even as they stretched credibility, these stories added to the triangle's endurance in popular culture. Children grew up reading them, travelers whispered them on long flights, and sailors joked about them while scanning the horizon. Atlantis, aliens, and time warps might not have persuaded scientists, but they gave the legend of the Bermuda Triangle its most extravagant and enduring color. As the reputation of the Bermuda Triangle spread through paperbacks and television specials, researchers began to take a closer look at the facts behind the stories. They did not set out to dazzle or frighten, but to sift records, examine logs, and ask a simple question: was this region truly more dangerous than any other part of the sea? What they found was less a mystery of the ocean and more a mystery of reporting. Many of the so-called vanishings had been exaggerated. Some vessels reported as lost later turned up damaged but afloat, or were discovered to have gone down in storms well documented at the time. Flights said to have disappeared in perfect weather were found on closer inspection to have departed in poor conditions. Insurance companies, whose livelihood depended on assessing risk, quietly published statistics. Their records showed that the number of losses in the Triangle was no higher than in any other heavily trafficked region. Ships and planes had always been vulnerable to storms, equipment failure, and human error. To the actuaries, the sea between Florida, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico was busy, but not cursed. The U.S. Coast Guard echoed the same conclusion. In official statements, it described the waters as no more treacherous than others of similar size. Files were kept on incidents, but there was no evidence of forces beyond the natural. When sailors asked, officials spoke plainly. The ocean is wide, the weather fierce, and navigational mistakes are costly. That is all. Investigators also found that popular writers had sometimes distorted timelines to create patterns. Incidents separated by decades were grouped together to suggest clusters. In some cases, ships that had been declared lost had in fact sent distress calls, giving clear indications of storms or mechanical breakdowns. But these details rarely made it into the most dramatic accounts. Simplicity served the story better than accuracy. Scientists studying navigation pointed out that compasses in the region behaved normally except for one unusual feature. The area lies near a point where true north and magnetic north roughly coincide. While this could confuse inexperienced navigators in earlier decades, it was no supernatural anomaly, simply a quirk of geography. Likewise, the unpredictable weather, strong currents, and deep trenches of the Atlantic were hazards long known to mariners. For skeptics, the Bermuda Triangle was a lesson in how stories grow. A handful of disappearances, tragic but explainable, had been retold in ways that magnified their mystery. Each retelling left out the mundane, emphasized the strange, and built a sense of pattern where none truly existed. The Triangle was less a danger of the ocean than a creation of the human imagination, fed by repetition and embellishment. And yet, skeptics found that reason alone rarely swept away belief. The allure of the unknown proved stronger than charts or statistics. Even as reports explained storms, squalls, and human error, readers continued to buy books that spoke of aliens and lost cities. The Triangle remained a place where the rational and the wondrous collided. In the end, researchers concluded that the Bermuda Triangle was not exceptional in its hazards. What made it exceptional was the story told about it, a tale repeated so often that it came to feel inevitable, as though the ocean itself had chosen to keep its secrets. Legends don't persist because they are proven. Rather, it's because they speak to something deep within us. The Bermuda Triangle has held the imagination for more than half a century, long after researchers declared its mysteries overstated. Its endurance lies not in statistics or charts, but in the way the human mind responds to the vastness of the unknown. For sailors, the name still carries a certain weight. A mariner setting course through the Straits of Florida may smile at the thought of the Triangle, but the story lingers all the same. Pilots, too, glance at their instruments a little more carefully when flying above the region. The legend has become part of the landscape, an invisible feature as real in thought as any reef or current. In popular culture, the Triangle lives on with remarkable persistence. Films, novels, and television programs continue to use it as a setting where the ordinary dissolves into the extraordinary. Children read of planes that vanished into cloud, or ships that sailed never to return, and the sense of awe is renewed for another generation. The legend survives because it offers both fear and wonder, a reminder that despite all we have mapped and measured, the sea retains a mystery of its own. For families who lost loved ones, of course, the triangle is not a story, but a grief. Behind every mystery stands a roster of names, each one a person whose absence left a mark. Their fates deserve remembrance not for myth, but for the lives lived and cut short. The legend may have grown around them, yet at its heart are tragedies as real as any storm. Still, the question remains, why this region? Why does the idea of the triangle hold such fascination when other seas have claimed as many, if not more? Perhaps it is because the stories fit so neatly within a shape we can draw on a map. Perhaps it is because so many tales were gathered at the right moment, in an age eager for mystery. Or perhaps it is simply because the mind resists the notion that the sea is indifferent, preferring instead to imagine it as deliberate, even enchanted. The truth is that the Bermuda Triangle is both less and more than its reputation suggests. Less, because the ocean here is no deadlier than anywhere else, its storms and currents part of the natural order. Yet more, because the legend has transcended fact, becoming a symbol of the unknown. It is not just a place, but an idea, a reminder of the illusion of safety and of how little control we hold when sky and sea close around us. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the legendary Bermuda Triangle, an enigmatic expanse of ocean where objective fact and maritime law are inextricably woven together like the very currents threading the Atlantic. Stretching roughly between Miami, Puerto Rico, and Bermuda, this ocean corridor has lured both sailors and storytellers into its inescapable grasp. Early European mariners feared the reefs around Bermuda, calling it the Isle of Devils, as storms and shipwrecks struck with unnerving regularity. Even Christopher Columbus wrote of unexplained phenomena and navigational instruments behaving in peculiar ways. During this era of exploration, the Bermuda Triangle was a navigational gauntlet. Crews would awaken trapped in tangled rafts of seaweed that stretched beyond the horizon. Others found themselves stranded for weeks in stretches of dead calm, where sails hung motionless in a sea of glass. By the 18th century, rumors spread of drifting ships with no crew aboard, prepared meals laid on tables, and logbooks that ended mid-sentence. Centuries later, squadrons of aircraft and mighty American naval vessels would vanish from radar screens. Was it bad luck, hidden shoals, human error, or was it something else entirely? Theories abound, but whatever the truth, the Bermuda Triangle continues to hold sway in our collective imagination. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll explore the vast expanse of these storied waters, recalling the experiences of those left bewildered and the final voyages of so many who never returned at all. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's venture into part 1 of this 2-part series on the Bermuda Triangle. There is a stretch of ocean where the boundaries blur between wind and water, between fact and folklore. A triangle drawn not on official charts, but in the imagination of centuries. Its corners mark out an enormous swath of sea, reaching from the shores of Miami to the peaks of Puerto Rico and onto the reefs of Bermuda. Within it, storms rise with little warning. Currents run fast and strange, and the stories, well, they run deeper still. This part of the Atlantic lies at a crossroads of nature. To the west, the warm waters of the Gulf Stream surge northward like a great hidden river. It moves faster than most expect, sweeping vessels off course and tugging at anything adrift. Beneath the surface lie submerged banks and shoals, some mapped, many not, their sharp ridges waiting just below the waves. The sea here is not empty, it is layered, restless, and endlessly shifting. Weather moves quickly across these latitudes. Trade winds from the east meet tropical warmth rising off the sea, and when they clash, tempests are born. A sky that begins the day clear can end it dark with cloud, lightning flashing in sudden bursts. The hurricanes that form to the south often pass through this corridor, their paths sweeping across the triangle in long, deadly arcs. To those who made their living from the sea, this place soon became known for moods that changed faster than a sail could be hauled in. From the earliest days of exploration, ships passed through these waters by the hundreds. Some returned with spices, lumber, and stories of far-off lands. Others were never seen again. Their names lived on only in ledgers marked "Lost at Sea," or in family memories stretched thin over time. No wreckage, no survivors, just a departure, and then nothing. Over the centuries, mariners began to speak in hushed tones of this corner of the ocean. Tales passed from deck to dock and back again. Some of these stories were likely exaggerations. Others were misreadings of the weather, of the sea's many tricks. But not all could be explained away. The name Bermuda Triangle would not come until much later, but the sense of the place, its strangeness, its reputation, was already taking shape. There is something in the pattern of disappearances that unsettled even the most seasoned sailors. They had all seen storms, all faced hard seas. But here, something felt different. It wasn't just the danger. It was the feeling that the sea itself was watching. To travel through this triangle meant navigating not only weather and waves, but the accumulated weight of centuries. To those who first charted the North Atlantic, Bermuda was a place to be avoided, not because of enemy forces or wild inhabitants, but because the sea around it was cruel and deceptive. Sailors in the 16th century spoke of howling winds, sudden squalls, and the grinding sound of wood against reef. Even the most hardened crews approached it with caution, their eyes fixed on the horizon and their hands never far from the ropes. The island itself is beautiful, lush, green, and fringed with pink sand beaches. But that beauty conceals danger. Hidden just beneath the surface are vast coral reef systems, intricate and sharp. For ships built of oak and driven by wind, these reefs were often fatal. With few natural harbors to offer protection and no margin for navigational error, Bermuda became a graveyard long before it became a home. Storms seemed drawn to the place. Sailors reported that clouds gathered quickly above the island, even on days when the surrounding sea remained calm. Lightning flashed across the sky with little warning, and thunder rolled across the waves like a drumbeat of the deep. Vessels found themselves battered against rock before they even saw land. Some never saw it at all. In 1505, the Spanish navigator Juan de Bermudez passed by the island, lending it his name, but he made no attempt to land. Portuguese and Spanish sailors alike avoided it. They believed evil spirits lived there, that strange forces caused the wrecks and wild weather. Some even claimed to witness voices in the wind and strange lights that danced above the surf. And still, ships continued to wreck. Their shattered hulls drifted ashore or vanished entirely. Survivors were few, and those who did crawl onto Bermuda's rocky beaches often found themselves stranded for weeks, months, or longer. The island, isolated and unforgiving, offered little comfort, but even as it became a colony, the island's reputation did not soften. Maps continued to mark its reefs in thick ink, a warning to any captain who thought to sail too close. In time, the name Isle of Devils faded from common use, replaced by its formal name and colonial ties. But the fear remained, tucked into the corners of maritime law. In the final months of 1492, 3 ships edged westward into waters that no European vessel had dared to cross. The Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria pushed deeper into the Atlantic, bound by hope and ambition, and led by a navigator with an unshakable belief in a western passage to Asia. They sailed into the unknown, and eventually into the mouth of the Bermuda Triangle. At the helm of the flagship, Columbus kept detailed notes. His journal, copied and translated many times over the centuries, records the everyday grind of sea life, changes in wind, sightings of birds, and the shifting patterns of ocean currents. But between the practical entries lie observations that have puzzled historians and fed storytellers for generations. Somewhere near the edge of the Sargasso Sea, the admiral began to notice strange behavior from his navigational instruments. The magnetic compass, the most trusted tool aboard, no longer pointed due north. At first, it was subtle, a few degrees adrift. Then, more pronounced. He did not share this with the crew. Tensions were already running high, and superstition thrived at sea. Instead, he made note of it privately, a quiet record of something he could not explain. The sky brought more unease. On the night of October the 11th, just hours before land was first sighted, Columbus and several of his men saw what he described as a light, small, flickering, hovering above the sea, and moving up and down as if borne by the waves. It vanished and returned again, too distant to be reached, too strange to be dismissed. Some have speculated it was a torch from land, or phosphorescent sea life disturbed by wind. Others believe it was something more, but the journal simply records what was seen and moves on. The voyage was successful in its own terms. Land was found, a return journey was made, but Columbus had entered a place the world had not yet even begun to understand. He would pass through these waters again on later voyages. Each time, the logs noted turbulent seas and erratic weather. Islands would rise from the mist and vanish again. The compass variation Columbus observed is now understood as a natural effect, caused by the shifting lines of Earth's magnetic field. Today, it's called magnetic declination, and it changes slightly depending on your location. But to a man with a wooden ship, a creaking mast, and a mutinous crew, it must have felt like the very laws of nature were fraying. What Columbus recorded was not a myth, it was a moment. And like so many moments in this region, it defied easy explanation. There is a place in the Atlantic where the sea gathers itself into stillness. No river feeds it, no shoreline contains it, and yet it exists, broad, unmoving, and curiously empty. The Sargasso Sea, named for the mats of golden-brown seaweed that drift across its surface. It sits at the heart of the Bermuda Triangle, like a pool untouched by time. Unlike other seas, the Sargasso is defined not by land, but by currents. 4 powerful flows: the Gulf Stream to the west, the Canary Current to the east, the North Atlantic Drift to the north, and the Equatorial Current to the south. All circle around it, trapping its waters in a slow, clockwise rotation. Inside this swirling gyre, the wind slackens, waves soften, and the ocean becomes strangely passive. For early mariners, the experience of sailing into the Sargasso Sea could feel like stepping into another world. The wind would die down with little warning. Sails hung limp against the masts, their canvas folding in on itself like sleeping wings. The seaweed, sargassum, gathered in vast drifting rafts, clinging to hulls, wrapping itself around rudders and trailing from the sides of ships in long golden streamers. From the deck, it could appear as if the ocean had solidified. One moment, a vessel would be moving briskly. The next, nothing. Hours passed, then days. Some crews found themselves becalmed for weeks. Provisions dwindled, tempers frayed. The same view met their eyes each morning. Endless mats of weed, a still horizon, and water so clear it felt like looking into a glassy void. The seaweed itself was unlike anything most had ever seen. It floated freely, anchored to nothing and teeming with small creatures, crabs, shrimp, and fish that lived their entire lives among its fronds. It gave the sea an uncanny appearance, alive yet unmoving. Some sailors believed it to be enchanted. Others feared it would entangle their ships completely, dragging them down into the depths. Over time, stories began to spread. Vessels that entered the calm found themselves unable to leave, their crews slowly driven mad by heat, thirst, and the unchanging view. One sailor wrote of waking to find seaweed wrapped tight around the rudder, as if the ocean had reached up during the night to hold them in place. Another described nights so still that every footstep echoed across the deck. Every groan of the ship's frame felt like it might carry for miles. Of course, many ships passed through the Sargasso Sea without incident. The calm could be escaped with patience and a shift in wind. Long before the term Bermuda Triangle was ever spoken, this sea within a sea had earned a reputation. It was a different kind of danger, no less real, no less unsettling. For those crossing the Atlantic, the Sargasso became a place of tension, a stretch of water where the world seemed to pause, where the wind held its breath, where the horizon refused to change. Among the most haunting tales passed down by sailors are not those of storms or pirates, but of ships found drifting, intact yet empty. Vessels moving slowly with the wind, sails half lowered, rudders groaning softly with each shift of wave. No crew on deck, no signal from within, just the quiet creak of timber and the eerie suggestion that something or someone should be there, but wasn't. These were the ghost ships, derelicts discovered on calm seas, sometimes weeks or months after they had last been seen. They arrived with no explanation, carrying no answers, only questions that seemed to multiply the longer one stared at their vacant decks. One such story surfaced in 1840, when the merchant vessel Rosalie was found adrift near the Bahamas. Her cargo, cotton and other trade goods, was untouched. The hull was undamaged. Even the sails were still set. Yet not a soul remained aboard. No signs of struggle, no clues in the logbook. The ship was in perfect order, as if her crew had simply walked away mid-journey. Another vessel, the Carroll A. Deering, ran aground on Diamond Shoals in 1921, her sails still up and the galley freshly prepared for a meal. Her lifeboats were missing, but everything else remained. Charts still lay on the navigation table. Coffee sat cooling on the stove. Yet no trace of the crew was ever found. Their disappearance remains unexplained. Stories like these were passed quickly from port to port, often changing slightly with each telling. A ship becomes older, stranger. The details blur, but the core remains the same. A vessel left to drift, abandoned without reason. For those at sea, it was the most unnerving possibility of all. A storm could be fought. A fire might be extinguished. But this was vanishing. And still, the sightings came. Sailors told of approaching ships under full sail, only to find them unmanned. No response to hails, no movement on deck. Sometimes the name had been scraped from the hull, or the flag hung in tatters. The ships looked as though they had been emptied by the sea itself. There were more dramatic tales too. Entire fleets found derelict, or ships with cargo removed, but no sign of violence. One story tells of a schooner seen drifting near the Sargasso Sea, its crew frozen in place below decks, as if caught mid-motion. The truth of these accounts is hard to pin down. Some likely stem from misidentifications or exaggeration. Others may have explanations lost to time, mutiny, illness, or evacuation in the face of danger. But the stories, even when unprovable, took root. It was not just the emptiness that disturbed those who found these ships. It was the orderliness, the rope neatly coiled, the sails properly tied, meals half-eaten, belongings still in place. Whatever had happened, it had come swiftly and without warning, and it had left nothing behind but questions. These derelict ships deepened the lore of the Bermuda Triangle. While not all were found within its bounds, many were discovered in its outer edges, in waters where strange weather, shifting currents, and unpredictable winds made navigation difficult and rescue unlikely. Over time, the term ghost ship became less about the supernatural and more about the unexplained, a category for things that slipped out of reach, evidence of a moment where the chain of events snapped, leaving only an echo drifting on the tide. For those who sailed through the Triangle, these stories became part of the journey. A warning passed down in murmurs and glances. A ship could be lost in a storm, but worse, perhaps, was a ship found again, with no one left aboard to tell the tale. The sea has always made room for superstition. When the sky darkens without warning, or the wind shifts for no reason, a sailor looks first to the clouds, and then to the things beyond understanding. For centuries, fears around the Bermuda Triangle passed from one watch to the next, woven into routines and whispered across decks beneath unfamiliar stars. Among the earliest of these was the belief that the sea itself could think, that it had moods, tempers, and intentions. The triangle, they said, was where the ocean chose to be cruel, where the wind could vanish and leave a ship stranded, or return in an instant to tear its mast away. The unpredictability of it all became fertile ground for stories that explained the inexplicable. Some feared terrible sea monsters of the deep, great serpents or creatures with tentacles and glowing eyes that lived beneath the sargassum. These tales were often born in the flickering edge of sight, in the shadow of something just below the surface, moving too fast to follow. Others believed in curses, ships that passed through the triangle without offering respect to the sea might be marked. Equipment would fail, ropes would snap, crew would fall ill. Bad luck, they said, didn't come from within. It came from the water. There were omens too. The lights in the sky were described as flickering like fire, sometimes racing from cloud to cloud. St. Elmo's fire, as it was later called, would dance along the tops of masts during electrical storms, a pale blue glow that crackled across the rigging. Sailors once believed it was a sign from the heavens. Some saw it as protection, others as a warning. Either way, it was unforgettable. Mariners began to carry charms, talismans stitched into the lining of their coats, coins nailed to the mast, or carvings tucked beneath the wheel. Certain sailors would refuse to speak aloud of their fears, believing that naming a danger would invite it. Others swore by small rituals, walking the deck sunwise each morning, tossing salt over the rail at dusk, never whistling while underway. The superstitions were more than folklore. They were a kind of logic, born of a need to shape the shapeless. When a man goes to sea and sees his friend vanish overboard without a sound, when a ship disappears after being spotted just days before, he begins to look for meaning. These weren't tales told for fun. They were part of the fabric of life at sea, shared in the way one might share weather advice or warnings of shallow shoals. The belief that something larger and stranger governed these waters helped some sailors stay sane. It gave them a shape to the fear, a reason why. In the summer of 1609, a fleet of English ships set sail for the struggling new colony of Jamestown in Virginia. They carried settlers, supplies, and the heavy weight of hope. Among them was the Sea Venture, the flagship of the expedition, carrying the newly appointed governor and over 150 souls. The voyage was meant to secure the survival of the American colony, but the ocean had other plans. As the fleet crossed into the Atlantic, it was caught in a hurricane. One by one, the vessels scattered, each struggling to survive. The Sea Venture, larger and slower than the rest, took the worst of it. Waves crashed over her deck. The hull began to leak. For 4 days, the crew bailed water, the timbers groaning with each roll. When it became clear the ship would not last, the captain steered her toward the strange island that had just appeared through the rain. He ran the vessel directly onto the reef, close enough that survivors could reach land. Remarkably, all of them did. Wet, battered, and uncertain of where they had arrived, the castaways stumbled ashore onto Bermuda, a place feared for decades by sailors and still uninhabited by any permanent settlement. For months, they lived on the island. They built shelter from the wreck, hunted wild pigs, and gathered food from the dense interior. Fresh water was abundant. Timber, too. They discovered that Bermuda, though feared as the Isle of Devils by earlier sailors, was not cursed. It was survivable, even generous if treated with care. The survivors of the Sea Venture would eventually build 2 new ships from local wood and parts of the wreck. 10 months after their unplanned arrival, they continued on to Jamestown, where their tale of endurance astonished those who heard it. It was one of the first documented cases of colonization born from shipwreck. After that, the English claimed Bermuda. A permanent settlement was established, and the island became both a naval asset and a stopover for trade. But its image never fully softened. The danger that had brought the sea venture to its shores remained present. And not all who were drawn there came by accident. Salvagers, adventurers, and opportunists followed the tales of wrecks. There was value in the bones of ships, copper nails, iron fittings, barrels, and cargo. These early wrecks became part of the island's economy, just as the winds and waves had become part of its identity. Even as Bermuda grew, it remained on the edge of things. Its position, far from other major ports, meant that much of what happened at sea nearby was never witnessed, only inferred. A ship would sail from the West Indies and fail to arrive in Europe. Somewhere, perhaps, it had passed Bermuda. Perhaps not. No one could say for sure. This vagueness, this unknowability, settled over the region like a mist. The island stood in the middle of it, no longer the Isle of Devils, but never entirely rid of that shadow. Sailors still spoke of the reefs in the same breath as they spoke of storms and disappearances. And while the survivors of the sea venture had found refuge, many others would not. Bermuda, now home to thousands, had once been feared as a place of wreckage and ruin. And even as its beaches filled with houses and harbors, the ocean around it remained as unpredictable as ever. The same reef still waited beneath the waves. The same currents swirled unseen. It was no longer just an island. It was part of the legend. By the dawn of the 18th century, the Atlantic had become a web of trade routes, stitched together by sails and ambition. Ships moved in steady patterns between the continents, carrying sugar, cotton, rum, and lumber. The sea was no longer unknown. It had been mapped, charted, and named. And yet, even with all this knowledge, it remained deeply unforgiving. For every ship that arrived safely in London or Lisbon, another would vanish between ports. The crossing from the Caribbean to Europe was especially perilous. Captains knew the risk, but goods had to move, so they sailed. Some losses could be explained. An eyewitness account, wreckage washed ashore, a survivor brought in by another ship, but many were simply gone. Nothing arrived, no sign of the vessel, no floating debris, just silence, followed eventually by the cold declaration, presumed lost at sea. A ship like the Glorioso, which in 1747 fought off multiple British attacks before vanishing near the Azores, or the HMS Atalanta, which disappeared in the late 1800s with nearly 300 men on board. Such cases were not isolated. They were part of a long, steady pattern. Navigation had improved, but not enough. Compasses still behaved unpredictably in some places. Currents dragged ships hundreds of miles off course. Without modern communication, there was no way to know where a ship had strayed until it failed to arrive. A vessel could be blown hundreds of miles by a storm and never recover its bearings. This was the age of sail, when a voyage could last months and return nothing but rumor. In the harbors of Charleston, Havana, or Bridgetown, sailors exchanged news of ships long overdue. Some believed they had run aground on uncharted shoals. Others suspected pirates. But always, there was a sense that certain waters had swallowed more than their share. Losses were noted in shipping ledgers, sometimes marked with a simple cross. Families waited for letters that never came. Owners waited for cargo that never landed. These were not tales spun for idle chatter in dim-lit taverns. They were facts entered into books, confirmed by insurers, and mourned by widows. And still, the ship sailed. They had to. Empires depended on it. The Triangle, as it would one day be known, remained a thoroughfare, busy and brutal. Some captains avoided its heart when they could. Others steered directly through it, confident in their seamanship. But even the best found themselves humbled by sudden storms and seas that turned against them. Charts improved. Weather predictions became more reliable. Steam replaced sails. But the losses did not stop. The ships were newer, the materials stronger, but the disappearances, though fewer, continued. And by now, the pattern had become part of the law. The age of exploration had brought wealth, knowledge, and empire, but it had also brought mystery, of vessels that vanished between one coast and another, of wrecks that left no survivors, of journeys that never reached their destination. The Bermuda region, with its shifting winds and hidden dangers, had claimed many of them. And as time moved on, and the Triangle's name became known to the wider world, the question remained: how many had truly been lost here, and how many more would follow? Long before anyone called it the Bermuda Triangle, the region already carried the weight of centuries. Sailors gave it names of their own, but the meaning was always the same. There was something about this stretch of ocean that could not be trusted. The ships lost here were not all victims of drama. Many disappeared with no storm, no fire, no battle. One moment they were seen, the next they were simply gone. Their fates recorded only as question marks in a logbook, or not at all. Over time, the pattern became harder to ignore. The volume of loss, the repetition of strange details, no wreckage, no distress signals, no good explanation, left a growing sense of unease. Still, no one had yet connected the dots in a formal way. The disappearances were known, but scattered across generations and geographies. By the 20th century, shipping lanes had modernized. Radio brought new ways to call for help. Steam replaced wind, and steel replaced wood. And yet, the disappearances did not stop. In fact, they began to change. Aircraft now vanished as well, faster, more advanced, more connected, and sometimes in groups. Whole squadrons lost without a single transmission. That was when the pieces began to come together. Journalists, researchers, and armchair theorists started collecting the data, drawing lines between events that had once stood alone. Books were written, headlines appeared. The term Bermuda Triangle was coined in the mid-20th century, and suddenly, what had once been a murmur among sailors became a global fascination. The stories had always been there waiting, but now people were finally listening. Not all agreed, of course. Scientists pointed to storms, to magnetic variation, to human error, and they were not wrong. The sea is unpredictable, and the sky even more so. But the mystery was never about one explanation. It was about the weight of repetition, the feeling that this particular stretch of ocean asked questions the world had yet to answer. And so, the foundation of the myth was laid, not with fantasy, but with centuries of lived experience, with real vessels and real people, with loss with wonder, and with the knowledge that even in the age of engines and radar, the Bermuda Triangle can still surprise us, even to this day. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Some of the most peculiar chapters belong to the 20th century, and that's exactly where we're headed in our next episode. So make sure to stay tuned for part 2 of the Bermuda Triangle. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Billy the Kid, a notorious young gunslinger whose short run of jailbreaks, standoffs, and shootouts made him one of the most enduring legends of the Wild West. The year was 1877, and the New Mexico Territory was a land of vast skies and endless horizons. The scent of sagebrush hung thick in the air, and the dust kicked up by cattle drives mingled with the melancholy peal of mission bells. Into this world stepped Henry McCarty, better known as Billy the Kid. He was barely out of boyhood when stories of violence, escape, and revenge began to spread through dusty saloons from the mesas of Lincoln County to the gambling dens of Seven Rivers. With a disarming smile, near impeccable manners, and a boyish charm that belied his deadly reputation, he could just as easily win over a room as he could empty it with the flash of his Colt. Billy had a price on his head, and a name that changed with the seasons. He lived fast, moved often, and left nothing but trouble in his wake. His sharp eyes missed little, and his quick wit often kept him one step ahead of the law, even as the weight of his choices pressed heavier with each passing day. Billy more than once slipped the noose, shot his way through ambushes, and outlived many who swore they would see him hang. To lawmen, he was a menace. To others, a folk hero who stood against the greed and oppression of the wealthy and powerful. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll reflect on whether Billy was a killer by choice or merely a victim of circumstance with no other path left open to him. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's ride alongside Billy the Kid through swirling gun smoke and dancing dust devils into the fading twilight of the Old West. The boy who would become a legend was born in obscurity and remained hard to pin down ever after. He entered the world as Henry McCarty, though some records suggest his name was William. By the time his name made headlines, it had shifted again to William H. Bonney, then finally to the moniker that would echo through the plains, Billy the Kid. He came of age in the tenements and alleys of New York before his mother packed them westward, chasing a better life on the edge of the American frontier. They passed through Kansas and Colorado before settling in the New Mexico territory, a dry, restless land where fortunes could change with the wind. His mother, Catherine, died of tuberculosis not long after they arrived. Still a teenager, he was left to drift in a place where boys grew up fast, or not at all. The towns he passed through offered little in the way of structure, just dusty streets, cramped boarding houses, and the clang of spurs in the dirt. He worked odd jobs and ran errands for saloon keepers, swept floors, and scrubbed pots. He read dime novels when he could find them, and watched the older men gamble, drink, and settle their differences at gunpoint. At 15, he was arrested for stealing laundry. The sheriff locked him in a cramped jailhouse, but he escaped through the chimney before the court could sentence him. It wasn't the crime that marked him. Plenty of boys stole, but the escape. That quick-footed defiance set him apart, and the local law took notice. He didn't just run, he vanished. From there, his trail went ragged. He headed south to Arizona, where the borders blurred and laws were more like suggestions. There, he took up with a horse thief and gambler, a man named Sombrero Jack. When one of their schemes went wrong, Henry pulled a pistol, maybe for the first time, and killed a blacksmith during a dispute. Some said it was self-defense. Others didn't care. He fled again, back to New Mexico, now with blood on his hands. By the time he returned, he'd begun calling himself William H. Bonney. It was easier to hide behind a new name, and besides, the old one didn't seem to fit anymore. He was slimmer, sharper, with a quick smile and a fast draw. People remembered him mostly for how fast he moved and how lightly he spoke. There was a kind of charm in him, even then, that made him hard to dislike and harder still to distrust. That would become a pattern. In those drifting years, he found friends among outcasts and ranch hands, gamblers and drifters. He played cards and learned to shoot. He listened to the rhythms of the saloon and the mood of the town, and wherever he went, trouble seemed to follow. It's hard to say whether he was looking for belonging or simply trying to stay one step ahead of the law. Maybe both, maybe neither. What's certain is that by the time he was 17, he had already killed, escaped, and reappeared with a new identity. He had stepped off the path most boys walked and begun carving his own, one that would lead him straight into a war and into the pages of history. The New Mexico Territory in the 1870s was a brittle place. The land itself was hard and sunburnt, all open range and wind-scraped rock, but it was the people who made it truly dangerous. Ranchers, rustlers, hired guns, and merchants, all vying for power in a region where law often arrived too late, if it came at all. By the time he was 17, the young man now calling himself Bonnie had grown into a young man with a pistol and a reputation. He was nimble, soft-spoken, often polite, even to those who hunted him. But beneath the grin and charm was a sharp edge. He drifted into Lincoln County, not yet infamous, just a ranch hand. He found work with an English rancher named John Tunstall, a young and ambitious outsider who had set up shop in enemy territory. Tunstall wasn't just running cattle, he was challenging the local monopoly run by Lawrence Murphy and James Dolan, two powerful businessmen with ties to the sheriff's office, the courts, and a network of hired guns. They didn't take kindly to competition. Tensions simmered for months. Cattle were rustled, wagons robbed, and threats passed around like whiskey glasses. When Tunstall was ambushed and shot dead by a posse aligned with Murphy's faction, everything changed. To Billy and others on Tunstall's payroll, it wasn't just a murder, it was a declaration of war. In response, they formed a group called the Regulators, a loose band of cowboys, gunmen, and ranch hands sworn to avenge their employer and expose the corruption choking Lincoln County. It wasn't an official badge that gave them authority, but a shared belief that someone had to act. Billy wasn't the leader, but he quickly became the most recognizable face. He rode with the Regulators as they tracked down men linked to the killing. In one shootout, they captured a deputy sheriff, and according to many accounts, executed him on the spot. It was a clear message. There would be no trials, no courtrooms. Justice, such as it was, would come from the barrel of a gun. Word spread fast. The newspapers, hungry for drama from the lawless frontier, printed exaggerated tales of the young gunman with nerves of steel. Some painted him as a folk hero, a youth standing up to crooked businessmen and the broken law they controlled. Others made him out to be a rising menace, reckless and deadly, with no respect for order. The violence escalated. Ambushes turned to raids, homes burned, and both sides counted their dead. Billy's reputation grew with each gunfight. His age only added to the drama, a teenager trading shots with grown men, and often walking away unscathed. He moved like someone who knew time was against him, and perhaps it was. By the end of 1878, the Lincoln County War had claimed dozens of lives. The town of Lincoln was left pocked with bullet holes and scarred by grief. Murphy and Dolan's faction regained control, backed by political pressure and federal troops. The Regulators scattered. Some were killed, some fled, and a few went underground. Billy did neither. He stayed just long enough to be branded an outlaw, then vanished into the folds of the territory, wounded, wanted, and watched. He was no longer a hired hand, or even a rebel. From that point on, he was something else entirely. The town of Lincoln sat low against the hills, a cluster of adobe buildings and wooden facades, hemmed in by dry hills and dust-blown trails, and by 1878 it had become the crossroads of power, greed, and blood. After the murder of John Tunstall, the Lincoln County War erupted in earnest. On one side stood the regulators, formed in retaliation, a patchwork crew of ranch hands, cowboys, and young guns like Billy, who had found both purpose and loyalty in Tunstall's camp. On the other side were the Murphy-Dolan faction, backed by the local sheriff, the courts, and a handful of hired killers. The violence began to unfold like a slow, grinding feud, marked by surprise attacks and revenge killings. Ambushes were laid on the trails, men were shot off their horses, homes were torched. The law, such as it was, did little to stop it, and in many cases took part in the fighting. Billy found himself not just caught in the middle, but quickly rising to the front. He was young, but already trusted with a gun, and given the kind of work most men didn't survive. One of the war's most infamous moments came in April of that year, when Billy and the regulators engaged in a running gunfight through the streets of Lincoln. They'd cornered Sheriff William Brady, a known ally of the Murphy faction. Billy stepped out from cover and opened fire, killing Brady and another deputy in broad daylight. He was said to have returned after the shooting to retrieve a warrant, a personal one, issued for his arrest, from Brady's coat pocket. That act alone marked him forever. No longer could he be seen as just a hired hand caught up in the chaos. He was now a central figure in the violence, a man who had killed a sheriff in the open, in a place where everyone could see. From that moment on, his name was spoken with both fear and fascination. As the war dragged into summer, the battles grew larger and bloodier. The final clash came in July, when Billy and a group of regulators holed up in the McSween house, allies of Tunstall and one of the last strongholds against the Murphy faction. What followed was a 5-day standoff in the heart of Lincoln, with gunmen trading fire from rooftops and alleyways. Federal troops eventually arrived, but they didn't come to save McSween. They stood aside as the house was set ablaze and the defenders forced to flee under gunfire. McSween was shot and killed in the confusion. Billy managed to escape. The war was over, but the scars were fresh, and they ran deep. The Murphy-Dolan faction returned to power, bruised but intact. Most of the regulators were either dead or in hiding, and Billy, still not yet 20, found himself blamed for more than a handful of deaths and marked as a fugitive. He had stepped into the war with a sense of loyalty and vengeance. He emerged from it with a bounty on his head, stories in every newspaper, and a reputation that was growing faster than he could run. In the eyes of many, he was no longer just an outlaw. He was the last ember of a cause that had been stamped out by power and politics. And while others tried to forget the war, Billy carried it with him. After the smoke cleared in Lincoln, most men laid down their arms and tried to forget. But not Billy. With the war lost and his allies scattered, he became the most recognizable face of a failed rebellion, and the easiest one to chase. He drifted through the New Mexico territory like a shadow, showing up in one town just as his name reached the next. There were always rumors that he was headed south, that he'd crossed into Mexico, that he'd turned up in a poker game in White Oaks, or danced with a rancher's daughter near Las Vegas, New Mexico. Wherever he went, someone had a story, and with each telling, the story grew. The newspapers had begun to print his name regularly, some using Bonnie, others the name that would stick, Billy the Kid. They exaggerated his crimes, inflated his body count, and painted him as a remorseless killer. Some claimed he'd killed 21 men, one for each year of his life. In truth, the number was lower, closer to 4, maybe 5. Newspapers outran the court records, and few could be bothered to read the small print. He stayed in motion. The land gave him cover. Vast deserts, broken hills, canyons, and ranches tucked away from the eyes of the law. He'd find shelter with friends, or friends of friends, sleeping in barns or bunkhouses, moving on before trouble could catch up. He earned money through card games, odd jobs, and sometimes by helping rustlers move cattle. Nothing steady, nothing safe. Law enforcement in New Mexico was under pressure to bring him in. The newly appointed territorial governor, Lew Wallace, wanted order restored and reputations mended. Wallace extended an offer: surrender, testify against those involved in the Lincoln County War, and a pardon might be arranged. It was a rare opportunity for amnesty. Billy agreed to the meeting. The two men reportedly sat down together, one a politician in a suit, the other a wiry young fugitive with a reputation too large for his boots. Wallace promised fair treatment. Billy agreed to testify. For a moment, it looked like the story might take a turn toward redemption. But the promise fell through. Billy kept his end, testifying in a murder case linked to the war, but the pardon never came. Whether it was political pressure, legal confusion, or a broken word, the result was the same. He was betrayed. He waited weeks in jail, then escaped again. After that, something hardened in him. He was no longer a man seeking a way back. He became a man with fewer illusions, living day to day, trusting almost no one. The kid that people spoke of now was no longer the same. He was a figure of myth and defiance, living by instinct and hunted by the law. He never asked to be famous, but by the early 1880s, Billy had become a name known across the country. What began as a local feud in a dusty stretch of New Mexico had grown into a national fascination. And at the center of it all was a young outlaw, barely into adulthood, who rode fast, escaped often, and killed just enough to be remembered. In these retellings, Billy was rarely alone. He was accompanied by loyal friends, faced off against armies of corrupt deputies, and rode with the kind of poise no real man ever managed. The gunfights were clean, the motives were simple. The real Billy the Kid was lost beneath the stories written in cheap ink and sold for 10 cents apiece. Yet those who had met him often spoke differently. They remembered a slim young man, quick-witted and polite, with a fondness for dancing and a knack for getting along with strangers. He was fluent in Spanish and spent much of his time among Mexican communities, where he was often welcomed as a friend, not a fugitive. He laughed easily, carried himself lightly, and didn't talk about the killings unless he had to. If you didn't know better, you might have mistaken him for any other drifter passing through, and that's what made him unique. Few outlaws had accomplished so much in so little time. His jailbreaks especially stirred the public imagination. That someone so young could repeatedly slip through the fingers of lawmen only added to the mystique. What also set him apart was how many saw him not just as a criminal, but as a kind of symbol. For some, he represented rebellion against injustice. He had fought for a murdered employer, taken up arms against monopoly, and defied a legal system many believed was already broken. Right or wrong, he'd done it on his own terms. That mattered. Children whispered his name in alleys. Old men argued about him over whiskey. Women passed along tales of his charm and quickness. His enemies saw a threat. His supporters saw a spark. And in between stood a young drifter with a borrowed name, who may have been no more than a good shot with bad luck. As the months wore on, he continued to evade capture. The law grew more frustrated, and the stories grew taller. In the still spaces between gunfire and galloping hooves, he was becoming something else entirely. No part of his legend shone brighter than his knack for slipping through the bars of justice. Jailbreaks, ambushes, narrow escapes. They didn't just keep him alive. They fed the myth. The law could catch him, yes, but holding him was another matter entirely. His first escape, years earlier, had been almost laughably simple. Up a chimney and gone before the jailer even noticed. But as he grew older, and his name more dangerous, the stakes grew with him. And still, he kept vanishing. After the Lincoln County War, he was captured more than once. Deputies would drag him into custody, lock him behind iron bars, and issue fresh warnings to the press. And then, somehow, he'd be gone, vanishing into the hills, the desert, or the maze of backcountry trails only he seemed to know. He had a gift for reading people. He could sense when guards grew careless, or when a door had been left just slightly ajar. In one instance, he charmed his way into the trust of a jailer, then slipped out during a shift change. In another, he bribed someone for a smuggled pistol. He moved quickly, without hesitation, and disappeared before the dust had settled. The most dramatic escape came in April of 1881, after he'd finally been sentenced to hang. He was being held in the Lincoln County Courthouse, the very town where his story had begun. 2 deputies were assigned to guard him. It should have been the end. The noose was ready, the date set. But Billy had no intention of going quietly. On the afternoon of April 28th, he somehow acquired a revolver. Whether it was hidden in the privy, slipped to him by a friend, or taken from a careless guard, remains unclear. What's known is that he acted fast. He shot 1 deputy, then seized a second weapon and killed the other as he attempted to flee. Witnesses later claimed they heard his boots on the stairs, pacing calmly as he gathered ammunition. He walked through the courthouse, reloaded, and stepped out into the dusty street. According to some, he paused to speak with a passerby, even smiled, then mounted a borrowed horse and rode out of town, slowly, deliberately, as if daring anyone to stop him. The news raced ahead of him. The escape was printed in papers as far away as New York and Chicago. A condemned man had killed 2 deputies and ridden free, with no posse close behind. It was almost too perfect to believe, and that made it all the more irresistible to the public. For his enemies, it was a humiliation. For his supporters, a triumph. And for Billy himself, it was likely just another decision made in the thin space between life and death. He was barely into his 20s, and yet he'd slipped the gallows, broken from the courthouse, and lived to see his name become legend. But even legends run out of road. By the spring of 1881, New Mexico's most wanted man was again on the run, and the noose he'd once escaped was tightening. The jailbreak from Lincoln had pushed things too far. The territory's patience was gone. The law had lost face, and the governor had lost credibility. Someone needed to stop him. That task fell to Sheriff Pat Garrett. Garrett had once known Billy, not well, but well enough to recognize his charm, his cleverness, and the danger in underestimating him. They'd crossed paths in saloons and stables before fate placed them on opposite sides. Garrett was taller, colder, and far more cautious. He didn't underestimate the kid, and that was why he succeeded where others had failed. After the courthouse escape, Billy had disappeared into the familiar folds of the territory. He rode to Fort Sumner, an old military outpost turned farming settlement, where friends still offered food and a place to sleep. There, among the adobe walls and cottonwood trees, he tried to rest. But the manhunt had already begun. Garrett gathered information. He spoke to locals, tracked movement, and sent men ahead to watch. He didn't race after Billy. He crept closer, week by week, tightening the circle. Billy knew the land better, but Garrett had the momentum now, and the political pressure behind him. By mid-July, Garrett believed he had found his man. Word reached him that Billy was hiding near Fort Sumner. Garrett rode in with 2 deputies and waited for nightfall. He knew Billy's habits, the people he trusted, the places he liked to visit. It wouldn't take much. On the evening of July 14th, Garrett visited the home of Pete Maxwell, whose family ranch was a gathering place for many in the area. Garrett waited in Maxwell's darkened bedroom, unsure whether Billy would come, but certainly had few other options. Around midnight, footsteps approached the house. A voice called out softly in Spanish, asking who was there. In the darkness, Garrett recognized it. Before Billy could step fully into the room, the sheriff fired. The bullet struck him just above the heart. He fell to the floor and died within moments. He was 21. As was often the case with him, news traveled fast. Some believed the account exactly as Garrett told it. Others insisted it had been a trap, or even an assassination. Still others claimed it hadn't been Billy at all, that he'd escaped once again, and the body buried in Fort Sumner wasn't his. Whatever the truth, Garrett became both praised and despised for the killing. He later wrote a book about it, defending his actions and framing Billy the Kid as both dangerous and doomed. The public, however, wasn't finished with him. Almost immediately, stories began to twist. Some said Billy had drawn first. Others claimed he was unarmed. Still more insisted he'd been betrayed by someone close, or that he'd walked into the dark because he believed it was safe. And so, the young outlaw who had ridden through war, evaded jails, and danced through headlines, met his end, not in a final shootout, suddenly, in a dark room with no warning and no second chance. It was not the ending his story deserved, but it was the one that stuck. Before that final bullet found him in the dark, there had been weeks, maybe months, when Billy knew the circle was closing. He'd seen it before, after every escape. The freedom was always real, but it was never permanent. After his jailbreak from Lincoln, the territory changed. Towns that once looked the other way now kept their distance. Deputies rode out faster. The press, which had once marveled at his daring, now called for justice. Governor Lew Wallace's reputation had taken a beating after the failed pardon, and public pressure demanded results. A bounty hung heavy on his head. Still, he didn't vanish completely. He returned to Fort Sumner, a place that had always welcomed him. Friends were there, old regulators, ranchers, Mexican families who had taken him in. They fed him, sheltered him, and in some cases, warned him when danger approached. He trusted them more than most, and it may have been that trust that cost him. Pat Garrett, the sheriff now leading the hunt, understood his quarry better than most. He didn't rely on speed. He waited. He spoke to the same families, walked the same dirt trails, and watched the patterns of Billy's life. The kid was elusive, but he wasn't invisible. Garrett believed he would return to familiar ground, and he was right. There were near misses. One report placed Billy at a dance, laughing and twirling partners, while a deputy waited outside, unsure if it was really him. Another claimed he'd stopped in a town to buy coffee, nodding politely at the sheriff's wife before slipping out the back. These were not the moves of a reckless killer, but of someone still trying to live, if only just. But the net kept tightening. Garrett posted men at river crossings and trading posts. He followed hoofprints through canyon trails and questioned strangers who came into town too suddenly. And all the while, Billy remained just out of reach, like a story half remembered, always on the verge of vanishing. Some believe Billy knew how it would end. He began moving with more caution, but not with fear, more like someone who had accepted the road ahead and was simply trying to ride it a little longer. He stayed up late with friends, played cards, rode into town only at night. He carried a pistol, but rarely reached for it, as if, perhaps, he was tired of running. When Garrett rode to Fort Sumner that last time, he did it without fanfare. No posse, no gunfire, just patience, and a gentle knock at the door of Pete Maxwell's house. The manhunt, in the end, wasn't a chase. It was a wait. Garrett didn't catch Billy in a canyon or a thicket, and he didn't face him across a street in some final showdown. He waited in the dark, in a room thick with heat and breath, and listened for footsteps. The moment came, and then it was over. The grave at Fort Sumner is plain, a slab of stone behind iron bars, etched with 3 names: Billy the Kid, Tom O'Folliard, and Charlie Boda, friends who died before and beside him. Visitors still come, walking the same parched ground he once crossed, staring down at the marker like it might answer some unspoken question. But there are no answers left there, just wind, dust, and the weight of a story that never settled. Newspapers were the first to pick up the story. In the East, readers imagined a lawless desert full of painted cowboys and boys, quick with pistols. Dime novelists went to work soon after, chiseling away at the truth and shaping Billy into something larger, simpler. A young gunfighter who smiled in the face of danger and outran every lawman on the frontier. They gave him a body count, a code, and a kind of tragic poetry he never asked for. Hollywood followed decades later. Actors took up his name. Some played him as a heartless killer, others as a misunderstood rebel, standing tall against the machine of power. In each retelling, he changed just enough to suit the time. Historians have tried to draw clear lines, to tally the facts and separate myth from record. By most accounts, he killed fewer men than is claimed, perhaps 4 or 5, most during wartime. He was fluent in Spanish, respectful toward women and deeply loyal to his friends. He stole, yes, and he fought, but many of those who knew him remembered him as generous, charming, and quick with a joke. A boy shaped by loss and conflict, not born into cruelty. Over the years, others tried to claim his name. In 1948, an old man in Texas stepped forward, calling himself Brushy Bill Roberts, and insisted he was Billy the Kid, that he had escaped that night in Fort Sumner and lived in hiding for nearly 70 years. He petitioned for a pardon, stirred the press, and rekindled a fire that had never truly gone out. But the evidence didn't hold, and he died not long after. The state never gave him what he asked for. Yet even now, long after the last witness passed on and the trail grew cold, people still argue over who he really was. An outlaw, a murderer, a symbol, or just a young gun caught in the undertow of a land too rough for innocence. In the end, his story outlived the facts. It drifted into song and story, into paintings and poems, into films and footnotes, and fireside retellings. What remains isn't just the record of a life, it's the echo of something people wanted to believe, that a kid with a fast horse and a quicker smile could fight back against the powerful, even if only for a little while. He didn't win, he didn't escape in the end, but he never faded either. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Blackbeard, the legendary pirate captain and archetypal swashbuckling rogue of the high seas. Picture the Atlantic at dawn, the slow creak of rigging and the smell of salt and tar over water. Lanterns sway, cannons line the gunwales as the sea drums against the hull. A towering figure stands on the quarterdeck with a black tricorn pulled low over deep-set eyes. A wide bandolier of half a dozen flintlock pistols hangs heavy like a portable armory. Ghostly threads of smoke curl about a bristling beard tied in tails with vibrant ribbons. This was stagecraft meant to intimidate and unsettle. This was Blackbeard, captain of the dreaded Queen Anne's Revenge. This brilliant naval strategist stalked the 18th century Caribbean and the colonial American seaboard, commanding a modest flotilla of buccaneers, often subduing his opponents by presence alone. His time at sea was brief, no more than a handful of years, but the tales of blockades, stolen ships, and narrow escapes spread rapidly, whispered in taverns, written in broadsheets, and carried across the seven seas. He came to embody everything a pirate was thought to be: fierce and flamboyant, cunning and cruel. Even now, more than 3 centuries later, the spectre of Blackbeard still echoes through history. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll trace the man and the myth, letting rough edges soften with the tide. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's raise the sails with Blackbeard, prowling through uncharted waters, starry channels, and drifting tides of this golden age of piracy. Almost nothing is certain about the early years of the man the world would remember as Blackbeard. Even his real name comes down to us, blurred in ink, often written as Edward Teach, sometimes Thatch, sometimes altered again by scribes who copied from one another. He was most likely born around the last decades of the 17th century in Bristol, a port city bustling with ships and sailors. That is all the record gives us. From there, rumor and imagination fill the gaps. To picture him as a boy, one must look to the streets of Bristol itself. Tall masts lining the harbour, sailors returning from the West Indies with stories of sugar and storms, the boom of cannon practice carried on the wind. Bristol was a city of merchants and mariners, where fortunes were made and lost on the tide. It was also deeply enmeshed in the transatlantic slave trade. Ships left its docks carrying manufactured goods to Africa, returning with enslaved people forced into lives of bondage in the Americas. Edward grew up in a world where the sea meant opportunity, but also exploitation. Historians cannot say what he thought of it, only that he would later make his life among the same waters. The first true glimpses of him come during Queen Anne's War, fought between England and France from 1701 to 1714. At the time, men could serve as privateers, legally sanctioned raiders given papers by the Crown to seize enemy vessels. Edward almost certainly took this path, though his name does not appear in every surviving list. The war offered young sailors both employment and adventure. A privateer ship was crowded, dangerous, and unpredictable, yet it gave its crew a share of whatever prizes they captured. In those years, Edward learned how to fight with cannons, how to command men under stress, and how to maneuver a vessel under fire. When the war ended, thousands of privateers were left adrift. Their commissions expired, their pay cut off. A man trained to capture ships found that the Crown no longer had need of him. Some returned to merchant sailing, accepting lower wages and long voyages. Others, unwilling to surrender their hard-won freedom, turned pirate. Here is where Edward's trail takes its decisive turn. Was it simple necessity that drove him to it, the need to earn a living in unforgiving times? Or was there a darker hunger, a taste for the chaos and spoils that piracy offered? The records are silent, leaving us to wonder. Later, legends often exaggerated this choice. Some tales claim he was betrayed by officers, cheated of prize money, or scorned by governors who profited while men like him risked their lives. None of that can be proved. What we do know is that by 1716, he was sailing under a notorious pirate captain named Benjamin Hornigold in the Bahamas. This was Edward's apprenticeship in piracy, learning from a leader who was both respected and feared. Hornigold was selective about targets, often choosing Spanish or French vessels, careful not to anger England directly. In this company, Edward gained experience and reputation. It was during these years that he began to distinguish himself, not only as a capable seaman, but as a man who understood the power of appearance. Witnesses would later describe his size, his imposing figure, and the way he carried himself on deck. He was not yet Blackbeard, but the elements of that persona were beginning to gather, like storm clouds over the horizon. The boy from Bristol, shadowy in the records, had become a man of the sea, hardened by war, sharpened by necessity. From here, the outlines of a legend would start to take shape, carried by whispers among sailors, and soon to be feared across oceans. When the guns of Queen Anne's War fell silent in 1714, the world of the privateer collapsed almost overnight. Ships that had once sailed proudly under letters of marque were stripped of their legal cover, their crews dispersed into unemployment. For some, the path back into ordinary merchant service was open, yet merchant wages were meager and the discipline harsh. A sailor could toil for months, only to earn a fraction of what a single prize had brought in wartime. For Edward, who had tasted the unpredictable wealth and freedom of seizing enemy vessels, the thought of such a return must have seemed unbearable. The Crown had profited, the governors had profited, but the men who risked everything were left to scrape by. It is easy to imagine resentment growing in his mind, the sense of being discarded. Piracy offered a man like Edward more than just income. It offered independence, No king to answer to, no captain's whip, no merchant counting profits ashore while others bled at sea. It was in the Bahamas, at Nassau, that Edward found his turning point. The harbour there had become a kind of republic for outlaws, a loose community of former privateers who had turned pirate. They called it the Privateers' Republic, a rough gathering place of ships and men bound by little more than opportunity and necessity. Here, Edward joined forces with Benjamin Hornigold, a seasoned captain who struck targets with a mix of daring and restraint. Under Hornigold's flag, Edward honed the skills that would later make him notorious. Boarding actions, command of men, the careful balance of threat and negotiation. He learned not just how to seize prizes, but how to keep order among restless crews, men drawn from every corner of the Atlantic world. Pirate life was brutal, but it also carried its own form of democracy. Captains could be deposed, loot was divided by custom, and each man had a vote. For sailors long abused by merchant masters, this was freedom. It was also during these years that Edward began to experiment with the theatre of fear. Witnesses later recalled that he grew his beard long and thick, tying it with small colored ribbons that swung as he moved. He cultivated a presence that unsettled before a shot was fired. Legends later embroidered this image into something monstrous. Eyes that glowed in the dark, smoke that rose constantly from his hair, even rumors that he was in league with the devil. Myths often tell us as much about what people wanted to believe as what was true. By 1717, Hornigold's power was waning. Edward, ambitious and already commanding respect, was ready to step into his own authority. When Hornigold lost favor with his men, Edward broke away, taking ships and crew with him. He was no longer simply a former privateer, nor merely a pirate among many. He was beginning to craft an identity that would soon eclipse all others. What began as a choice born of circumstance, a war ended, a sailor left adrift, was now shaping into something more deliberate. Edward was not content to be another nameless marauder on the sea lanes. He was building something larger, a reputation, an image, a legend that would ripple far beyond the men who saw him face to face. The man who stepped out from Hornigold's shadow was already shaping a role for himself, not simply as a pirate, but as a figure larger than life. Edward understood something that many of his peers overlooked, that fear was as valuable as firepower. A reputation, once established, could empty a ship's decks before a blade was drawn. Witnesses would later describe him as tall and broad-shouldered, towering over many of his crew. His beard was his signature, thick, black, and left to grow long in an age when many men shaved or trimmed. He tied it with colored ribbons, small scraps of red, blue, yellow, or green that swayed as he moved. On their own, these were just eccentricities, but Edward wove them into a performance. He made himself unforgettable. The most famous touch was smoke. Before battle, he is said to have fastened slow-burning fuses beneath his tricorn hat and around his beard, so that tendrils curled up around his face. To the men on a targeted ship, the sight must have been terrifying. A giant wreathed in haze, eyes glinting through the sparks. Some said he looked like a demon risen from the sea. Whether he did this often or rarely, it worked. Many surrendered at the mere sight of him. He also armed himself to excess. Contemporary accounts tell of no less than 6 pistols strapped across his chest so they could be fired in quick succession. A cutlass hung at his side, and knives were tucked into his belt. Most men could hardly reload a musket quickly in the chaos of a fight. Edward sidestepped the problem by bristling with weapons. The myths grew quickly. Some sailors swore that his eyes glowed like coals in the dark, that his very gaze could unnerve the bravest men. Others claimed he was bulletproof, enchanted by dark powers, or that he could not be killed by ordinary means. Ghost stories painted him as something other than human, a fiend who walked the decks by night, a shadow that could not be escaped. These tales, impossible as they are, reveal how effective his performance had been. Men needed explanations for why his presence alone could disarm them. And yet behind the spectacle was intelligence. He was not a madman lashing out, but a strategist who chose targets carefully. Later depictions of Blackbeard often exaggerated the cruelty, painting him as a butcher of men. Yet the records show he preferred to take ships without bloodshed when he could. The image of terror was the tool, not indiscriminate slaughter. That contradiction, ruthless but calculated, is part of why his legend endures. Soon, word of the smoke-wreathed pirate had begun to spread across the Caribbean. Dockside whispers described a captain who seemed more phantom than man. Pamphlets in London hinted at his growing menace. Already, the name Blackbeard was taking shape, stitched from fear, rumor, and fact. Edward had crossed a threshold. He was no longer merely a sailor who had chosen piracy. He had become the living embodiment of piracy itself. That year, Edward was ready for a vessel worthy of his rising reputation. The smaller ships he had commanded could raid and retreat, but they lacked the presence of a true flagship. That autumn, fortune gave him exactly what he wanted. Off the coast of the Caribbean, he captured a French slaving vessel named La Concorde. The ship had sailed from France with hundreds of enslaved African people crammed below deck, bound for the brutal plantations of the Americas. By the time Edward encountered her, many had already perished from disease, thirst, or the appalling conditions of the Middle Passage. Contemporary accounts suggest over 300 were taken aboard, but fewer than half survived the voyage. When Edward's men seized the vessel, they found the crew weakened, the enslaved suffering. The fate of those captives is uncertain. Most were reportedly put ashore on the island of Bequia, left to fend for themselves. Some historians believe a handful may have chosen to join the pirates, drawn by the chance of freedom, however precarious. Piracy was no idol, but it offered escape from chains. What is clear is that Edward did not keep the majority aboard. His interest was not in human cargo, but in the ship itself. La Concorde was large and heavily built, capable of carrying hundreds of people and mounting dozens of guns. It was the kind of vessel that could project power across seas. Edward refitted her swiftly, stripping out the fittings used for enslaved passengers and installing heavy cannons. He rechristened her Queen Anne's Revenge, a name thick with meaning. To some, it was a nod to the war he had fought in. To others, a taunt to the new king who had left privateers abandoned. The name itself was theatre. a statement that this was no ordinary pirate sloop, but a warship under its own flag. With Queen Anne's revenge, Edward's image soared. He now commanded a floating fortress, a ship that could overawe merchantmen and even threaten naval patrols. Contemporary reports claim she carried around 40 guns, making her one of the most formidable pirate vessels of her time. For sailors who glimpsed her looming silhouette, the sight alone could be enough to sap their courage. The myths began almost immediately. Tales spread that Queen Anne's revenge was enchanted, that no navy could match her. Some said she carried a crew of demons, their faces hidden behind masks of smoke. Others whispered that she had never lost a battle, that she glided through storms unharmed. These were exaggerations, but they revealed the dread her name inspired. In practice, the ship was not invincible. She was heavy, and her size made her less nimble than smaller craft. But Edward wielded her wisely. He used her bulk to blockade harbors, and her cannons to force submission and frighten anyone who might resist. With this vessel, he became more than a pirate, preying on stray ships. He became a commander who could choke off entire stretches of coast. The capture of La Concorde marked a turning point. The boy from Bristol, the privateer left adrift after war, had remade himself into Blackbeard, master of one of the most feared ships on the Atlantic. The enslaved people who had once suffered aboard her were gone, their fate mostly lost to history, but the vessel itself had been transformed into a symbol of dread. With Queen Anne's revenge under his command, Blackbeard's power grew quickly. The vessel's size and her powerful guns gave him leverage far beyond most pirates, who often relied on small, swift sloops. Edward now commanded not just a ship, but a presence that dominated sea lanes. Alongside her, he gathered a small flotilla of allied craft, modest in number, but under his direction, they multiplied into a threat greater than their size. Through 1717 and into 1718, he struck across the Caribbean. Spanish, French, and English merchants alike fell into his path. The tactic was often the same: sails rising over the horizon, Queen Anne's revenge like an ominous wall of wood and iron, and a surrender offered before a shot was fired. Many captains, confronted with the terrifying sight of Blackbeard himself at the rail, chose life over resistance. His reputation did the work. From the Bahamas to the coasts of Cuba and Hispaniola, and then north toward the Carolinas, his name spread in fearful whispers. Some said he was everywhere at once, able to command storms, to vanish into fog, to appear again hundreds of miles away. Pamphlets and broadsheets in England painted him as a scourge of the seas, half man, half monster. In taverns, sailors spoke of his cruelty, but also of his strange restraint. Tales of men spared when surrender was swift, cargo taken, but crews left unharmed. It was during these months that the myths of treasure began to flourish. Rumors claimed he buried chests of gold on hidden islands, leaving no man alive who knew the location. Some swore he had maps inked with blood, or secret caves guarded by curses. Yet historians find no trace of buried riches. The truth seems simpler. Pirates spent their plunder quickly, on drink, supplies, and fleeting comfort ashore. Edward himself likely lived as lavishly as his means allowed, preferring to enjoy wealth rather than hide it. Still, the image of Blackbeard's hidden hoards lingers even now, a dream of fortune waiting beneath the sand. His strength was not only in fear, but in strategy. He understood the flow of trade, where ships were most vulnerable, how to blockade narrow channels and harbors. He chose his targets carefully, weighing the cost of resistance against the ease of intimidation. Violence was a tool, but not his first choice. A battle damaged ships and wasted time. Surrender was swifter, more profitable, and fed the legend that made the next surrender even easier. Among his crew, stories say he maintained order, not only with fear, but with a kind of strange charisma. Pirates lived under codes of their own making, dividing plunder by agreed shares, voting on major decisions. Captains could be deposed if they lost respect. Edward seems to have understood this balance, stern enough to command obedience, theatrical enough to keep men loyal, generous enough with spoils to ensure their trust. The seas, however, were not boundless. Colonial governors grew uneasy, merchants protested, and navies began to turn their attention to the menace. For now, Blackbeard moved with confidence, his black flag and fearsome image carrying him from port to port. But every successful raid, every captured ship, drew more eyes to his course. In the spring of 1718, he would make his boldest move yet. Not a simple capture, but a blockade that tested the reach of his reputation and left his name inked into history. In May of 1718, Blackbeard carried his legend to a new height. Sailing north with Queen Anne's Revenge and several smaller vessels, he set his sights not on a lone merchantman, but on one of the busiest ports of the American colonies, Charleston, South Carolina. Few pirates had dared anything so audacious. For nearly a week, he held the harbor itself in his grasp. Charleston was a city of trade and wealth, its wharves piled with goods bound for Europe and the West Indies. Dozens of ships passed through its waters, laden with rice, indigo, and timber. To blockade such a hub was to choke an artery of commerce. Blackbeard anchored his ships at the harbor's entrance, cutting off all traffic. Vessels attempting to leave were stopped. Those arriving found themselves suddenly seized. Panic rippled through the city as word spread. The pirate with the smoking beard and fearsome reputation was at their gates. The motive was not treasure, at least not in the usual sense. Blackbeard demanded a chest of medicines. Contemporary accounts suggest his crew was suffering from disease. Perhaps syphilis, dysentery, or fevers common among seamen. The irony is hard to miss. The most dreaded pirate of the age, holding an entire colony hostage, not for gold, but for remedies. Merchants and townsfolk alike scrambled to meet his demand. For days, negotiations dragged on. Hostages taken from seized ships pleading for their lives, fear mounting in the streets. Some later tales claimed he threatened to burn the city if denied. Others said he staged mock executions to terrify captives. Whether these happened or not, his performance worked. The colony, desperate to end the standoff, assembled the requested medicines and delivered them. With that, Blackbeard released the ships and the hostages and sailed away without firing a shot. The episode became one of the most famous of his career. Newspapers in London relayed the story with alarm. How could a single pirate blockade a colonial capital with impunity. The answer lay in the legend he had built. The sight of Queen Anne's revenge at the harbour mouth, with Blackbeard himself glowering from the deck, was enough to freeze resistance. The city surrendered not just to his cannons, but to his reputation. The myths grew in retelling. Some said the medicine was for Blackbeard himself, that he was deathly ill and sought to stave off the inevitable. Others whispered that it was for his many wives, though whether he had more than one is doubtful. Still others claimed he never wanted the medicines at all, but staged the entire blockade simply to prove he could. Historians sift through these tales, uncertain where truth ends and story begins. What is certain is the impact. By blockading Charleston, Blackbeard demonstrated that piracy was not merely harassment of trade, but could challenge the authority of colonies themselves. Governors were humiliated, merchants enraged, and the crown increasingly pressed to act. In their eyes, this was no longer just a rogue captain. This was a threat to order. For Blackbeard, it was both triumph and turning point. His crew had their medicines. His legend had swollen further. But his boldness also ensured that powerful men would now conspire to bring him down. The blockade was a masterpiece of theater and strategy, but it also drew the curtain toward the final act of his story. In the months after the Charleston blockade, Blackbeard's fortunes shifted. He had shown the colonies their vulnerability, but he had also drawn the full weight of their attention. Governors along the coast began to petition London for action. Naval patrols increased. The Crown, eager to quell the disorder, issued a broad pardon to any pirate willing to renounce the trade. Known as the Act of Grace, it promised forgiveness to those who surrendered within a set time. Edward saw his opportunity. Sailing north into the shallow sounds of North Carolina, he deliberately ran Queen Anne's Revenge, aground near Beaufort Inlet. Some say it was an accident, the vessel lost to treacherous waters. Others suggest he grounded her on purpose, shedding an unwieldy ship, and perhaps even thinning his crew to keep the choicest spoils for himself. Whatever the truth, the great flagship of his legend was left broken on the sandbars, while Edward slipped into the tide of events. He presented himself in Bath, then the colonial capital of North Carolina, and accepted the king's pardon from Governor Charles Eden. To the authorities, this was a success. One of the most notorious pirates of the age had seemingly laid down arms. Edward settled briefly into life ashore. Reports speak of him marrying a local woman, his 14th wife if the rumors were true, though such numbers are almost certainly myth. Still, the image of the fearsome sea wolf turned domestic husband delighted the gossips of the coast. For a time, he lived as a gentleman of sorts, appearing in Bath, mingling with officials, even receiving visits at his house along the Pamlico River. Governor Eden seemed content to look the other way at his past. Some say bribes were passed, others that the governor enjoyed the pirates' company. Yet Edward was not made for land. The creak of rigging, the salt wind, the thrill of command, these called him back. Within weeks, he returned to the water. At first, his voyages were described as trading expeditions, but the line between commerce and piracy soon blurred. Ships vanished, rumors swirled, and Edward's name again carried menace. Some accounts suggest he colluded with colonial officials, sharing spoils in exchange for protection. Whether true or not, whispers of corruption clung to Bath, staining its governor's reputation. The myths multiplied in his absence. Tales spread of wild revels, of Edward hosting feasts where candles burned in the sockets of skulls, though no evidence supports such grisly detail. Others claimed he had grown weary of blood, that he sought to retire into comfort, yet could not resist the pull of the sea. As with so much of his story, the truth lies somewhere between. By the autumn of 1718, it was clear he had not abandoned piracy. He still commanded men, still seized vessels, still haunted the inlets of the Carolina coast. To the merchants and governors who had hoped the pardon would end his career, it was an embarrassment. To his enemies, it was proof that he could not be trusted, that leniency had failed. Blackbeard had exchanged one stage for another. No longer the master of Queen Anne's revenge, he was now a figure moving through the creeks and channels of the American coast, half pardoned, half outlaw, a living contradiction. His reprieve would not last. Already forces were gathering to remove him, led by a naval officer who would become his final adversary. By the autumn of 1718, Blackbeard's uneasy half-life, as both pardoned man and outlaw, had worn thin. His raids along the Carolina coast continued, and while Governor Eden seemed willing to look the other way, the merchants and planters of Virginia were less forgiving. Trade was suffering, fear was mounting, and pressure grew upon colonial leaders to act. Into this tension stepped a man who would become Blackbeard's nemesis, Lieutenant Robert Maynard. Maynard was a career naval officer, not long into his 30s, known for diligence rather than fame. He had served through the recent wars, proving himself capable, but without the glory attached to celebrated commanders. Yet in November 1718, he was given a task that would mark his name forever. Virginia's governor, Alexander Spotswood, alarmed by Blackbeard's proximity and frustrated by North Carolina's leniency, authorized an expedition. Maynard was chosen to lead it. The mission was dangerous from the start. Blackbeard commanded men hardened by years at sea, men who lived by plunder and were bound by loyalty to their captain's charisma. Maynard, by contrast, had two small sloops borrowed from the colony, Ranger and Jane, carrying fewer than 60 sailors. He had no warship of the line, no overwhelming firepower, only determination and the sanction of law. As his men prepared, rumors of Blackbeard filled the air. They had heard tales of the man's towering frame, his smoking beard, his bandoliers of pistols. Some whispered he was invulnerable, that bullets passed through him, that his head could not be severed. Maynard dismissed such stories, but he understood their power. To face Blackbeard was to face not just a pirate, but a legend. The chase led to Ocracoke Inlet, a shallow and twisting stretch of water off the coast of North Carolina. Blackbeard had anchored there with a reduced company, perhaps fewer than 30 men. Some believe he thought himself safe, sheltered by Governor Eden's protection and the shoals that kept larger warships at bay. Others say he was already weary, ready to drink and feast his final days away. Either way, he did not expect Maynard's sudden strike. At dawn on the 22nd of November, Maynard's sloop slipped into the inlet. The tide was against them, the channels treacherous. One of his vessels grounded, but the other pressed on. Blackbeard spotted them early and prepared. He had fewer men, but his cannons gave him the advantage. With a blast of iron and smoke, he tore through Maynard's rigging and deck. The opening volleys killed and maimed scores of sailors. For a moment, it seemed the legend would hold, that the pirate would sweep aside the law as he always had. But Maynard had a plan. He kept many of his men hidden below deck, presenting the image of a crippled ship. As Blackbeard closed in to finish the fight, Maynard waited. The trap was set, and soon the two men would meet in a furious clash that would decide both their fates. The hunt was nearly over. The legend of Blackbeard was about to face its reckoning. The morning sun was low when Blackbeard bore down on Maynard's crippled sloop. The pirates' cannons had already torn ragged holes in the deck, splintered timbers, and left blood on the planks. Smoke clung to the water, mingling with the salt air, as if the inlet itself were holding its breath. Blackbeard, confident from the chaos he had unleashed, gave the order to close in. Boarding hooks clattered, and the final act began. What he did not know was that Maynard had kept the bulk of his crew hidden below. The deck of the Jane appeared near empty, strewn with the dead and wounded. Blackbeard leapt aboard, pistol in each hand, cutlass at his side, his men following with a roar. It was then that Maynard's trap was sprung. From below deck, dozens of sailors surged up, armed and ready, swarming into the melee. The clash was immediate and ferocious. Muskets flared at close range. Cutlasses rang against cutlasses, steel on steel. Smoke, sweat, and blood filled the narrow space as men grappled, stabbed, and fell. Blackbeard, towering above most, fought with a ferocity that stunned even seasoned sailors. Accounts claim he carried half a dozen pistols strapped across his chest, firing them one after another before swinging his blade. Maynard himself pressed forward, determined to meet the pirate face to face. The two men closed, swords striking, each blow heavy with desperation. Witnesses later swore Blackbeard fought like a man possessed, shrugging off wounds that would have felled another. He was shot 5 times, cut more than 20, and still he fought on, eyes blazing through the smoke. The legend of his invulnerability seemed real in that moment. Some believed he could not be killed, that dark forces kept him upright. Even as blood ran down his arms and soaked his beard, he pressed forward, roaring challenges, slashing with his cutlass. Yet sheer strength has limits, and slowly the tide turned. Surrounded, outnumbered, and bleeding, Blackbeard faltered. A final stroke cut deep across his neck, and at last he fell. The inlet fell eerily still. His men, leaderless, surrendered or fled into the shallows. Maynard's crew, battered and bloodied, stood in disbelief. They had slain the terror of the seas, the pirate who had haunted coasts and filled taverns with fearful tales. Yet in the stillness, even victory felt heavy. To prove the deed, Maynard severed the head and lashed it to the bowsprit of his sloop, a grim trophy meant to assure the colonies that their scourge was gone. His body, legend claims, was thrown overboard. And here, myth rises once more. Sailors swore it swam around the ship 3 times before sinking, headless yet defiant even in death. Whether invention or fearful embellishment, the story spread quickly, adding another layer to the aura that surrounded him. When Maynard returned to Virginia, the sight of Blackbeard's head swinging from the prow ended all doubt. The pirate was gone. Yet in truth, his defeat did not end piracy. Others would take to the seas. What it did end was the career of the most infamous of them all, a man whose life was short, but whose image endured. At Ocracoke, the man Edward Teach was finished, but the legend of Blackbeard only grew. With Blackbeard's body cast into the waters of Ocracoke, the man was gone, yet the legend had only just begun. News of his death sped across the colonies and over the Atlantic, and with each retelling, the story grew. Some claimed his ghost haunted the inlet where he fell, lights flickering over the water at night, as though his spirit still roamed the shallows. Others swore that on stormy evenings, the sound of distant laughter drifted across the waves, or that a headless figure stalked the Carolina beaches. Fishermen spoke of seeing a dark shape moving beneath their boats, a reminder of the headless body that was said to have circled Maynard's sloop before sinking. Such tales cannot be proven, but they have survived for centuries, woven into the folklore of the coast. Even in the more sober records, exaggeration crept in. Pamphlets and broadsheets in London depicted him as a sea monster, his beard ablaze, his eyes glowing like coals. Stories spread of wives numbering in the dozens, of feasts with skulls for goblets, of treasures buried on hidden islands. Historians today doubt much of this, yet the myths served a purpose. They elevated him from outlaw captain into archetype, the very picture of piracy itself. What makes his story remarkable is how brief it was. Barely 2 years of command, and yet his name outshone those who sailed for decades. Perhaps it was the theatre, the smoke and ribbons, the pistols across his chest. Perhaps it was the daring blockades and narrow escapes. Or perhaps it was the way his death, violent and dramatic, seemed to seal his image in permanence. 3 centuries later, his shadow lingers. His name is found in novels, films, ballads, and games. Children dress as pirates, and though they may not know his history, the image they imagine, the beard, the tricorn, the cutlass, is his. He became not just a man of the early 18th century, but the model for every pirate who followed. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow, two lovers on the lam in Depression-era America, whose reputation veered wildly between folk hero fame and outlaw infamy. Their story is set against the backdrop of a nation unraveling. The stock market had collapsed, farms withered in dust, and whole cities strained under the weight of hunger and want. In this landscape of hardship, a small band later known as the Barrow Gang drifted from state to state, living the way of armed robbery, stolen cars, bank jobs, and sudden getaways. Known for their heavy firepower and sudden bursts of violence, the gang quickly gained national notoriety after a daring shootout with police that shocked the nation. At the center of it all were the glamorous and dangerous Bonnie and Clyde, barely in their 20s, with sharp dress and a photogenic presence that made them irresistible to the press. Some saw the pair as nothing more than ruthless killers. Others saw them as folk heroes, outwitting the law and thumbing their nose at a system that had failed them. But as their fame grew, patrolmen guarded bridges and crossroads. Newspapers turned them into front-page sensations, while federal agents charted their every move. Though somehow, they always managed to stay one step ahead, slipping the net time after time. But no one can run forever. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll trace the lean years that shaped them and the chase that pressed closer with every dusty mile. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's ride shotgun with Bonnie and Clyde along the highways, hideouts, and the divided legacy they left behind. The early 1930s in the United States were years weighed down by dust and disappointment. The stock market crash had long since rippled through every corner of daily life. Factories that once buzzed with machinery now stood cold, their doors locked and windows boarded. Freight yards swelled with men carrying bedrolls, waiting for trains that might take them to the rumor of work. Women lined up with children at soup kitchens, cups held out for thin broth or a slice of bread. For families already scraping by, the Depression meant not just less, but almost nothing at all. Banks, once seen as the sturdy pillars of American prosperity, became symbols of betrayal. People lost their farms and homes overnight when mortgages were called in and debts left unpaid. Auction notices nailed to wooden posts told of land seized and cattle taken. On courthouse steps, whole families watched their livelihoods vanish under the hammer of a sale they could not stop. With resentment thick in the air, anyone striking against banks or authority could find a certain measure of sympathy. The highways told their own story. Cars loaded with belongings rattled westward, families chasing the promise of work in California. Others had no cars at all and walked, pushing handcarts with all they owned. Roadside encampments sprang up, nicknamed Hoovervilles, after the president blamed for the crisis. Canvas tents and tar paper shacks lined riverbanks and empty lots. At night, the air filled with coughs, harmonicas, and the weary shuffle of those hoping for a better day. It was in this climate of despair and defiance that Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow would emerge. They were not alone in bending the law during these lean years. Bootleggers, train robbers, and small-time burglars dotted the landscape. But what set them apart was how swiftly they captured the imagination of a restless nation. Young, stylish, and inseparable, they seemed to stand in sharp contrast to the worn faces of breadlines and the sagging shoulders of the jobless. Where most bowed under hardship, they appeared to rise above it, even if only by theft and gunfire. The southern plains in particular carried both hardship and opportunity for outlaws. The backroads of Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas stretched wide, their dust covering fresh tracks before long. Law enforcement there was local, often poorly coordinated. A county sheriff had little authority beyond his line, so the simple act of crossing a state border could throw off a pursuit. For those willing to take risks, the Depression offered a landscape in which escape was always just a few miles ahead. Yet the dangers were just as real. Armed patrolmen waited at crossroads. Farmers carried shotguns, weary of cattle theft and prowlers. A man caught stealing food might be beaten or worse. Newspapers printed lurid headlines, feeding public fascination with crime while inflaming calls for order. Even as sympathy lingered for the desperate, many Americans wanted protection from the very outlaws who seemed to thrive when everyone else struggled. Into this unsettled stage walked Bonnie and Clyde. She was a waitress with dreams far bigger than her small Dallas neighborhood. He was the son of sharecroppers, drawn to cars, music, and the quick cash of theft. The Depression had shrunk their world, but together they found a way to step outside of it. With stolen cars beneath them and a pistol in the glove box, they began to carve a path across the southern states, a path that would soon catch the eye of the press, the police, and the public. Bonnie Parker grew up in the working-class neighborhoods of West Dallas. She was born in 1910, the second of 3 children. Her father died when she was still a child, and her mother moved the family in with grandparents to make ends meet. Life was narrow in its horizons, but Bonnie stood out, small, lively, and drawn to words. At school, she excelled in writing, often filling pages with verses. She married young, to a man named Roy Thornton, but the union quickly fractured. By her late teens, she was living back with her mother, working as a waitress. She kept photographs of movie stars tucked away, and it was said she longed for something larger than the life around her. Clyde Barrow's beginnings were even harsher. Born in 1909, to poor sharecroppers in Ellis County, Texas, he grew up in a family that struggled to put food on the table. They eventually moved to Dallas, living for a time in a camp under a wagon bridge, not unusual for the very poor in those years. Clyde had a love for music and fast cars, but his path tilted early toward a life of crime. He and his brother Buck stole turkeys, cars, and eventually carried out burglaries. His first arrests came before he turned 20, and short stints behind bars hardened him. By the time he met Bonnie, Clyde already had the instincts of an outlaw, slipping between low-paid work and petty theft with ease. The meeting between them in January 1930 has been retold often, but what remains clear is how quickly they were drawn to one another. Clyde was visiting a friend's house when Bonnie came by. She was 19, he 20, and both were restless, searching for something more than what West Dallas offered. Witnesses later said Bonnie seemed smitten almost instantly. When Clyde was jailed soon after for a string of burglaries, she visited him regularly. During one of those visits, she smuggled him a pistol, which he used to escape briefly before being recaptured. The gesture showed a devotion that would mark her choices from then on. Clyde's time in Eastern Prison Farm was brutal. He endured hard labor, beatings, and violence from fellow inmates. The experience left him colder, more determined never to be caged again. By 1932, he was released, leaner, harder, and entirely unwilling to settle into ordinary life. The world of steady jobs and meager pay had little appeal. For Clyde, freedom meant the open road and the edge that came with living outside the law. Bonnie, meanwhile, slipped easily into his orbit. Though she never pulled a trigger in the way Clyde and his companions did, she was present on many raids and escapes. She carried cameras, posed for pictures, and wrote poems that mixed affection with fatalism. In her verse, she sometimes hinted that she knew how the story would end, yet she stayed. Together, they made a striking pair. Clyde in neat suits, sharp even on the run. Bonnie small but stylish, often in a beret or skirt. In a decade when most people trudged under the weight of hunger and worry, they seemed larger than life, glamorous despite their poverty. The bond they forged in those early years would prove unbreakable, pulling them into a whirlwind of theft, violence, and flight that would soon draw in others and expand into what came to be known as the Barrow Gang. By the spring of 1932, Clyde Barrow had no interest in straightening his path. He had been shaped by poverty, prison, and a restless need for more than ordinary life could offer. The jobs that did exist paid pennies, and with the country still sunk in the Depression, opportunities for men like him were slim. Stealing cars and holding up filling stations seemed to him both quicker and more certain than waiting for honest wages that might never come. His companion Bonnie was soon swept fully into this rhythm. She cooked for the small crew, wrote in her notebook, and often acted as lookout. Her devotion was clear, and it gave Clyde both comfort and courage. Together, they moved through Texas towns, sometimes staying only hours before disappearing down a dusty road. Their crimes began modestly. Grocery stores, small shops, and service stations were easy targets, their tills carrying just enough cash to get by another day. Cars were stolen almost as quickly as they were abandoned, each change of number plates buying them time. Yet as their confidence grew, so did the scale of their ventures. Banks, especially in rural areas, became their focus. Though Depression-era banks were not awash with money, the symbolism mattered. Many citizens resented bankers, and stories of a young couple daring to take from them traveled fast. Still, the robberies were rarely smooth. Shots were fired, alarms raised, and sometimes very little was gained. On more than one occasion, they fled empty-handed, abandoning vehicles in fields or creek beds. By late 1932, Clyde was no longer acting alone. His brother Buck drifted in and out of the picture, sometimes joining raids, sometimes lying low. A young teenager named W.D. Jones tagged along, drawn by the glamour of the road and the promise of fast money. With each new companion, the risk increased, but so too did the firepower. Clyde favored the Ford V8 for its speed, and military-grade rifles stolen from armories gave the gang an edge over poorly equipped local police. Violence became more frequent. Patrolmen stumbled into their path, and gunfire followed. Clyde was determined never to return to prison, and that meant no hesitation in using weapons when cornered. In one early clash, officers were wounded, and the gang slipped away, their reputation hardening from petty thieves to dangerous outlaws. Life on the run demanded constant movement. They slept in abandoned farms, roadside cabins, or cheap motels when money allowed. Meals were taken quickly, tins of beans, bread, and coffee from roadside diners. Bonnie's health began to falter after a car accident in 1933 left her with severe burns on her leg, but she carried on, bandaged and limping, unwilling to leave Clyde's side. Each month that passed drew them deeper into a cycle of robbery, flight, and near misses. What had begun as small-time crime now resembled a campaign against the law itself, marked by stolen cars, smuggled weapons, and a readiness to shoot their way out of traps. The Barrow name was beginning to circulate in law enforcement circles, and whispers of the gang's activities spread far beyond Texas. The stage was being set for the moment when they would leap from regional criminals to national figures, a shift that would come not from a robbery, but from photographs left behind in a hurried escape. As the months rolled into 1933, Bonnie and Clyde's circle widened. The pair had already proven inseparable, but their life on the road began to draw in others, friends and kin, who were willing to gamble on the outlaw's path. This shifting crew came to be known as the Barrow Gang. It was not a fixed company, but a revolving band of companions, some staying only briefly before prison, or fear pulled them away. Clyde's brother Buck played a central role when he joined in. Recently released from prison, he was older and carried the marks of years behind bars, yet he shared his brother's taste for the outlaw life. His wife, Blanche, followed along, at first reluctantly. In her later recollections, she admitted she never wanted the criminal existence, but love tied her to Buck, and so she rode too. Their presence lent the gang a domestic edge, with Blanche cooking meals and keeping camp. But it also increased the stakes, as more people meant more exposure. The youngest of the group was W.D. Jones. Enthralled by the excitement, he became both driver and lookout. His age made him reckless, but it also highlighted how fragile the line was between youth and crime in those years. Many Depression-era teenagers drifted in search of work or adventure. Jones found his with the Barrow Gang. With this crew, Clyde stepped into the role of leader. He had a sharp eye for cars, stealing Ford V8s wherever he could find them. The engine gave him an advantage over police vehicles, and his skill behind the wheel often meant the difference between capture and escape. The gang also armed themselves heavily. Raids on small armories brought them Browning automatic rifles, shotguns, and pistols, weapons far superior to what most local sheriffs carried. When police tried to block their path, the gang could lay down a storm of gunfire that left lawmen pinned and fearful. Their crimes stretched across Texas, Oklahoma, Missouri, and into the Midwest. Banks, gas stations, and small-town stores all fell victim. The take was not always large, often just a few $100s. But the symbolism mattered. In towns where foreclosures and evictions were daily news, stories of the Barrow Gang's raids stirred conversation. Some condemned them as cold killers. Others muttered that perhaps they were striking back at a system stacked against the poor. Life on the road was relentless. Tourist cabins were rented under false names. Number plates were swapped constantly. They learned to cook meals quickly, to leave lodgings with no trace, and to travel under cover of night when possible. Bonnie often carried her camera, capturing images of the gang lounging with rifles or leaning on stolen cars. These photographs, meant as keepsakes, would later define them in the eyes of the nation. Violence followed them at every turn, and every incident raised the temperature. Local sheriffs, already stretched thin, now called in reinforcements from state patrols and federal agents. Bonnie and Clyde's names appeared in more reports, and their descriptions circulated widely. Despite the strain, there was a strange normality within the gang. Blanche kept her dog, Snowball, close. Meals were shared, jokes told, photographs posed. In moments between raids, the group resembled a rough family on the move, rather than hardened criminals. Yet every time they set out in a stolen car, the guns in the back seat reminded them of the danger that shadowed every mile. By mid-1933, the Barrow Gang had become more than a local nuisance. They were a known force, armed, fast-moving, and unafraid to shoot their way to freedom. The law closed in steadily, but for now, the open roads of the southern plains gave them room to run. By the spring of 1933, the Barrow Gang had carved out a pattern of movement, weeks on the road, then a rented hideout where they could rest, regroup, and plan the next strike. In April, they settled in a modest two-story apartment over a garage in Joplin, Missouri. It was meant to be a brief stop, just long enough to recover and divide their spoils. To neighbors, they appeared as nothing more than a group of young people living a little noisily upstairs. Few guessed the cache of weapons and stolen cars tucked discreetly nearby. The police had already been alerted to suspicious activity, odd visitors, too many cars coming and going, and neighbors unsettled by gunshots they claimed to have heard. On April 13th, local officers arrived to investigate. They expected bootleggers or petty thieves. What they found instead was a heavily armed gang. As the officers approached the apartment, gunfire erupted. Clyde and Buck opened up with their automatic rifles, weapons far stronger than anything the local police carried. The narrow driveway became a killing ground. 2 lawmen fell, mortally wounded, and the others scrambled for cover. The gang managed a chaotic escape, speeding away in a car that roared down the road, bullets smashing into walls and windows behind them. In their rush to flee, they left behind more than they realized: weapons, clothes, and most fatefully, a camera with undeveloped film. When officers searched the abandoned apartment later, they found rolls of photographs that would soon appear in newspapers across the country. The images told a story more powerful than words. One showed Bonnie Parker in a beret, grinning as she leveled a pistol at Clyde in mock play. Another captured her with a cigar in her mouth, a pose that became instantly notorious. Clyde appeared dashing, leaning on stolen cars with a shotgun resting casually in hand. To many readers, the pictures were electrifying. For some, these photographs added a romantic sheen to their crimes. In a nation weary of hardship, here were two figures who looked like movie stars, living outside the rules. To others, the images were proof of recklessness, a flaunting of violence that mocked the suffering of ordinary people. Blanche Barrow later insisted that Bonnie did not actually smoke cigars and had only posed for fun, but by then the damage was done. The myth was fixed. From that moment, Bonnie and Clyde were no longer just regional outlaws. They were household names. Headlines painted them as the most dangerous couple in America. Their photographs splashed across newspapers in New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. The escape from Joplin came at a cost beyond publicity. The deaths of the two officers hardened the determination of law enforcement. What had once been a hunt for car thieves and petty robbers was now an interstate manhunt for killers. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, still young in its powers, began to take an interest. Patrolmen at state borders were warned to watch for stolen Fords with swapped plates. The Barrow gang could still vanish into the back roads, but the eyes of the nation now followed close behind. The photographs also revealed something more personal. They showed Bonnie and Clyde as inseparable, caught in poses that spoke of devotion as well as defiance. She looked small and spirited beside him, he confident and protective beside her. For readers, it was the combination, love and violence, glamour and gunfire, that made them unforgettable. The Joplin raid marked a turning point. They had escaped with their lives, but in leaving behind a handful of photographs, they gave away something harder to outrun: anonymity. From that point onward, the world would watch every step they took, waiting for the chase to end. The photographs from Joplin spread like wildfire. Editors knew what they had found: images that told a story of youth, rebellion, and danger all at once. For readers weary of headlines about hardship, the faces of Bonnie and Clyde offered something different, a strange blend of glamour and menace. Some saw them as nothing more than cold-blooded killers. They had left 2 officers dead in Missouri, and the media did not spare the details. For law enforcement, the couple represented a growing threat, armed, mobile, and unafraid to shoot their way out of traps. Yet even as sheriffs and patrolmen denounced them, others whispered a different view. Bankers had taken farms and homes, and many resented the authority that seemed to crush ordinary people while sparing the wealthy. Against that backdrop, the idea of 2 outlaws defying the law struck a chord. The fascination deepened with Bonnie's poetry. Among her belongings were verses she had written about their life on the run. One ballad, later titled The Story of Bonnie and Clyde, painted a picture of 2 lovers doomed but defiant. She wrote of highways, stolen cars, and the knowledge that their time would be short. The poem ended with the line that they would go down together, a grim prediction that would one day prove true. When the words were published after her death, they added another layer to the legend, the outlaw as poet, the young woman who knew her fate, yet chose to follow it. To many, those verses made Bonnie seem more than a gun moll or accomplice. They showed her as reflective, literate, and self-aware. It blurred the line between criminal and artist, drawing sympathy even from those who condemn their deeds. Women in particular took an interest, some admiring her loyalty, others horrified at the devotion that bound her to such a violent path. Clyde, too, gained a reputation shaped by myth. Stories circulated of him freeing inmates from brutal prison farms, of his loyalty to family, and of his skill behind the wheel. The truth was often less noble. Robberies that went wrong, gunfire exchanged with police, men wounded or killed. Yet in the telling, these details often bent toward the romantic. A couple in love, dressed sharply, outsmarting the law, became irresistible copy for newspapers eager to sell. The folk hero image was not universal. Families of slain officers saw nothing romantic in the blood left on back roads. Communities that suffered robberies cursed their names, but the divide itself only fed the legend. They were no longer simply outlaws. They had become symbols of defiance and destruction at the same time, heroes to some, villains to others. Their devotion to one another seemed to soften the brutality of their acts in the eyes of those who wanted to see rebellion as romance. Yet their trail was littered with bodies, and for lawmen chasing them, there was nothing glamorous about the task. The story of Bonnie and Clyde in these months became more than fact. It became a mirror in which America saw both its desperation and its desires. Love and violence, loyalty and lawlessness, all fused into a single tale that spread far beyond the dusty roads of Texas and Missouri. The months after Joplin were a blur of roads, cabins, and hurried escapes. Bonnie and Clyde rarely stayed in one place for long. They traveled through Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, even as far north as Iowa, stealing cars as often as they stole meals. The gang carried weapons in the back seat, maps folded on the dash, and a nervous readiness that came from knowing the law could appear at any turn. Life on the run was both restless and harsh. Tourist cabins and cheap motels offered a few hours of sleep, though always with one eye open. Meals were tins of beans or bread bought hastily from roadside shops. On rare occasions, they stopped to pose for photographs, Bonnie with her beret or leaning lightly on Clyde's shoulder. But even in those moments of playfulness, the reality of their life showed through: exhaustion, injury, and the knowledge that the chase never stopped. Bonnie herself suffered badly in the summer of 1933. A car crash left her leg severely burned when acid from a leaking battery soaked through the floor. She could barely walk unaided, often carried by Clyde or leaning heavily against him. Yet she refused to be left behind. Photographs from those months sometimes show her leaning on a crutch, dressed neatly as ever, determined to remain part of the life they had chosen together. The gang's encounters with police grew more violent. Ambushes turned into running gun battles on back roads. In one fight at a park near Dexter, Iowa, officers were wounded and the gang barely escaped. Each skirmish left behind not only bodies, but also stories that spread quickly. The turning point in public perception came on Easter Sunday, 1934. Two young highway patrolmen approached what they believed to be stranded motorists near Grapevine, Texas. Instead, they found Bonnie and Clyde. Shots rang out, and both officers were killed. Witnesses said Bonnie laughed or taunted the fallen men, though Blanche Barrow later denied this fiercely, insisting Bonnie never fired a shot that day. Regardless of the truth, the damage was done. Headlines across the nation carried the story, and any lingering sympathy evaporated almost overnight. Until then, there had been those who cast Bonnie and Clyde as folk heroes, striking at banks and authority in the name of defiance. After Grapevine, most saw them only as murderers. Many demanded their capture. Politicians called for stronger action. Even ordinary people who once cheered their daring escapes now whispered that it was time for the pair to be stopped. Clyde, undeterred, pressed on. He seemed convinced he could never be caught, relying on speed, nerve, and firepower to carry him through. But the net was tightening. Patrols guarded bridges, roadblocks sprouted at state lines, and federal agents began working more closely with local lawmen. Each escape grew narrower, each raid more dangerous. The Barrow gang were now fewer in number, whittled down by arrests and deaths. Yet Bonnie and Clyde clung to one another, partners bound by loyalty as much as desperation. Their story had crossed a threshold, and as the roads grew hotter with pursuit, a relentless lawman was already beginning to track their every move. By early 1934, the Barrow gang was dwindling. Arrests, deaths, and injuries had taken their toll. What remained was Bonnie, Clyde, and a shrinking circle of companions, worn thin from months of running. They had outlasted countless chases, but their enemies were learning. Local sheriffs could be outgunned, but the combined efforts of state and federal forces made escape far harder. It was at this moment that former Texas Ranger Frank Hamer was brought in. A tall, weathered man with a reputation for patience and resolve, Hamer had tracked outlaws across Texas for decades. He studied Bonnie and Clyde not as a pair of criminals, but as a problem to be solved. He knew their habits, how they relied on fast cars, how they circled through Texas, Louisiana, and Oklahoma, how they stopped often to see family. Hamer mapped their movements until patterns began to emerge. The couple's devotion to family proved both their comfort and their weakness. They visited parents, siblings, and old neighbors whenever they could, often risking exposure for the sake of a few hours at home. Hamer watched these visits carefully. He learned where they were likely to stop for fuel, which back roads they favored, and how long they stayed in one place. The net was slowly being drawn, mile by mile. Meanwhile, Bonnie and Clyde continued their raids. Small banks, filling stations, and grocery stores still felt the sting of their robberies, though the rewards were often meager. They were constantly on the move, sleeping in stolen cars or ramshackle cabins, living with the strain of never knowing who might be around the next bend. Patrolmen guarded bridges and crossroads. Roadblocks multiplied, and yet somehow the pair managed to slip away again and again. To the public, they were both notorious and strangely magnetic. To law enforcement, they were simply dangerous. By now, their list of crimes included multiple murders, and officers across several states were desperate to see them stopped. Hamer's patience set him apart. He did not rush into traps or seek a flashy arrest. Instead, he shadowed them from a distance, noting each turn, each meeting, each roadside stop. Slowly, he assembled a posse of hand-picked men, seasoned officers who knew how to lie in wait. The stage was nearly set. Bonnie and Clyde still believed in their ability to outrun the law, their Ford engines roaring down back roads and their rifles stacked in the back seat. But with every passing week, the walls were closing in. The chase that had once seemed endless was heading for a single, final road. By May 1934, Bonnie and Clyde had run out of safe ground. Their names were known in every sheriff's office, from Texas to Missouri. They were worn thin, living out of cars and cheap cabins, shifted constantly to stay ahead of the pursuit. Yet even with danger close, they still circled back to Louisiana, where family ties pulled them again and again. It was this loyalty that gave Frank Hamer the opening he had been waiting for. Hamer and his hand-picked posse had tracked the pair for weeks, shadowing their movements through back roads and border towns. He knew they often visited Henry Methvin, an accomplice, and that Methvin's father lived near Bienville Parish in northern Louisiana. With patience born of long experience, Hamer positioned his men along the routes Bonnie and Clyde were most likely to take. On the night of May 22nd, the posse waited by a rural road lined with pine and brush. They were armed heavily and carried orders to bring the couple down. Before dawn broke the next morning, they were already in place, concealed by the thick trees, listening for the sound of an engine. It was early on the 23rd of May when the Ford V8 came into view, dust rising behind it. Clyde was at the wheel, Bonnie beside him. They slowed when they saw Methvin's truck parked on the roadside. A ruse arranged with Methvin's father to lure them in. For an instant, the scene might have seemed like countless others, just another back road and another meeting. The posse opened fire. Dozens of rounds tore into the car before either could react. The Ford lurched forward, engine screaming, then rolled into a ditch. When the shooting stopped, the couple lay still. Their bodies were riddled with bullets. Their brief, furious journey ended in an instant. Word of the ambush spread almost immediately. Locals rushed to the scene, crowding around the wreck. Some cut locks of Bonnie's hair, others tore fragments of her dress. Shell casings were pocketed as souvenirs. By the time the authorities arrived to clear the road, the crowd had grown so thick that officers struggled to control it. The car, perforated with more than 100 bullet holes, became a grim symbol. Photographs of the wreck appeared in newspapers across the country. To some readers, the end was justice served. To others, it was a tragic conclusion to a story that had always felt larger than life. The ambush at Bienville Parish marked the final chapter for Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow. Their legend, however, was only beginning to grow. The ambush at Bienville Parish brought an end to the chase, but it marked the beginning of something harder to contain: the legend of Bonnie and Clyde. Within hours of their deaths, photographs of the bullet-riddled Ford V8 were seen nationwide. Images showed their bodies slumped inside, glass shattered, metal torn. For many, the sight was proof that justice had been delivered. For others, it was a moment of grim fascination. The outlaws whose faces had filled front pages were now gone, yet more present in the imagination than ever before. Crowds gathered in West Dallas and along the roads of Louisiana. The funeral homes were overwhelmed as thousands pressed in to catch a glimpse of the coffins. Flowers arrived in stacks. Reporters jostled for position, scribbling every rumor, from Bonnie's lipstick shade to Clyde's last words, though no one had truly heard them. The public's hunger for detail showed no sign of slowing. Their legend was fed not just by the newspapers, but by the relics left behind. The death car, riddled with bullet holes, was displayed for years, drawing crowds wherever it went. Souvenirs were sold, stories embroidered, and songs composed. Within months, ballads romanticized the pair as doomed lovers who had lived fiercely and died suddenly. The poem Bonnie had written, the story of Bonnie and Clyde, was published, and readers marveled at its eerie prediction of their end. Yet the debate never settled. To law enforcement and the families of slain officers, they were killers who left a trail of grief across the southern states. To some of the public, especially those who had lost homes and farms during the Depression, they were folk heroes who stood against a world that had offered them little. The tension between those views kept their memory alive. Hollywood eventually seized on the story. Films, books, and songs all portrayed the couple in ways that blurred fact and fiction. The photographs from Joplin, the poems, and the stories of narrow escapes became part of American folklore. Even today, Bonnie and Clyde remain symbols both of rebellion and of reckless destruction. Their true legacy lies somewhere in between. They were hardened by poverty and prison, pulled together by love as much as crime. They lived for 3 furious years on the run, defying the law at every turn until the road ended in Louisiana. What they left behind was more than headlines. It was a divided memory, part tragedy, part myth, and part warning about the thin line between desperation and defiance. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Percy Fawcett and his fateful search for the lost city of Z, an advanced ancient city of unimaginable riches hidden deep in the vast green heart of the Amazon. The early 20th century was an age of maps still unfinished. Into these uncharted lands stepped a British explorer who believed history should be protected, not plundered. Decades later, his daring expeditions would help inspire the whip-wielding fictional archaeologist Indiana Jones, who held a similar conviction. Fawcett was certain the rainforest concealed the remnants of an ancient and sophisticated civilization. He spent years navigating rivers that coiled like bronze serpents, enduring stifling heat and drenching rains, driven always by the vision of its moss-clad stone towers and paved avenues beneath the canopy. Then, in 1925, he set out to find it. His expedition was unlike the grand ventures of others. No long caravan of men, no heavy train of supplies to draw attention. Just himself, his young son, and a close friend, traveling lightly into the dense wilderness. But these three figures never returned. What became of them remains one of history's enduring riddles. Some believe they fell victim to illness, starvation, or a hostile encounter far from any hope of rescue. Others suspect they became hopelessly lost, swallowed by a labyrinth of rivers and tangled forest. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll trace the winding path of an explorer's dream and mysterious disappearance. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's follow Percy Fawcett into the tangled depths of a quest that consumed him, the quest for the lost city of Z. The Amazon in the early 1900s was a realm of tangled waterways and endless forest that resisted every effort of the cartographer's pen to chart it. Rivers wound in endless coils, their brown waters carrying leaves and silt from forests older than any city. The air was heavy, fragrant with damp earth and the faint sweetness of orchids clinging to high branches. Shafts of green filtered light shifted with the sway of the canopy, dappling the forest floor below. It was here, on the edge of this immense wilderness, that a British surveyor found himself drawn into a mystery that would define the rest of his life. Percy Harrison Fawcett first came to South America under the banner of the Royal Geographical Society, tasked with charting the boundaries between Brazil, Bolivia, and Peru. The work was painstaking, taking bearings under a punishing sun, measuring distances through swamps and tangled undergrowth, and keeping meticulous records of every hill, bend, and tributary. Yet it was more than duty that carried him forward. Days in the field became weeks, then months. He encountered small settlements where life moved at the slow rhythm of the river. He listened to accounts from rubber tappers, traders, and indigenous guides who spoke of strange stone formations and earthworks hidden far from the main waterways. Sometimes they told of carved idols mossed over in the undergrowth, or embankments running in arrow-straight lines where no natural feature could explain them. The explorer stored these details away, each one a faint glimmer that the forest's past might hold more than the world imagined. Back in London, the prevailing view was that the Amazon was a place too harsh to have nurtured great civilizations. The heat, the poor soil, and the floods were seen as barriers to the rise of anything more than small, scattered communities. But in the mind of the man who had walked its trails, these dismissals felt premature. He had seen the skill with which indigenous peoples adapted to the land, and he could not shake the idea that long before Europeans came, there had been others who had thrived here: builders, planners, city makers. The deeper he went, the more the forest seemed to invite him onward. Every bird call, every shifting shadow on the water's surface hinted at what might be concealed beneath leaves and vines. At times, he would pause on a high riverbank, looking out over miles of treetops, fading into blue haze, and wonder if somewhere in that sea of green lay stone streets where the jungle now ruled. These thoughts didn't fade when he left the Amazon. They grew stronger until they became a conviction. The maps he returned with bore crisp lines where there had once been blanks, but for Percy, they marked only the beginning. Somewhere beyond those edges, he believed, stood the ruins of a city that would change the understanding of the entire continent, and he intended to find it. Percy Fawcett was born on the English coast in 1867, where cliffs met a restless sea and weather set its own terms. Early discipline came through the Royal Military Academy and then the Royal Artillery, where precision became habit. Gunnery tables, angles, and the calm of careful calculation shaped a mind that trusted instruments and patient observation. Posting to Ceylon added heat, monsoon smell, and the feel of long marches under saturated skies. The body toughened, so did the will. Survey work followed, and with it, the craft that would define his life. He learned to read a horizon at a glance, to plant a tripod in stubborn ground, to keep notes as neat as map grid lines. The theodolite became a companion, the compass a kind of second heartbeat. He came to enjoy the methodical rhythm of the task. Numbers on a page fused with ridgelines, river bends, and rising ground until the terrain itself seemed to speak through figures. The Royal Geographical Society sharpened these skills, adding instruction in cartography, astronomy, and field hygiene. By the time South America called, Percy had cultivated habits that made survival more likely. Travel light, keep gear dry, boil water, treat the feet well. He carried a small medical kit and learned to sleep when he could, eat when food was at hand, and accept discomfort as part of the rate of travel. A stoic streak helped. He could endure feverish air, chafing uniforms, and the pests that found every seam. Colleagues noticed his composure and the way fatigue seemed to slide past him. Word spread that he resisted illnesses that humbled other men. There was steel beneath the reserve. He respected indigenous communities and preferred caution over confrontation. Firearms were last resort. not a way of moving through the world. Over years and multiple expeditions from 1906 onward, he mapped rivers that had been sketched only in rumor and corrected borders where guesswork had long stood in for measurement. Reports he sent home held the crisp tone of a professional, yet they also carried a hum of wonder at the continent's scale and strangeness. Life in England threaded through these journeys. There was a marriage, a home life carried in letters, and children who grew as he returned again and again to the tropics. In between expeditions, he lectured, consulted, refined equipment lists, and pored over archives. He studied fragments of pottery and accounts of raised fields. He compared the spacing of ancient earthworks to the distances of known city plans. When a Portuguese manuscript described stone remains in the interior, it did not land on an empty table. It settled among years of notes that already traced an outline of possibility. Experience had made him careful, but it had also made him bold. He had seen how small decisions in camp turned into miles gained on the river, how patience widened the margin between disaster and success. The tools of artillery and the rigor of surveying had given him a way of approaching the unknown. That method became a creed. Measure what you can, endure what you must, and keep moving toward the place that calls from just beyond the edge of the map. In the National Library of Rio de Janeiro, among brittle folios and fading ink, Percy came across a document that seemed to breathe with the heat of the interior. It was an 18th century Portuguese account, penned by a fortune-seeking frontiersman who roamed the interior in search of gold and new lands. The pages spoke of a ruined stone city, deep in the forest, with wide streets and a plaza laid out under the sun. There were coordinates, rough by modern standards, yet fixed enough to plot on a map. He pictured a civic heart of dressed stone, with a broad plaza and straight avenues set out like a compass. Beyond it, platforms and storehouses would anchor dwellings of timber and earth, with raised fields spreading into the floodplain. If such a place existed, it would show planning, surplus, and memory held in stone. The description carried the matter-of-fact tone of someone who had stood there and taken stock. At the time, most scholars dismissed such claims. The prevailing view painted the Amazon as a cradle of scattered tribes and temporary settlements, a place incapable of sustaining the surplus and organization that great cities require. But in the mind of the explorer, who had walked its trails and heard its stories, the manuscript felt like a spark falling into dry tinder. He had already heard of unusual mounds, earthworks, and stone fragments from indigenous guides and local settlers. Now here was a written account that not only confirmed such whispers, but gave them shape. He pored over the text, tracing his finger along the latitude and longitude, imagining the journey it would take to reach that point. The forest there was dense, roadless, and largely unmapped, a region where rivers split and rejoined in labyrinthine fashion. 1,000 miles from the coast, a traveler would be far from help, supply lines, or the reach of most authorities. The hazards were obvious: disease, hostile encounters, the sheer exhaustion of hacking a path day after day. Yet the thought of paved streets and ancient stone under the shade of towering trees was irresistible. Other clues emerged over the years: reports of roads raised above the floodplain, of pottery scattered across open ground where no village now stood, of geometric patterns traced in the earth. These accounts often came from those with little to gain by invention: rubber tappers, hunters, missionaries. The fragments did not form a full picture, but they were enough to suggest a lost chapter in the history of the continent. What drew him was not the prospect of gold or precious stones, but the chance to challenge accepted wisdom. If the Amazon had once hosted a civilization of planners, builders, and farmers working at a grand scale, then the story of the Americas would need to be rewritten. The manuscript, with its measured prose and steady hand, was a lodestar in that belief. Each time he returned from an expedition, the pull of that possible city grew stronger. The lines on the map beckoned, leading toward a place where myth and evidence might meet. Somewhere beyond the rivers and the tangled undergrowth, he imagined, stood the stones that would prove the forest had a history far older and more complex than anyone in London or Rio yet believed. Before committing to a grand push into the heart of the unknown, Percy set out on smaller journeys, each one a test of both the theory and his own endurance. These expeditions carried him along winding tributaries where the air hung heavy with the scent of wet leaves and wood smoke from distant cooking fires. Days began with the damp chill before sunrise and ended beneath a sky thick with stars, the forest edge a shifting wall of shadow and sound. He looked for patterns, fragments of pottery in unexpected places, the faint outline of embankments cutting through the undergrowth, soil that had been blackened and enriched long ago by human hands. The people he met along the way sometimes spoke of mounds that rose in symmetrical shapes, or stretches of ground where crops grew more readily than in the surrounding forest. These were small signs, yet in his mind they were part of a larger mosaic. Travel was never easy. Heavy rains turned the ground into deep clay, swallowing boots with each step. Rivers ran fast and full, hiding submerged logs and sudden drops. Mosquitoes swarmed in clouds, and the air itself seemed to press upon the body. Illness could fell a man in days, and supplies dwindled faster than planned. Yet each challenge was met with the same measured resolve: pace the march, protect the feet, keep the compass true. Often, the signs of human presence were subtle. He expected Z to appear not as a lone citadel, but as a constellation of sites, linked by embankments and paths. Canals and fish weirs would speak of water managed to a plan, while earthwork rings and causeways would mark public spaces where people once gathered. A shard of painted clay turned up in a streambed, a line of stones half buried in vines, or a long straight rise in the earth that led nowhere in particular. In such moments, he would stop and let his gaze travel across the land, imagining how it might have looked centuries earlier. Open spaces ringed with dwellings, markets alive with movement, fields worked with skill. When he returned to civilization after these journeys, his findings rarely persuaded the skeptics. To them, a fragment of pottery proved only that a small village had once stood there. A line of earth could be the work of nature. Yet to the man who had traced these signs in the field, each fragment added weight to the possibility of something greater. He did not expect proof to come easily. The forest kept its history close. The expeditions sharpened his sense of what would be needed for a decisive attempt. He refined his kit, paring down to essentials, choosing tools that could endure months in the damp. He learned which foods could be carried longest, which rivers offered the most reliable paths, and how to read the mood of a guide before the journey turned sour. These lessons were stored away, ready for the day he would need them, though it wouldn't be long. By 1925, years of preparation, observation, and conviction had distilled into a single, decisive plan. Percy would make one last push toward the coordinates described in the Portuguese manuscript, a journey deep into a region where few outsiders had ever walked and fewer still had returned. This time, there would be no large caravan of porters or hired soldiers. Instead, he would travel light, believing that a small, self-sufficient party could move faster, draw less attention, and avoid the quarrels and delays that came with large expeditions. He chose his companions with care. His eldest son, Jack, now in his 20s, shared his curiosity for the unknown and had the stamina for the hardships ahead. Jack's friend, Raleigh Rimmel, was similarly young, fit, and eager for adventure. Both were inexperienced in jungle travel, but their youth and determination seemed to outweigh the risks in his mind. The decision was bold, some said reckless, but to him it was the cleanest way forward. The plan was to follow a route up the Xingu River and into the deep interior, then strike overland toward the supposed location of Z. Supplies were paired to the essentials. The rifles they carried were for hunting and deterrence, not conquest. The rest would be carried in packs, light enough for each man to bear his own load, without reliance on animals or extra porters. Letters sent before departure carried an air of certainty. He wrote to his wife that he was confident they would succeed, and that she should not be alarmed if they fell out of touch for some weeks. In his mind, the journey would take a matter of months. They would return with news, perhaps even with sketches or photographs of ruins hidden in the canopy. As their departure date drew near, they gathered in Cuiabá, a remote Brazilian town that marked the last real outpost before the wilderness. Here, they secured final provisions and spoke with locals about the rivers ahead, the tribes they might encounter, and the weather patterns of the season. Some warned them of hostile groups deep inland. Others spoke of impassable swamps and rivers that ran dry without warning. He listened, weighed each account, and held to his belief that careful conduct and respect toward all they met would see them through. When the day came, there was no fanfare. 3 figures set out upriver in a narrow boat, paddles dipping into brown water, the banks sliding past in a blur of green. Behind them, the last settlement dwindled into the distance. Ahead stretched hundreds of miles of unbroken forest. The place he had dreamed of for decades now lay somewhere within it, waiting to be found. The first days upriver brought a steady rhythm. Paddles sliced into the slow, tea-colored water, the boat gliding past banks dense with tangled roots and broad-leaved plants drooping into the current. The air was thick with the scent of damp soil and crushed vegetation, the heat pressing in even when clouds veiled the sun. Each bend revealed another stretch of green, the horizon never breaking, the forest seemingly without end. They stopped at small riverside communities, exchanging salt, beads, and tools for fresh food and local guidance. Here, the forest was less forbidding. Children played on the banks, and smoke curled from cook fires. But beyond these settlements lay country seldom traveled by outsiders. The chatter of birds grew louder, the whine of insects constant. At night, they strung hammocks between trees, covering them with mosquito nets, and drifted to the chorus of frogs and the rush of unseen water. The route followed rivers that narrowed into winding channels, their surfaces flecked with floating vegetation. Fallen trees sometimes blocked the way, forcing the men to wade into the warm shallows, pushing the boat over with careful balance. The days were long, and the progress measured in slow, deliberate miles. Now and then, they caught glimpses of blue and red macaws wheeling overhead, or the sudden splash of a caiman sliding into deeper water. Food came from tinned supplies and what they could catch. Fish, smoked over a small fire, gave a welcome change from dry rations. Fruit was gathered when they recognized it as safe. Water was dipped from the river and boiled before drinking. These habits, drilled into him over years, were followed without fail. Mistakes here could be fatal. As they pressed on, the river's banks grew steeper, the vegetation thicker. The sun filtered down in shifting patterns, the canopy above closing like a living roof. Conversation grew sparse. Each man fell into the steady rhythm of paddling, hauling, and setting camp. He kept an inventory in his head: cut stone blocks, alignments too regular to be natural, sherds from fine ware rather than coarse pots, a plaza edge hiding beneath leaf mold. A single clear line in stone would be enough to turn belief into proof. The forest's scale seemed to grow with each mile, as if they were moving deeper into the pulse of something vast and ancient. By the time they left the last known community behind, there was a sense of crossing into another realm. The maps became less certain, the landmarks fewer. The names of rivers and ridges were not marked in any chart they carried, yet were known to the guides who had passed through in other seasons. Ahead lay the interior proper, the stretch of land that had occupied his thoughts for decades, the place where he believed the remnants of a forgotten civilization might yet stand beneath the green tide of the forest. After weeks of steady progress, they reached a rise of land where the forest opened to a narrow clearing. Here, among the tall grasses and scattered trees, the party made camp. This place he named Dead Horse Camp, recalling an earlier journey when a sickly animal had been left here to spare it further suffering. It was a landmark in his own map of the interior, a place to pause, take stock, and prepare for the push ahead. From this point, the route would turn away from the river into dense, roadless terrain. The air hung still beneath the trees, and the light dimmed to a greenish hue. Trails were faint, sometimes vanishing altogether, only to reappear as a gap between undergrowth. They would be carrying their loads entirely on foot, relying on compass bearings and memory of the manuscript's description. Before striking inland, he wrote to his wife, sending the letter back with the last messenger who would return to civilization. The note carried no hint of doubt. He described their progress as good, the conditions as manageable, and the plan as unchanged. He gave no suggestion of when exactly they would be back. only that she should not worry if time passed without word. In the language of exploration, absence was expected. Provisions were checked and divided evenly between the three. Ammunition was counted, tools inspected, and the remaining food portioned for the coming march. Fishing lines and hooks were kept ready, for the rivers ahead would be narrow, but still capable of providing a meal. Medicines, quinine for fever, antiseptic for cuts, were secured in a waterproof bag. That evening, they rested by a small fire, the smoke rising through the canopy, carrying the scent of charred wood and cooking fish. Around them, the forest pressed in, the call of night birds, the distant rumble of some unseen animal moving through the undergrowth. Above, stars appeared in fragments through gaps in the leaves, the same constellations that had guided travelers long before their time. In the morning, they would leave the river behind, stepping into a landscape where no mapped path could guide them. It was the threshold between the known and the imagined, the final stage in a journey years in the making. Whatever lay beyond this camp, whether ruin or myth, would soon be faced directly, underfoot, and under the weight of their own resolve. From Dead Horse Camp, they moved inland, following no mapped trail. The forest closed around them, the air growing warmer and heavier with each step. Progress slowed as they cut through undergrowth, climbed over roots as thick as a man's leg, and forded streams that twisted away into the green distance. The days became a steady sequence of march, rest, and march again, the sky now only a dim glimmer high above the canopy. Their last confirmed sighting came from a group of indigenous people who had watched the three travelers pass through a stretch of forest known for its remoteness. Accounts told of them moving steadily, carrying their own loads, showing no signs of distress. Beyond this point, no message or clue would ever reach the outside world. Weeks passed before concern grew in Cuiabá. Letters were overdue, and no news came from those who might have seen the party further along their route. At first, this seemed normal enough. The interior often swallowed time. But as months slipped by without word, the absence began to feel heavier. Seasoned travelers knew the forest could hold a man for far longer than he planned, and not all returned. Speculation began almost immediately. Had they fallen ill and been unable to continue? Had they been attacked by a hostile group or caught between rival communities? Or had the rivers risen, isolating them in some unreachable pocket of the interior? Without any trace, each possibility felt as likely as the next. Without any trace, each possibility felt as likely as the next. Search efforts started tentatively and grew over the years into a long chain of expeditions. Some followed the route upriver, others struck inland, guided by scraps of rumor or second-hand accounts. Many came back with nothing but exhaustion. A few never came back at all, adding new names to the long list of the forest's missing. In the absence of proof, the story of their disappearance began to shift toward legend. The image of three men walking steadily into the forest and simply not returning carried its own kind of weight. To those who knew him, it was a testament to his resolve. To others, it was a cautionary tale about the perils of chasing what might never have existed. Yet for all the theories and all the searching, the fact remained unchanged. Somewhere beyond the last camp, in the vastness of the Amazon, they had vanished, leaving nothing certain behind. In the years that followed, the absence of answers drew a remarkable array of searchers into the Amazon. Some came with the backing of newspapers, hoping for a headline discovery. Others were adventurers seeking proof of their own skill. A few were family friends, unwilling to let the trail go cold. Each expedition set out with its own plan, yet most would return with little more than fading hopes and the heavy cost of time spent in the deep interior. The forest demanded its toll from all who entered. Rivers rose without warning, washing away camps in the night. Fever took some within days, while others staggered back thin and hollow-eyed, carrying the marks of weeks without enough food. Still, the lure of the mystery persisted. The idea that the three travelers might still be alive, perhaps living among an uncontacted group, perhaps guarding the secret of the city they sought, proved hard to dismiss entirely. Stories emerged from the interior, carried on the paths between remote communities. Some spoke of strangers seen wearing European clothing, others of a tall man with a trimmed moustache, teaching children to read in a far-off village. None of these accounts could be verified, yet each found its place in the growing tapestry of legend. A few claimed that hostile groups had admitted to killing the party, though such confessions were often second-hand and filtered through translation. The search for their fate became dangerous in its own right. Several expeditions suffered losses, men killed, injured, or lost to the forest. Equipment vanished into riverbeds, rations spoiled in the damp. More than once, rescuers had to be rescued themselves. Some observers began to speak of a curse upon those who sought the lost city of Z, a superstition fed by the string of misfortunes that followed in the wake of the vanished party. Yet the legend of Percy Fawcett and his quest only grew stronger with each passing year. Articles and lectures turned the mystery into a kind of modern myth, the tale of a man who defied the accepted wisdom of his time, driven by the belief that the Amazon held an ancient secret. For some, it was a story of bravery and vision. For others, it was the cautionary example of obsession carried too far. In the absence of final proof, both versions thrived, side by side, in the long shadow cast by the forest. Decades after the disappearance, the Amazon began to yield new signs of its ancient past. From the air, deforested patches revealed vast geometric earthworks, circles, squares, and straight lines stretching for hundreds of meters. Archaeologists uncovered remnants of raised fields, causeways, and settlements that hinted at large, organized societies thriving in the region long before European contact. The soil itself told a story. Pockets of rich, dark earth, known as terra preta, deliberately created and still fertile centuries later, pointed to sustained human cultivation. In the shapes traced from the air, he would have recognized parts of the vision he carried: planned geometry, managed soils, and settlements stitched together by causeways across wet ground. These discoveries did not prove the exact existence of the city he had sought, but they shifted the debate. The long-held view of the Amazon as a place incapable of supporting complex civilization began to erode. Evidence suggested that communities here had planned, built, and farmed on a grand scale, adapting with remarkable skill to the challenges of the rainforest. In this new light, his vision no longer seemed so improbable. His story remained both an inspiration and a warning. To explorers, it was a testament to endurance, careful preparation, and the willingness to venture beyond the limits of known maps. To others, it stood as a reminder that even the most seasoned travelers could be undone by the sheer scale and unpredictability of the wilderness. The line between discovery and disappearance in such places was thin, and he'd walked it until it vanished beneath his feet. Over time, the legend of Percy Fawcett and the lost city of Z became part of a broader fascination with vanished worlds and unsolved mysteries. Books, films, and lectures carried his name far beyond the places he had traveled. The man and the city he sought became entwined in the public imagination. One could scarcely be mentioned without the other. Even now, a century later, the thought of him and his companions disappearing into the forest lingers with an undiminished weight. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Ötzi the Iceman, the victim of an unsolved true crime murder mystery set in the remote upper reaches of the Italian Alps some 5,000 years ago. Our story begins with two hikers, who stumbled upon the body of what they assumed was a lost mountaineer, half embedded in the ice. But it soon became clear this was no modern-day tragedy. For one thing, he carried with him tools made of copper and stone, a bow and a quiver full of arrows, a cloak woven from grass, moss-lined shoes, and a small pouch of medicinal fungi. What followed was one of the most extraordinary investigations in archaeological history. Piece by piece, Ötzi's final days were painstakingly reconstructed. His movements, his meals, his aching joints and worn teeth, and inked across his skin cryptic rows of thin black lines, not decorative, but arranged in patterns too precise to be accidental. And yet, some of the details didn't quite fit. A copper axe, far more advanced than anything else from his time. Then deep within his cells, genetic links to Mediterranean islands, nearly 1,000 kilometers from where he fell. And most shocking of all, a fatal injury so obscure it nearly escaped detection altogether. These were not the traces of an ordinary traveler lost in the whiteout of a snowstorm. This was a man of rare standing, whose death raised more questions than it answered. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow the faint footprints of a man whose story was nearly lost to the ice forever. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's follow Ötzi the Iceman into the frozen stillness of this near-forgotten age. It was the tail end of summer in 1991 when two hikers set out on a familiar trail in the Ötztal Alps, tracing the ridgelines near the border of Austria and Italy. The skies had just cleared after a spell of warm weather and rain, the kind that loosens rock, softens the ice, and bathes the peaks in a fleeting alpenglow. At over 3,000 meters, the terrain is rough, even in the best conditions, a land of wind-blasted stone and slow-moving ice, shaped over ages into crests and hollows. As they navigated a shallow gully in the glacier, something caught their eye. At first, it looked like debris, a dark, leathery shape pressed into the ice. Closer now, they saw ribs, a shoulder, and the smooth dome of a skull. What they'd found looked like a human body, face down in the meltwater, with an arm awkwardly folded beneath the chest. The legs had long since vanished into the ice. Assuming it was the remains of a lost climber, they marked the spot and alerted local authorities. It didn't take long for officials to reach the site, but what followed was a mess of assumptions and mistakes. Believing the body to be modern, recovery efforts were rough and rushed. A jackhammer was brought in. The torso was pulled free with force. Bones were scattered. Tools and gear around the corpse were handled with little care. Only later, once the body had thawed and was taken in for examination, did a deeper mystery begin to emerge. The equipment, crude and worn, didn't resemble anything recent. The body itself, leathery and weather-darkened, was far too well preserved for someone lost decades earlier. The mystery deepened. Scientists were brought in, radiocarbon dating began, and the results stunned them. The man in the ice had died over 5,000 years ago, around 3,300 BCE, long before Rome, before the pyramids, before even Stonehenge had taken shape on the far side of Europe. He wasn't a lost climber. He was a time capsule from the Copper Age. The body was transferred to Innsbruck for initial analysis, and eventually to Bolzano in northern Italy, where a team of researchers began the long, careful process of examining everything he had taken with him into the mountains. There was his clothing, torn but still recognizable, a blade of sharpened stone, a longbow, half finished, and remarkably, a small axe with a copper head, dulled by centuries, but unmistakably metal. There were fragments of rope, tufts of fur, a belt, a pouch. Everything he had worn or carried had frozen in place alongside him, layered into the ice over the millennia. Even his skin told a story, toughened but intact. Fingernails, toes, even the fragile cartilage of his ears had endured, and beneath that toughened exterior lay a map of muscle, blood, and bone that scientists had never seen preserved in such a state. He was the best preserved natural mummy ever found, not embalmed, not wrapped, simply caught in the cold and held there, untouched by time. As the discovery made headlines, theories swirled. Who was he? A hunter? A shepherd? A traveler lost in a storm? And what had brought him up so high into the mountains, alone and carrying weapons? At first, it was assumed he had perished from exposure, a victim of bad luck or worsening weather. But over the weeks that followed, as the body was scanned, samples taken, and items catalogued, pieces of the story began to shift. The evidence didn't point to a peaceful death, and the man in the ice, long dead and long forgotten, would soon become the center of one of the oldest unsolved investigations in human history. The Iceman had returned, and he had brought questions with him. Long before empires rose or alphabets were carved into stone, Europe was a patchwork of small communities scattered across forests, river valleys, and highland slopes. In the shadows of the Alps, where the land rippled into deep green ridges and narrow glacial streams, people lived in timber houses, tilled small plots of grain, and hunted along age-old trails. This was the Copper Age, a time of transition between stone and metal, when the world was slowly reshaping itself. He would have known these mountains well, the steep passes, the grazing paths, the narrow channels where ibex and deer were easiest to track. Life in the high valleys was demanding, but not unfamiliar. Generations had learned how to coax survival from the land, gathering firewood, drying meat, shaping stone tools, and walking long distances with everything they owned strapped to their backs. There were no cities, no maps, just memory, instinct, and paths worn smooth by years of moving from one safe place to the next. But his world was changing. Somewhere, deep in the mountains, early metallurgists had learned to extract copper from ore, a slow, smoky process that transformed rock into something stronger and more valuable. Metal tools began to appear alongside flint, first among hunters and tradesmen, then among those with status, men who owned land, livestock, or knowledge passed from father to son. A copper axe wasn't just useful, it was rare, symbolic, possibly even sacred. Though we can't know his name, we can read his life through what he carried. His clothing, carefully stitched together from hides, spoke of a man used to long journeys in unpredictable weather. His grass cloak offered insulation against damp, His shoes, padded with moss and stuffed with soft grass, were built for endurance, not speed. The food he packed, grains, dried meat, wild herbs, suggested planning. The tools strapped to his belt weren't for show. They were meant to be used. And then there were the routes themselves. Archaeological evidence suggests long-distance trade was already in motion. People were traveling not just across valleys, but between regions, exchanging salt, hides, obsidian, and ideas. He may have walked for days or weeks at a time. He may have known more than one language. He likely lived in a community with roles: farmers, hunters, toolmakers, and elders who remembered when things had been different. There was danger too. Illness was common. Medicine was minimal. Disputes between groups weren't uncommon, and the boundaries of land and loyalty were easily tested. People moved with caution, and often in groups. To travel alone was either a necessity or a risk. And yet, there's something resilient in the world he came from. Despite the lack of writing or buildings made to last, these people adapted. They learned how to endure seasons, how to preserve food, how to protect themselves from injury and from each other. They were not lost to history. They were simply never recorded, until one of them stepped too far into the mountains, never came home, and froze into a question. When his body was found thousands of years later, it brought with it more than bones and clothing. It offered a window, narrow but luminous, into a world otherwise vanished. This was life in the Copper Age, and for reasons we've yet to fully understand, it brought him up into the high passes one last time. When researchers first examined the man from the ice, their attention naturally turned to his equipment, the weapons, the clothing, the materials he'd carried up the mountain. But it wasn't long before their focus shifted from what he brought to what he bore. Along his back, legs and arms were faint markings, dark, linear shapes pressed into the skin. Some looked like parallel dashes, others like crosses or clusters. Under infrared light, the full extent became clear. He had over 60 tattoos, the oldest preserved in human history. They weren't elaborate or decorative. There were no animals, no symbols of belief or rank. These were simple, purposeful lines, positioned directly over joints and along the spine, knees, ankles, lower back, areas prone to strain. Scientists believe they may have served as a kind of pain treatment, a primitive form of acupuncture or ritual healing. Tiny incisions had been made in the skin, and charcoal rubbed into the wounds to create lasting marks. If so, they suggest not just physical suffering, but a form of medical knowledge passed down through generations, not written, but remembered. Alongside the tattoos, his belongings painted the portrait of a prepared and experienced traveler. Most remarkable of all was the copper axe. Its head had been carefully hammered from nearly pure copper, affixed to a yew wooden handle with birch tar and tightly bound sinew. It was not a ceremonial item. The edge was worn, slightly dented, a working tool and a deadly weapon if needed. To possess such an axe in that era marked him out. Copper was rare, and those who carried it likely held influence. He also carried a longbow, unfinished but nearly ready for use, shaped from a single stave of yew, the same wood favored centuries later by medieval English archers. Alongside it was a quiver with over a dozen arrows. Some were tipped with finely shaped flint heads, others were still in progress, their shafts straightened and fletched, but not yet armed. The flint used for the arrowheads had been sourced from hundreds of kilometers away. This was not a man who stayed in one place. His knife was small and well used, a flint blade set into an ash handle, with a sheath tucked securely at his belt. He also carried a retoucher, a tool made from antler, used for sharpening or repairing his blades in the field. Nearby was a small birch bark container, likely used to carry embers or dry materials for fire starting. This was someone who had lived outdoors, who knew how to keep moving, how to survive when alone. Even his backpack, now fragmented, showed care in its construction. A bent wooden frame, straps, perhaps leather or hide, that had long since disintegrated. There was also a netted pouch made of grass fibers, strong and flexible, ideal for carrying small tools or foraging finds. A marble-sized lump of fungus, birch polypore, was found among his items too. Known for its antibacterial properties, it was likely used as medicine, possibly to treat stomach ailments or wounds. His clothing was layered and practical, leggings made from goat hide, a belt, a loincloth, a coat stitched from various hides, and that distinctive cloak made of woven grass, possibly used as a rain covering or outer wrap. His shoes were especially ingenious, bearskin soles, deerskin uppers, and inner linings of grass for insulation. Inside them, traces of moss and plant fiber still clung to the structure. They had been made for hiking long distances over rough terrain. Altogether, his gear suggested a man who had expected to survive the journey, not someone on the run, not someone marching toward death. He was equipped, resourced, and adaptable. This was not a ritual sacrifice, not an exile left with nothing. He was someone who had planned, and planned carefully. And yet, for all his preparation, the tools, the knowledge, the endurance, something had gone wrong, terribly wrong. His tattoos tell of a body worn by hardship. His axe speaks of value and perhaps conflict, and the unfinished longbow suggests he had plans beyond this final ascent, plans that never came to pass. It wasn't a violent scene. That was what puzzled investigators at first. There was no clear evidence of a struggle, no fractured limbs, no shattered skull. His body lay face down, with arms tucked beneath him and one leg splayed awkwardly. A pose more suggestive of sudden collapse than confrontation. For years, it led many to assume he had simply succumbed to the elements: cold, exhaustion, perhaps hunger or injury. But when scientists began to look closer, the truth started to shift. The first clue lay deep in his stomach. His final meal had been preserved, a remarkable accident of timing and temperature. Inside his digestive tract, researchers found fragments of ibex meat, einkorn wheat, and traces of fat and pollen. The contents pointed to a rich, hearty meal eaten just hours before his death. The presence of pollen placed him in the lower valleys earlier that same day. He had climbed rapidly, covering steep, punishing ground in a short window of time. He hadn't been starving. He hadn't been lost. He'd eaten well, and he had a destination. Then came the wounds. Along his hand was a deep gash, cut into the flesh between thumb and forefinger. It was healing when he died, days or perhaps a week old, the kind of wound you get when grabbing a blade. A defensive injury. Not fatal, but telling. There had been an earlier altercation, one he survived. Whether it was a fight, a robbery, or something more personal, it had left its mark. More blood was found, not just his. On his dagger, on his clothing, and on the tips of his arrows, scientists discovered traces of at least 4 other individuals. Human blood, dried and ancient. It's possible he had been in a fight before his final ascent. Or perhaps he had fought off attackers along the way. Some of his arrows had been used, others broken. One had blood from 2 different people on it. These weren't idle weapons. They had been drawn. But it was the arrow in his shoulder that changed everything. A decade after his discovery, a CT scan revealed something lodged deep beneath the skin, an arrowhead made of flint. It had entered from behind, slicing through muscle and embedding itself near the left scapula. The wound severed a major artery. He would have bled out quickly. The angle of entry suggested he never saw it coming. The arrow had broken off just beneath the skin. At the time, only a small opening was visible, easy to miss without modern imaging. But the internal damage was catastrophic. The shaft had likely been removed or fallen away, leaving the head inside. There were no signs of healing. The shot had been fatal, fast, probably delivered from a distance. Even stranger, nothing had been taken. His copper axe, the most valuable item he carried, was still beside him. His longbow, tools, food, all untouched. If it was a robbery, it was unfinished. If it was revenge, it was personal. Someone had followed him, tracked him through the mountains, and loosed a single, deadly arrow, and then left him there. The other signs, bruising on his chest, a possible blow to the head, added further questions. Was the arrow what killed him, or just the final act? Had he stumbled and fallen after being struck? Or had someone come closer to finish what they started? His body held the answers, though not all of them. The blood from others, the defensive wound, the fatal shot, they formed the outline of something darker than misadventure. This was no random death on the mountain. It was something more deliberate, a moment of violence frozen in place for 5,000 years. And though no one was there to witness it, the clues remained, layered in bone, blood, and skin. He may have thought he was alone. The high ridge where he fell was remote, even by the standards of his time. A stony saddle between peaks, exposed to the wind, and overlooking deep alpine valleys far below. It was not a place people stumbled across by chance. To reach it meant climbing for hours, possibly days. You needed to know where you were going. And yet, someone else had been there. One theory suggests that what happened to him wasn't complicated, that it was over in seconds. A single arrow, launched from a distance, struck him from behind. No argument, no struggle, no warning. Just the sudden, silent arc of flint through air, and then pain. The arrow pierced his shoulder, causing fatal internal bleeding. He may have staggered. He may have had time for only a few breaths. And then he fell, face down, the mountains rising above him, and the cold already beginning to settle in. The angle of the wound supports this idea. It came from above and behind, suggesting the shooter had the high ground, perhaps watching, waiting. The arrow's head, discovered only years later by CT scan, had snapped off just beneath the skin. It had caused massive internal damage, and yet, strangely, there was no attempt to retrieve it, no finishing blow, no close-range attack. He had simply been left where he fell, and nothing was taken. This is one of the theory's most intriguing details. His copper axe was beside him, untouched. His bow, arrows, knife and tools, all left in place. If it had been a robbery, it was a failure. But then, maybe it wasn't meant to be. Perhaps the attacker had no interest in what he carried. Perhaps the aim was never theft, but elimination. The theory of a sudden ambush paints a picture of calculated distance, a long-held grudge, a rival, someone who had waited for the right moment or followed him until he was vulnerable. The high pass offered no cover, no shelter, and no escape. One arrow was all it took. It also explains the absence of other injuries. There were no broken bones, no defensive cuts beyond the older wound on his hand. His position on the ground, arms beneath him, face turned, suggested collapse, not resistance. And if the shot had been clean and quick, it would explain why no further trauma was found. There was no need for more. There are still gaps, of course. How had the attacker known where he would be? Had he been followed all along? Was it someone from his own community, or a stranger lying in wait near a mountain trail? If he had been targeted, why now? Why here? What gives this theory its weight is its stark simplicity. It requires no extended confrontation, no elaborate motive, just an arrow, an opportunity, and a target, and then the slow covering of snow, the preservation of the scene, and the long passage of time. It's the kind of death that leaves little behind, no footprints, no witnesses, no resolution, just a body, well prepared, well equipped, lying still in a hollow of stone and ice, his final breath caught beneath the wind. This is the first theory, not the only one, but in the stillness of that alpine ridge, where one life ended and a mystery began, it remains one of the most compelling. In an age without fixed frontiers or written records, the Alps were a patchwork of valleys and passes held by different groups, families, clans, or loose-knit communities. They shared grazing land, traded materials, and likely crossed paths in the seasonal movement between high pastures and sheltered lowlands. But with shared space came friction. And in a world where survival depended on resources, territory, and trust, conflict was never far behind. The second theory surrounding the Iceman's death begins with this premise, that he wasn't the victim of a single assassin, but a participant in a violent encounter between two groups. A clash, sudden or planned, where arrows flew and blades were drawn. Perhaps it happened in the valleys below, in the forests, or along the banks of a river. Perhaps it was over livestock, or food, or some forgotten insult. What matters is that it turned bloody, and not everyone walked away. When scientists examined the items found with the body, they discovered something remarkable. Traces of blood from 4 other individuals. Some on his knife, some on his arrows. One arrow contained the blood of 2 different people. Another had blood that didn't match his own. These weren't ceremonial objects. They had been used. Then there was the defensive injury on his hand. He had time to dress it, perhaps with moss or other natural remedies, and it had even begun to heal. Taken together, these clues suggest that he had survived a previous fight. He may have fled, regrouped, or attempted to recover in the mountains. But he wasn't just traveling. He may have been escaping. In this version of events, the fatal arrow wasn't part of an ambush, but a final blow in a longer pursuit. He may have injured others. He may have been targeted in return. The attacker could have been a rival from another group, or someone from within his own who had turned against him after the conflict. Either way, he died with unfinished weapons, a fresh meal in his belly, and a trail of violence behind him. There's also the question of why he was traveling alone. In most cases, people in that era moved in small groups. Companions meant protection. The fact that he was alone, yet heavily armed, suggests he had either been separated or exiled. Perhaps the clash had fractured his standing. Perhaps he had been forced to leave, carrying only what he could, and hoping the high ground would bring safety. This theory is supported by the broader archaeological context. There's growing evidence of interpersonal violence in the Copper Age, skeletal remains showing blunt force trauma, arrow wounds, and signs of large-scale confrontations. Communities, while cooperative, were also territorial, and tools could become weapons quickly when tensions flared. Still, this theory raises its own questions. If it was a battle, why were no other bodies found nearby? If he had companions, then where did they go? Had he truly escaped only to be hunted down later? Or was he simply the final casualty in a conflict already fading from memory? He wasn't moving in haste. That's one of the more telling details. His gear was intact. His food supply was full. His last meal, rich in fat and protein, had been eaten not long before he died. The unfinished longbow by his side suggested he had time, or at least believed he did. If he had been running for his life, he didn't show it, which leads to a different kind of possibility. This theory suggests that he wasn't ambushed by a stranger or caught in the crossfire of a tribal dispute. It suggests he was killed by someone he knew. He was carrying a copper axe, a valuable tool, rare and difficult to make. In his time, it would have signified skill, possibly status. Ownership of such an item wasn't casual. It marked you as someone with influence, with resources, or with responsibilities. This opens the door to motive. Perhaps the conflict had started earlier. The defensive wound on his hand, healing but fresh, hints at a confrontation days before his death. He might have been in an argument, a fight, or a standoff that ended unresolved. And after that, he left, maybe by choice, maybe not. If he had been exiled or forced out, the act of climbing into the high mountains could have been a search for refuge, or a place to wait, or simply the only direction left to go. He wasn't traveling recklessly. His shoes were insulated and well made. His layers of clothing, his toolkit, his food, all prepared with care. He may have believed the worst was behind him, that whoever he'd left behind him would not follow, but someone did. The arrow that struck him came from behind, from higher ground. It pierced through muscle and into bone, severing a major artery. He would have lost consciousness quickly. There were no signs of a second strike, no looting, No effort to hide the body, just one act, and then departure. If it was betrayal, it was clean. No noise, no struggle, no warning. And perhaps that's what makes this theory so compelling. It doesn't rely on chance. It doesn't need a roaming attacker or a running battle. It only needs familiarity. Someone who knew his route, who knew his habits, and who waited for the moment he was alone. The high ridge where he fell offered little cover, but a wide vantage, a place to see and be seen. Perhaps he paused there to rest, or to look back, or to think. It would have been exposed, but not unthinkable, as a temporary camp. If the attacker arrived later, they would have had the advantage. A single shot from higher ground, no warning, no chase. And then the body was left, not because of oversight, but because the act was complete. Among the three main theories, this one speaks the loudest. The arrow that ended his life was not removed. He was not stripped nor scavenged. It doesn't feel like war. It doesn't feel like chance. It feels like closure. It's the kind of ending that leaves no visible mark at the scene, but echoes in the positioning of the body, the completeness of the gear, and the small, stubborn fact that the arrow came from behind. The betrayal theory doesn't try to answer every question. It simply frames the facts in a way that human history has known too well. Sometimes the final blow doesn't come from the outside. It comes from within. And in a world without writing, without courts or consequences, sometimes the only record of it is a body frozen in place and left behind. For over 5,000 years, no one laid eyes on him. He remained where he fell, curled into the rocks at the foot of a high mountain saddle, as winter after winter piled snow over his body. The glacier moved slowly, pressing down, layering ice, preserving every fiber of what he wore and carried. What the killer left behind, the mountain kept. His skin dried and darkened. The soft tissue began to shrink and harden. The freezing and thawing of seasons pulled moisture from the body in slow, careful increments. But remarkably, he didn't decompose. The altitude, the cold, and a rare stroke of chance had conspired to create something extraordinary. A natural mummy, whole and untouched by time. Unlike the embalmed remains of Egypt or the peat-preserved bodies of northern Europe, this was different. This was a man who died in the open, whose body was preserved not by ritual, but by ice. And because he was never buried, nothing was disturbed. Everything lay just as it had fallen: tools, weapons, clothing, even traces of pollen, moss, and blood. The cold kept it all intact, right down to the contents of his stomach. Over the millennia, the glacier shifted around him, but never enough to carry him away. He remained lodged in a shallow gully, just meters from the border of what is now Austria and Italy. Every so often, the ice melted just enough to move a rock, expose a corner of hide, or shift one of his garments. The conditions of his preservation were so precise, so unlikely, that scientists often refer to it as a once-in-a-lifetime find. Not only for what it revealed about his death, but for the wealth of detail it gave us about his life. Even the microscopic details endured. The tattoos were still visible, pressed into the skin around joints and the lower spine. His fingernails were intact. His eyes, though shrunken, had left behind enough tissue for genetic analysis. The leather cords of his belt still held their knots. There were fragments of moss tucked into his shoes, and fine hairs caught between the layers of his clothing. It wasn't just the body, it was the moment, held in place long enough for the modern world to find it, and in doing so, to ask questions that would never have been possible otherwise. What did he eat? Where had he traveled? Was he in pain? Did he know he was being followed? And perhaps most striking of all, there was no grave, no marker, no ceremony, just a body that nature took back and held, long after memory faded. As climate change thinned the ice across the Alps, his resting place was finally exposed. What had been locked away for thousands of years came free not with a storm, but with a slow melt, a shifting of time. The glacier, never still but never in a hurry, eventually gave him up. Not fully, but just enough to be found. By the time the hikers walked through that ridge in 1991, only a sliver of him remained above the surface, a shoulder, a strip of back, part of a pelvis. The rest was still buried in the snow and ice, waiting. It had taken over 5,000 years for him to be seen again, and when he was, he had a story to tell, one hidden not in words or carvings, but in the slow work of preservation, in the way the mountain held him, layer by layer, without letting go. Today, he rests behind glass, in a carefully controlled chamber at the South Tyrol Museum of Archaeology in Bolzano, Italy. The room is kept at a constant -6 degrees Celsius, with 99% humidity. The closest approximation scientists could create to the icy cradle that preserved him for over 5,000 years. A small window allows visitors to glimpse the man in the ice. He lies as he was found, darkened, shrunken, ribs faintly visible, arms drawn in close to the body. But though the body no longer moves, the story hasn't stopped unfolding. In the decades since his discovery, researchers have continued to draw new knowledge from the man once lost to the glacier. Each scan, test, and biopsy reveals another thread of the Copper Age world, a world that otherwise left behind no written language, no lasting architecture, and few names to remember. Through advanced DNA sequencing, scientists were able to reconstruct his genome, the first complete map of a prehistoric human's genetic code. The results were surprising. His closest living genetic relatives are not found in the alpine regions where he died, but on the Mediterranean islands of Sardinia and Corsica, nearly 1,000 kilometers away. His lineage had diverged from the surrounding populations, hinting at ancient migrations and isolated communities whose legacy now lingers in his cells. His eyes were brown, a soft umber shade that carries through time. He had lactose intolerance, a condition common among early farming communities before dairy tolerance became widespread. He also carried markers for cardiovascular disease, making him one of the earliest known cases of hereditary heart risk. And in his gut, scientists found the earliest known evidence of Borrelia burgdorferi, the bacterium that causes Lyme disease. He was not a perfect specimen of his time. He limped through life with worn joints, tooth decay, and parasites in his intestines, but he endured. His body showed signs of long-distance walking, of hard labor, of pain that had become familiar. And yet, He adapted. The tattoos on his skin weren't just marks. They may have been attempts to relieve chronic discomfort. The fungi he carried had antibiotic properties. Even in an age without formal medicine, he carried remedies with him. His tools and clothing are still being studied, how they were made, where the materials came from, what they suggest about trade, skill, and social ties. Every stitch, every fiber is a clue. From the moss in his shoes to the copper in his axe, he left behind a record that speaks without needing to be read. And perhaps that's what gives his story its staying power. He wasn't a king or a warrior of legend. He didn't build anything grand or rule over others. He was one of many, a man who walked through a landscape that gave little and demanded much. And somehow, in dying where he did, he offered a gift no one expected. We still don't know exactly who killed him or why. That part of the story remains unresolved and may always be. But we know how he lived, the routes he traveled, the tools he trusted, the food he gathered, and the weight he carried with him to the end. His death raised questions, but his survival, 5,000 years after his final breath, gave us something rare, the voice of an ordinary man who endured. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of T.E. Lawrence, a complicated figure hailed as a wartime legend and visionary on the silver screen, yet considered by some to be a ruthless opportunist who blurred the line between loyalty and betrayal. Before the world wrapped him in legend, Thomas Edward Lawrence was an Oxford-trained archaeologist and linguist, a sharp, driven scholar of ancient civilizations, deeply drawn to the languages and landscapes of the Middle East. But when the First World War reached fever pitch, he left behind the safety of museums and manuscripts to join the British Army's intelligence service in Cairo. In one bold feat, Lawrence crossed a deadly stretch of desert to attack a heavily fortified coastal garrison. The plan included a route deemed to be little more than a death wish by most, even by seasoned Bedouin travelers. Yet somehow, he and his men achieved the impossible, catching their adversaries completely by surprise. Some saw Lawrence as a master of guerrilla warfare, bold, brilliant, and loyal to the Arab cause. Others believed he was playing a deeper game, using revolt as a tool for empire. And there were many, including Lawrence himself, who never quite knew which version to believe. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll trek across the sun-baked deserts of the Arabian Peninsula to follow a man of contradictions, a man who set out to remake the fate of a nation, only to find it was he himself who had been remade. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's walk beside T.E. Lawrence into the endless, starlit desert. T.E. Lawrence was born in 1888 in Tremedog, Wales, the second of 5 boys in a household shaped by secrecy and restraint. His father, a wealthy Anglo-Irish nobleman, had abandoned his first wife to live with Lawrence's mother under a false name, a scandal that would cast a faint shadow over the rest of his life. Lawrence grew up in Oxford, where he quickly developed a fascination with the distant past. Not fairy tales, but real histories, empires, fortresses, lost cities, and the people who built them. At Oxford University, he studied history with unusual intensity. He was small in frame, unassuming in posture, but filled with a relentless energy that unnerved some and impressed others. He became obsessed with the castles of the Crusader kingdoms and walked hundreds of miles across Syria to study them firsthand, sleeping rough, measuring ancient walls with a tape and notebook, and soaking in every local dialect. His academic work was brilliant, but it was his capacity for endurance, observation, and adaptation that truly set him apart. After graduating, he joined an archaeological dig at Carchemish, an ancient Hittite city on the Euphrates. There, amid toppled pillars and scorched stone, Lawrence found something like a home. He worked in the sun with local laborers, earning their trust, learning their customs, and slipping easily into their world. He wore native robes and formed friendships that would later prove invaluable. Unlike many Europeans in the region, he did not tower above the people around him. He listened. But as Ottoman control across the Arab world began to fray, Carchemish was no longer just a dig site. The British Museum may have funded the excavation, but intelligence officers were taking notice too. Lawrence's skills, his knowledge of Arab tribes, his language fluency, His ability to read a political landscape did not go unnoticed. When war broke out in 1914, Lawrence returned to Britain and enlisted. He was sent not to the trenches of France, but to Cairo, where the British Army's intelligence service maintained a small but strategic office whose task it was to monitor unrest across Ottoman-held territory. At first, his role was behind the scenes, collecting information, interpreting maps, writing reports. But Lawrence believed the Arab peoples could rise against their Turkish rulers, and that with British support, they might win their freedom. His ideas were bold and not always welcomed, but the tide of war was shifting, and soon he was sent east, not as a soldier in uniform, but as a liaison to a brewing rebellion. The boy who once wandered alone through desert ruins was about to enter a far more dangerous landscape, one shaped not by ancient stone, but by ambition, revolt, and the long reach of empire. The war in the Middle East moved slowly at first. The Ottoman Empire, though waning, still held sway over vast stretches of land, from Syria and Mesopotamia to the Hejaz along the Red Sea. Britain's interests in the region were both strategic and self-serving. The Suez Canal had to be protected, new alliances had to be made, and uprisings, where they could be stirred, needed to serve a purpose. In Cairo, Lawrence joined the Arab Bureau, a small cluster of officers, scholars, and linguists working under the haze of ceiling fans and desert heat. He stood out immediately. He spoke Arabic with fluency, but more than that, he understood the politics, the rivalries, and the ancient tribal fault lines that still shaped the region. He was young, technically junior, but already impossible to ignore. In 1916, he was sent into the field. The Arab Revolt had begun, a campaign led by Sharif Hussein of Mecca and his sons, aiming to cast off Ottoman rule and establish Arab independence. The British supported it, at least on paper. Lawrence's task was to act as liaison, to support, observe, and report back. But once in the desert, the lines blurred. He became more than an advisor. He traveled to meet Prince Feudal, one of Hussein's sons, and a key commander of the revolt. Their first meeting was careful, formal, but over time, Lawrence and Feudal developed a genuine bond. He respected the prince's calm authority, his sharp instincts, and his ability to lead with both strength and restraint. Feudal, for his part, saw in Lawrence a rare kind of outsider, someone who listened, paid attention, and seemed genuinely invested in their cause. Lawrence discarded his uniform and adopted local dress, not as theater, but as practicality and respect. He traveled by camel, slept rough, and memorized the terrain as if he had always belonged there. The desert, in its terrible vastness, suited him. He soon realized that the Arab revolt, though courageous, was fractured. Tribal rivalries ran deep, supplies were scarce, and traditional tactics would not break the Ottoman lines. Lawrence began to think differently. If they could not face the empire head-on, they would strike at its edges, disrupting railways, ambushing patrols, and using the desert as both shield and weapon. He wasn't a general. He had no formal command. But ideas have a power of their own, and his were bold enough to earn him freedom to act. He proposed a daring campaign, one that combined tribal knowledge with guerrilla strategy, using speed, surprise, and the vastness of the desert to their advantage. Lawrence's writings from this period are measured but restless. He spoke of moments of beauty in the dunes, but also of unbearable heat, illness, and the unshakable sense that each order he gave might carry someone to their death. By now, he had the trust of many, not all, of the tribal leaders, not by charm, but by persistence. He sat with them, rode with them through sandstorms and towards skirmishes, and over time, a fractured force began to move with some shared purpose. He was no longer just the liaison from Cairo. He had become something more difficult to define and far harder to remove. The desert is not empty. It may seem so to those who glance across its dunes from the shaded windows of a distant city, but Lawrence knew better. Beneath the silence of stone and sand lay old grievances, deep alliances, and an ever-shifting code of honor. The Arab revolt moved within that landscape, not with the precision of a regular army, but through kinship, loyalty, and centuries-old tribal memory. By the end of 1916, Lawrence was no longer merely observing this revolt. He had become part of its rhythm. He rode with tribal bands to scout Ottoman positions. He studied the habits of their garrisons and watched the way Turkish supply lines snaked along the Hejaz railway. Every stretch of track, every remote station, became a possible target. The aim was never to win in one sweeping strike, but to weaken, frustrate, and stretch the Ottoman forces thin. Sabotage became their craft. Lawrence worked with engineers and tribesmen alike to plan ambushes on trains. They used explosives, carefully placed beneath rails or buried under stone. Sometimes they struck under cover of darkness, other times in full daylight, gambling on surprise and the vastness of the land to make their escape. The success of these attacks wasn't just military, it was psychological. Ottoman troops grew wary, their movements slower, their supply lines fragile. Each derailed carriage, each destroyed bridge, chipped away at an already crumbling morale. But the victories were never simple. With every raid came risk. Turkish patrols grew more aggressive. Lawrence was wounded in skirmishes more than once. One injury nearly cost him his life. There were also failures, attacks that faltered, plans that dissolved in the shifting winds of tribal politics, and moments when trust between allies frayed to breaking point. He spent long stretches in the company of men who spoke in poetry as often as they did in plans. Around campfires, he listened to stories of past battles, of blood debts and oaths sworn beneath the stars. He understood the need to show respect without appearing weak, to suggest without commanding, to persuade without pushing. It was a delicate balance, and the cost of misreading a man could be high. And still, he pressed on. For all the complexity, for all the danger, the campaign was working. Ottoman control in the south was beginning to unravel. Lawrence saw the potential for something larger, a full advance northward, not just sabotage and raids, but a drive toward the cities that had long stood at the heart of Ottoman rule. He wrote often during this time, though much of it would remain unpublished until years later. His accounts were vivid, restrained, and touched by something close to weariness. He was not yet the figure the world would come to know, but the desert, was beginning to change him. Not just the sand and sun, but the choices he was making, and the ones he wasn't yet ready to face. In the early summer of 1917, the revolt had stalled. Ottoman forces still held strong positions along the coast, and the British High Command remained hesitant to offer full support. Resources were limited. Patience was running out. Lawrence knew that something dramatic was needed, not just to revive the campaign, but to convince both Arab leaders and British commanders that the revolt could deliver a decisive blow. The answer lay in Aqaba. Perched on the Red Sea, Aqaba was a heavily fortified Ottoman garrison and a crucial port. If the Arabs could take it, the supply lines to their northern advance would open wide. But Aqaba was considered nearly untouchable. The sea-facing defenses were strong, the coastal approach well guarded. Any assault from that direction would be suicide. But Lawrence proposed something else. Instead of coming by sea, he suggested they cross the Nafud, a stretch of desert so vast and punishing that even seasoned Bedouin guides regarded it with caution. There were no roads, little water, and no cover from the burning heat. The idea was dismissed by many as reckless, but Faisal gave his blessing, and a small force of Arab fighters, led by Lawrence, set out on what would become one of the most daring desert marches in modern history. The journey took weeks. The sun scorched everything in its reach. Water had to be rationed, tempers managed, animals coaxed through the shifting terrain. They faced sandstorms, hostile tribes, and the ever-present threat of betrayal or ambush. At one point, Lawrence lost his camel and had to walk for hours in the heat, his boots worn thin, his lips cracked from thirst. Despite the hardship, they pressed on. Along the way, they captured smaller outposts and gathered intelligence. They struck quickly, vanished into the landscape, and reappeared days later, miles away. The Ottomans never saw the pattern. By the time they approached Aqaba from the rear, across terrain the Turks hadn't thought to defend. They had already shaken several enemy positions and demoralized the defenders. On July 6, 1917, the force descended on the garrison. After a brief but decisive fight, Aqaba fell. It was a turning point, not just tactically, but symbolically. Word of the victory traveled fast, first through Arab camps, then to Cairo, then London. Lawrence, once a curious oddity in British intelligence reports, became a name spoken with awe and suspicion in equal measure. The press had not yet turned him into a legend, but inside military circles, he was now impossible to ignore. He returned briefly to Cairo to report. He wore his Bedouin robes into British headquarters, dusty and sunburnt, a living contradiction to the polished officers behind their desks. Some saw it as theatrical. Others saw it as the mark of a man who had crossed some invisible line, no longer entirely one thing or another. When asked how he had managed it, he gave no grand answer, only that the desert had offered no other choice. Aqaba gave the revolt momentum. Supplies flowed in, confidence swelled, and new plans were drawn. But something had changed in Lawrence as well. He had proven what few believed possible, and now the weight of expectation from Britain, from his Arab allies, and from himself would only grow heavier. With Aqaba taken, the Arab revolt had a foothold. Supplies could now flow in from the Red Sea, and Lawrence's campaign entered a new phase, one defined less by daring marches and more by disruption, sabotage, and swift, punishing raids. The Hejaz Railway became his next obsession. Running from Damascus deep into the Arabian Peninsula, the railway was the lifeline of the Ottoman forces in the region, carrying troops, weapons, and supplies across vast distances. Lawrence understood its value. He also understood its vulnerability. The desert offered no protection for the tracks that stretched, exposed, across open land. Working with Bedouin fighters and engineers, Lawrence helped organize a series of attacks designed not to destroy the line entirely, but to harass it into uselessness. They planted explosives beneath rails, ambushed patrols, and derailed trains carrying soldiers and artillery. Some targets were chosen for strategic value, others simply to spread fear. He wrote later that they aimed to make the railway a thing of suspicion and dread, and they did. Ottoman trains began to travel in convoys, with armored cars and machine guns mounted at the front and rear. Yet still, the raids came. Each success emboldened the fighters. Each escape chipped away at the enemy's sense of control. Lawrence became known for appearing where he wasn't expected, striking fast, and disappearing into the dunes. He carried dynamite, maps, and notes in his saddlebag. He traveled light and ate little. The heat was unrelenting. His health faltered. In one raid, he was thrown from his camel and nearly captured. In another, he barely escaped a bullet meant for someone else. The desert, once a place of learning and observation, had become something else entirely, a theater of war and a reflection of the man he was becoming. He had grown thinner, more weathered. His face, once pale and sharp, was now lined by sun and wind. Those who met him during this time often described him as oddly calm, even when planning attacks. But something in him had shifted. He had seen what war could do, not just to cities and railways, but to the men who fought it. He began to carry a camera, documenting the campaign. The photographs captured bombed rail cars, shattered bridges, and long lines of fighters resting in the shade. They also captured something less visible, the blurring of roles, the confusion of identity, the sense that Lawrence no longer knew exactly where he was stood between his British uniform and the Arab robes he now wore most days. He returned occasionally to British headquarters for reports and resupply. Each time, the contrast grew sharper. In the desert, he was a figure of strategy and action. In Cairo, he was an anomaly, an officer out of place among polished ranks and policy memos. By late 1917, his name had begun to circulate back home. He appeared in dispatches, sometimes anonymously, sometimes not. Word spread of the Englishman who rode with rebels and blew up trains. The legend was beginning to grow, not through his own voice, but through the stories of others. Yet in his writings, there was little pride. He described the victories with restraint and the failures with clarity. He noted the cost, not just in blood and loss, but in certainty. The lines were no longer clear. He was not just fighting an enemy. He was living among people whose future had been promised something, and he was no longer sure that promise would be kept. Lawrence was never a diplomat. He preferred the hard clarity of action over the softness of negotiation. But as the war wore on, he found himself caught between two sets of promises, those made in the open and those whispered behind closed doors. To his Arab allies, the aim of the revolt had always been clear: to break free from Ottoman rule and establish independence across their ancestral lands. In his long conversations with Feudal, Lawrence had spoken often of this goal. He believed in it, he repeated it, and in many cases, he helped shape it into something more tangible, a political vision stitched together by tribal alliances, military victories, and trust hard-earned under the desert sun. At the same time, Lawrence eventually became aware of the Sykes-Picot Agreement, a clandestine pact to carve up Arab lands into future zones of European control following the war. And each time he made a new promise or urged another assault, the weight of that duplicity weighed on him heavily. In public, he remained composed. He met with tribal leaders, attended councils, and urged patience. But in private, his letters began to show signs of strain. He wrote of feeling split in two, loyal to his own country, yet ashamed of its duplicity, caught between what he believed was right and what he had been asked to help deliver. The Arabs pressed northward, sweeping across enemy lines with growing confidence. Lawrence accompanied them, not as a commander, but as a voice of strategy and connection. More than once, he carried messages between Feudal and British officers. He translated, negotiated, reassured. He took part in raids on Ottoman outposts. He helped secure alliances between rival clans. He coordinated the delivery of weapons and supplies from British depots to remote camps. And all the while, the gap between what was said in London and what was lived in the desert continued to widen. It was during this time that Lawrence's public image began to take shape. A photograph of him, robed and sand-worn, standing beside camel-mounted fighters, appeared in British newspapers. Writers began to paint him as the architect of the Arab campaign, a lone Englishman guiding a noble rebellion. Lawrence bristled at this. He knew how much of the campaign belonged to others. The Arabs were not his creation. He was a guest, however welcome, in their war. Still, the myth grew, and with it, the sense that he was becoming something he could no longer control. The end of the war was drawing near. Ottoman resistance was weakening. Damascus lay ahead. Lawrence knew that whatever came next would be decisive, not just for the Arab cause, but for his own sense of what he had done. He had helped ignite a revolution. He had guided it through hardship and into triumph. But beneath every promise lingered a question he could no longer avoid. What if the victory had already been spoken for? By the autumn of 1918, the revolt was nearing its end, at least on the battlefield. The Ottoman Empire, battered and retreating, was losing its hold on the Arab world. British and Arab forces were closing in from different directions, and the city of Damascus, once the jewel of Ottoman Syria, now stood within reach. For Lawrence, this moment had been long in coming. He had fought across deserts, through skirmishes, and behind the lines of empire for nearly 2 years. But this final approach was different. Damascus was more than a strategic prize. It was a symbol, a city rich in memory and meaning, long seen as a heartland of Arab identity. The race to reach it first had begun. Arab fighters led by Prince Feudal advanced swiftly from the south and east, while General Allenby's British forces pushed up from Palestine. Lawrence rode ahead with the Arab column, urging speed, negotiating passage with tribal leaders, and doing what he could to make sure Feudal, and not the British army, would be the one to raise a new flag over the city. On October 1st, the Arab forces entered Damascus. The city did not fall with fire or thunder. There was no dramatic battle at the gates. The Ottoman garrison had already begun its withdrawal, and the remaining Ottoman garrison offered little resistance. But the entry itself carried weight, a symbolic transfer, a fragile hope made real. Lawrence entered alongside the men he had ridden with for months, dusty and exhausted, unsure what to feel. In the days that followed, he helped set up a provisional administration under Feudal's leadership. He advised on matters of infrastructure and water supply, met with foreign consuls, and tried, with limited success, to prevent the British military from asserting control. But the lines of influence were already forming, and Lawrence could see it happening. The city was full of contradictions, celebration mixed with tension. Victory felt uncertain, even as flags were raised. French officers arrived soon after, their presence stiff and formal. He walked the streets of Damascus with a strange sense of detachment. He had helped bring this moment into being, but it did not feel like his to claim. The dream he had carried across the dunes of a free Arab state born from rebellion now felt perilously fragile, not because the will was lacking, but because the promises that had guided it had always been split. British officers began to arrive in greater numbers. French authority expanded. Feudal, ever diplomatic, tried to navigate the currents. Lawrence withdrew. He had reached the culmination of his efforts, only to find himself standing on ground that felt less like a triumph and more like an echo of something slipping away. He left Damascus not long after, slipping away without ceremony. There was no farewell parade, no honors, just the end of a road he had helped pave, and the dawning realization that others now intended to walk it in his place. Years later, when asked about that moment, he said very little. The campaign had ended. The city had been taken. But the cost, the true cost, was only beginning to show itself. Lawrence returned to Britain not as a soldier, but as a symbol. The war was over. The revolts were fading. And yet, as he stepped back into the cool grey of England, he found himself the focus of a legend he hadn't asked for and couldn't escape. He was exhausted. His health had suffered after years of hardship, wounds, sun exposure, malnutrition. But worse than the physical wear was a gnawing sense of unease. Damascus had not brought the outcome he had fought for. The Arab cause, the one he had helped champion, was slipping into the hands of colonial administration. French troops now occupied Syrian cities. Britain held sway over Iraq and Palestine, and the promises made in the desert lay in pieces. Feudal had been forced to withdraw. The Arab government Lawrence had helped set up was quietly dissolved, and the independence he had once whispered about under canvas tents now looked more like a mirage. At home, Lawrence received offers, a knighthood, promotions, political appointments. Each one he refused. He couldn't accept honors from a government he felt had betrayed the very cause he had sworn to support. In one symbolic moment, he even walked out of a royal ceremony, leaving the medal unclaimed. The public, however, was captivated. A book of war memoirs titled 7 Pillars of Wisdom was in progress, a sprawling, intensely personal account of his time in Arabia. Lawrence wrote and rewrote it obsessively, sometimes losing whole drafts and starting again. The process was painful. He was reliving not just actions, but doubts, regrets, and the burden of choices he could no longer justify. Meanwhile, the press had begun to shape its own version of him. The title, Lawrence of Arabia, was coined and repeated until it no longer seemed to belong to a real man. Photographs, paintings, and serialized tales painted him as a romantic figure, part scholar, part warrior, part enigma. He watched as his likeness appeared in magazines and shop windows, wondering whether the person on the page had anything to do with the man he had become. Uncomfortable in the spotlight, he sought refuge in obscurity. He changed his name more than once, enlisting in the Royal Air Force under an alias and later joining the Tank Corps. He performed menial duties, content to vanish into routine. The discipline gave him peace, the anonymity a strange comfort. But he was never truly free of what had come before. Letters found him, journalists pursued him, friends and former allies pressed him for views on the shifting political landscape of the Middle East. And though he rarely spoke publicly, his letters betray a deep melancholy. He had hoped for something lasting, a bond between peoples, a new political future shaped by honor. Instead, he saw mandates, divisions, and exploitation. The Arab revolt had changed the map, yes, but not in the way its fighters had dreamed. Lawrence had returned home, not in victory, but in retreat. He wandered the English countryside on his motorbike, wrote sparingly, and tried to fade into the background of a world that now saw him as myth. But the myth had edges, and behind it was a man unsure whether the story he had lived had been one of triumph or something altogether more complicated. The war was long over, but Lawrence could not leave it behind. It clung to him, not just in the memories of desert battles or lost friendships, but in the uncomfortable shape of a legacy he never fully owned. He had become, to many, a hero, and yet he had little interest in heroism. He described himself instead as a fraud, a man swept along by forces larger than he could control. Still, the public appetite for his story had only grown. By the early 1920s, he had settled into a strange rhythm, serving in military ranks under assumed names, while drafting and redrafting 7 Pillars of Wisdom. The manuscript consumed him. He described its creation as a kind of torment. It wasn't just the scale of the work, it was the pain of reliving the contradictions he had lived through. He wrote not as a conqueror, but as a witness. The sweeping narrative, filled with exacting detail and introspection, didn't glorify the war so much as expose its complexities. He questioned his own motives, doubted the morality of his role, and chronicled the beauty and tragedy of the desert campaigns with unflinching care. Though he printed only a few copies for friends at first, word of the manuscript spread. Artists and writers gathered around him. Politicians sought his opinions on the future of the Middle East. But Lawrence grew increasingly wary of speaking out. The world he had fought to reshape had been carved up by foreign powers. Borders were drawn with blunt instruments. Arab independence, once a hope spoken beneath canvas and stars, had been traded for oil, influence, and mandate. Lawrence did what he could. He advised Winston Churchill briefly during the 1921 Cairo conference, helping to draft new policies for the region. He pushed for Faisal's installation as King of Iraq, a fragile gesture toward honoring old promises. But these were patches on a larger wound. He knew that. He continued to serve in the Royal Air Force under the name T.E. Shaw. He lived in small quarters, read voraciously, and kept largely to himself. His friendships grew fewer. His letters, though still brilliant, were tinged with fatigue. He seemed a man trying to stay ahead of his own reflection, someone who had become a symbol, but could never quite reconcile what that symbol stood for. When a limited edition of 7 Pillars was finally released, it was praised for its literary richness and emotional honesty. It wasn't the tale of a British conqueror. It was something more complicated, a memoir of belief, betrayal, and the long, dry ache of aftermath. Lawrence never married. He had no children. The war had taken a piece of him that never returned. His days became quiet, his routine exact. He rode his beloved motorbike through the winding roads of Dorset, the wind and motion offering what little peace he could still find. But beneath the surface, he remained restless, haunted by decisions made and opportunities lost. The map of the world had changed, but so had the man who once tried to redraw it. In the final years of his life, Lawrence lived in a small, whitewashed cottage in Dorset, surrounded by pine trees and wide skies. He called it Clouds Hill. The name suited it. The house was simple and spare. No electricity, few comforts, only the barest essentials. It was a place built for solitude. He spent his time reading, translating, corresponding with old friends. Occasionally, he would venture into town or receive a visitor, but more often, he was alone. He remained in the Royal Air Force under the name Shaw, working in clerical roles and repair units, content in the background. But there were signs. He was beginning to consider a return to public life. He had written to acquaintances about future work, pondered joining Churchill's circle again, even hinted at publishing more widely. After years of retreat, something inside him had started to stir again, just a flicker. Then, on the morning of May 13th, 1935, he took his motorbike out along a familiar country road. It was a clear day, the trees in full spring bloom, the lane winding and narrow. Lawrence rode fast. It was something he loved, the rush of speed and the focus it demanded. He crested a rise, and suddenly, 2 boys on bicycles appeared in front of him. He swerved hard to avoid them and was thrown from the machine. He never regained consciousness. For 6 days, he lay in a coma at a nearby military hospital. Friends gathered, reporters waited, and on May 19th, he died, less than 3 months after leaving military service for good. He was 46 years old. The world reacted with the strange mix of reverence and confusion. Obituaries spoke of a national hero. Others called him a mystery. Churchill wept. The Arab world mourned. And still others wondered whether anyone truly knew the man who had once helped stir a desert revolt and then disappeared into its aftermath. He was buried not far from Clouds Hill, in a simple grave. The headstone bore only his assumed name, T.E. Shaw, and a short inscription. The crowds that came were silent, respectful, unsure of what to say. In the years that followed, the legend only grew. Films would be made, books written, monuments built, and yet, beneath it all remained the outline of a man who never fully trusted what the world made of him. Lawrence had once set out across the desert to help forge a new world. He returned home a different man, burned by war, shaped by loyalty, undone by betrayal, and burdened by the weight of memory. He lived as a scholar, a soldier, and something in between. A figure caught between the pages of history and the pull of myth. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well.